Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
Challengers North America Stage 2 playoffs is about to begin. Here's how each of the final 8 teams got here. As the Stage 1 champions, expectations for Core were high this stage, even with a new 5th man. Derek has proved to be a valuable asset, but it's also fundamentally changed the way the team functions. The newly operated machine has now made it into playoffs, with Note continuing to perform at VCT caliber and Moose having one of the best VCL splits of his career. The runners-up of Stage 1 also return with that old departed duelist. Smoke is picked up right from where he left off, and he continues to be one of the most threatening oppers in the region. But Shopify Rebellion Black's standout this stage has been Exa, having a wild couple matches filled to the brim with clutches. They've been low-key necessary for a team that tumbled out of the Swiss stage's final sudden death round. The Young Guns had far less trouble this stage. Sleepers no more, FlyQuest picked up the ranked demons, and the team hasn't dropped a map since. These prodigies are doing exactly what we'd hope they do this stage, growing. It'll be fun to watch them in playoffs. The changes that M80 made this stage went great. I seriously don't understand why Nismo ever stopped playing because he has been out of his mind. But I guess it helps when that coach role is taken by Kaplan, who has extracted everything great from every individual member of the team and integrated it seamlessly into what was already working for them as a whole. Has M80 cracked the code? Definitely not yet, but they're getting closer. It doesn't entirely make sense that Evil Genius's Academy made playoffs this stage. They brought in B-Dog before the matches started, then saw Mitch leave during the stage and brought in Moobs as the new IGL, and even recently pivoted Pancakes to that role. And yet, this team just makes sense through every iteration, every experiment, and every victory that's gotten them this far. Azure Dragon came inches away from playoffs last stage, but their 2 new players changed their team in a big way. Recoil as the new IGL has proven to adapt to a new team as quickly as he always has, and he's been pretty damn good on the field too. The biggest boon though was the addition of Muddy, who transitioned to main smokes and has been having a renaissance period in its wake. On a team full of fiery talent, he continues to stand out. From Premier to playoffs, Division 1 managed to scrape through 3 sudden death death matches to make it to top 8. These guys just fight, point blank period, and they have very justified confidence in those fights. Dynamic was the obvious standout to start, but Calamity started popping off shortly after, and like dominoes, the rest of the team followed suit. They are going to be a formidable force in playoffs. But their first opponents of the tournament will be powerhouses of the region. The 4-0 undefeated first team out of Swiss, none other than YFP. Look, Darkest was already one of the best IGLs in the region, but with old veteran Ziff and new blood Vita joining the team, these guys look newly reborn. Not to mention Jack top fragging lobby after lobby the whole time. That being said, with their coach recently departed, this team's fate remains uncertain and airborne. We shall see what the future holds come game time. And there you have it, 8 teams remaining, with thousands of dollars, crucial tournament points, and regional glory on the line. Who falls below in between, and who rises above? Let's find out. Stage 2 playoffs begins now.
Trim. Edge. Shade.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Challengers North America's Stage 2 playoffs is about to begin. Here's how each of the final 8 teams got here. As the Stage 1 champions, expectations for Core were high this stage, even with a new 5th man. Derek has proved to be a valuable asset, but it's also fundamentally changed the way the team functions. The newly operated machine has now made it into playoffs, with Note continuing to perform at VCT caliber and Moose having one of the best VCL splits of his career. The runners-up of Stage 1 also return with that old departed duelist. Smoke is picked up right from where he left off, and he continues to be one of the most threatening operas in the region. But Shopify Rebellion Black's standout this stage has been Exa, having a wild couple matches filled to the brim with clutches. They've been low-key necessary for a team that tumbled out of the Swiss stage's final sudden death round. The Young Guns had far less trouble this stage. Sleepers no more, FlyQuest picked up the ranked demons, and the team hasn't dropped a map since. These prodigies are doing exactly what we'd hope they do this stage, growing. It'll be fun to watch them in playoffs. The changes that M80 made this stage went great. I seriously don't understand why Nismo ever stopped playing, because he has been been out of his mind. But I guess it helps when that coach role is taken by Kaplan, who has extracted everything great from every individual member of the team and integrated it seamlessly into what was already working for them as a whole. Has M80 cracked the code? Definitely not yet, but they're getting closer. It doesn't entirely make sense that Evil Genius's Academy made playoffs this stage. They brought in B-Dog before the matches started, then saw Mitch leave during the stage and brought in Moobs as the new IGL, and even recently pivoted Pancakes to that role. And yet, this team just makes sense through every iteration, every experiment, and every victory that's gotten them this far. Azure Dragon came inches away from playoffs last stage, but their two new players changed their team in a big way. Recoil as the new IGL has proven to adapt to a new team as quickly as he always has, and he's been pretty damn good on the field too. The biggest boon though was the addition of Muddy, who transitioned to main smokes and has been having a renaissance period in its wake. On a team full of fiery talent, he continues to stand out. From Premier to playoffs, Division 1 managed to scrape through 3 sudden death matches to make it to top 8. These guys just fight, point blank period, and they have very justified confidence in those fights. Dynamic was the obvious standout to start, but Calamity started popping off shortly after, and like dominoes, the rest of the team followed suit. They are going to be a formidable force in playoffs. But their first opponents of the tournament will be powerhouses of the region, the 4-0 undefeated first team out of Swiss, none other than YFP. Look, Darkest was already one of the best IGLs in the region, but with old veteran Ziff and new blood Vita joining the team, these guys look newly reborn. Not to mention Jack top fragging lobby after lobby the whole time. That being said, with their coach recently departed, this team's fate remains uncertain and airborne. We shall see what the future holds come game time. And there you have it, 8 teams remaining, with thousands of dollars, crucial tournament points, and regional glory on the line. Who falls below in between, and who rises above? Let's find out. Stage 2 playoffs begins now.
Trim. Edge. Shade.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Let's get her done. Nice shot by Xander. Saturate in to facilitate solely Salada, but that's not what Xander's looking at. The collab with the Outlaw. Found in one singular shot, but Salada close corners can trade it back. Xander on track for the ace! And he does it all on his damn own!
Sacred as the bubble comes down. You're losing first and metaphorically is the blind, but the jump scare from ADG. Q is alive and well, blossoming when ADG needed him to the most. Derek is taking care of business. Your shift is almost over, Derek. But Sacred, your shift is you're fired. And you're all fired.
Yeah, the everything's just gonna go drop. Yeah. Just made this a 1v3. Needs to get a couple more though. Still with a flank. Golden Z ends up going down. Now the 1v1. Jet knives straight to the dome, over the top. Dynamic saves the round and gets the defuse.
Oh, it seems like it was only yesterday we started Stage 2 of Valorant Challengers North America, but already we find ourselves in the playoffs with only 8 teams remaining to see who can make it through our Swiss bracket to become our Stage 2 champions. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you're ready for some great Valorant today, as we certainly are. Sierra Dawn, I'll be your host throughout, and join me on the analyst desk to be kicking things off. We have Gompers and we have Emily. Emily, we're already in playoffs. Already. I cannot wait.
I didn't even realize we were in playoffs already. I thought Swiss was still going on, but no, we are here. We have our 8 teams ready to play and try and fight, and hopefully some new results coming in from Stage 1, but you never really know. So I'm just excited to see how much these teams have improved, all the differences that they made coming in from Stage 1 to Stage 2. And also, we have a couple of new teams as well that didn't make it the first time around. So there's teams that need to prove themselves, teams that hopefully wanted to improve in that time that they had, and I'm excited to see it.
Let's talk a little bit of how we got to see Stage 2 chalk up as we take a look over at our bracket. Because yeah, as you're calling out, this has been an absolutely crazy stage of Valorant. I mean, Gompers heading into Stage 2, and I mean any stage of Valorant, there's always going going to be the big names that we're kind of expecting. You know, we get to see an M80, we get to see an SRB, a Core, of course, trying to defend a title here, but a lot of shakeups to really find ourselves with a really fun bracket.
Yeah, and like really surprising bracket as well. It's kind of exciting at the same time. Like teams that, first of all, portrayed such a good showing. Like the last time they had played last week, D1, obviously being one of them, ADG finally making it through. And, you know, after having such a difficult time trying to get into the playoffs in Stage 2, now they're going to have an even harder time when you think about it, going up against M80, YFP, right, EG, and Core being a bang-up matcher. So I'm quite excited. I feel like now the stakes are higher than they were before. Yes, you have a little bit more forgiveness going into that lower bracket, but at the same time, this is it for you. You know, are you going to finally be able to surpass and show that you can make it and win the grand finals?
That's exactly it. You talk about any pressure that we've gotten to see building throughout Stage 2, but all of that's gone now. We're on equal footing heading into this. Of course, it's going to be a double elimination bracket. Get to see that best of 5 grand finals. And I'm so excited to see, after the stage of growth for our teams, who's going to be coming out on top. For who we're going to be spectating today, we're going to be looking at that upper half of this upper bracket. M80 versus ADG is going to be kicking off today. This is going to be a really fun one because, Emily, this is a matchup we got to see play out as of very recently. But of course, it's a fresh start now. All that matters is this matchup ahead.
Yeah, I mean, M80 winning that the rematch that they had against ADG was the match that they needed to qualify. That gave them those 3 extra weeks of time to prepare and kind of shape up going into playoffs, where ADG, they had a strong start in the first half of Swiss. They were like 3-0 and then barely making it to that 3-3 bracket, but securing that win over NRG and actually eliminating them. But the thing is, though, is that they had to play 7 best of 3s to actually get here, to make it to playoffs. There's so much tape on them, and they didn't have a whole lot of time in between. Like, they played literally 5 days ago, and there's only so much you can change to kind of go up against a team that you previously played. They know how you play, and try and surprise them still. So what I'm looking for here is really like big individuals to kind of make sure they are ready and warm to try and find revenge here in playoffs.
That call out to the time that M80 has had now since they did get to qualify off of that match, I think is going to be huge. And looking over this roster, I think especially too, to not only put in more of that work, but a little bit of a break from that amount of work we got to see them put into Stage 2. Gompers, of course, we got to see some changes from the team heading into Stage 2, which is really, really fun to see, and changes that worked out so well, being able to see that run they took to be able to qualify.
Yeah, if you're looking at the past and like their Stage 1 run, obviously the roster was quite a bit different. We had a different coach. Nismo was actually the coach and now is taking place as a player, right? So in comparison to how things were going, it was honestly very inconsistent. We didn't know, would M80 be able to make it through? And now it feels like it was a guaranteed effort. Like we knew that they were going to be able to. It was a win after win after win. Of course, I mean, only losing one against Shopify Rebellion Black, but this team is looking way better than they could have ever before. Like this is a redone roster at the same time. Just like, yes, it's quite new, but it feels like it's been here for quite a while, and everybody's starting to learn about their own synergy, and it feels like everyone's starting to really mesh together. So it's kind of exciting to see the new M80 and what Kaplan is doing to this team.
Yeah, and I love to see how this team has evolved too, especially too with a couple of these names that we've really, really been able to see just grow throughout their time here. And that's where we've really got to start focusing the conversation on Caillou to be kicking off today. Because when you look back at this run and everything they've had, I mean, you get to see somebody leading the charge. Emily was such a level head. Of course, the team is going to be set up for success.
Yeah, I mean, M80 bringing in Caillou and Kaplan as kind of the dynamic duo of leadership for this team has found them a lot of that success. I think not only has he stepped in and became the IGL for this team, he's also helped fix a lot of the problems that they had before. You know, especially when I'm looking at kind of the 2 rookies of the team, Alvin and Bonnie. Oftentimes I noticed back on the old M80, they had a little bit of a problem kind of hesitating, but bringing Caillou in, and I really feel like he's acted like a bridge for this team, and you'll see it within their gameplay. He's helped a lot with that. Outside of just the IGL role, he is there kind of filling in the gaps for this team, making sure everyone is on the same page, making sure we're getting those trades in, and making sure that they're playing on the same page at a macro level. And outside of all of this, his performance as an individual is insane. He's very consistent. He always holds his own, and consistency is kind of the key word here, because whenever a player isn't shining, he is always there to kind of pick up the slack and make sure that no matter what is going on in the game, he will keep everyone on the same page at a macro level, but also in-game just showing up and performing in and out of the server every single match.
Yeah, and to follow up with what Emily said too, for sure, they've said that they understand what exactly is on the line and that they have such a big part in the mentality of their teammates as well. But it's crazy. I agree, completely consistent, 200 plus ACS per game. You know, they're a huge support system for the team, and an asset damage per round is always absolutely insane going into every single game. So to have someone so incredibly strong be able to not only assist the team and be so cohesive while also being kind of like a dominant figure themselves, it makes M80 shine even more.
And I mean, for M80, I'm so excited to see this run that they have ahead of them going on into playoffs. But of course, we got to be focusing on the matchup ahead and talk about ADG. Again, the fact this is a recent rematch. And again, that journey that ADG had to go on then after losing to M80, we got to see them then go up against Core, take that loss there, and Emily coming right down to the wire. But for some of these teams, sometimes the more reps you get under the belt, the more dangerous they become.
No, I completely agree. I think it's a different team than we saw in stage 1, you know, just barely not making the cut to make it into playoffs. And, you know, here it got a little scary towards the end. They almost had a repeat of history coming into stage 2, but they were able to secure playoffs, which honestly, I was really surprised with how their Swiss bracket played out, because they looked so good in those first 3 best of 3s. They were looking so strong, and then they started to kind of had a little stunt in their momentum. And I think a big part of that was the rematch that they had against M80. I think a lot of flaws within their overall game plan kind of highlighted, but I gotta say, this roster, as many of these other teams that we see, has insane mechanical players. And I think the big thing for them is just being able to kind of have success outside of the mechanics, have a little bit better of a time playing together. And that's what I'm hoping that, you know, 5 days, not a lot of time to fix and come up with new game plans, new strategies, everything like that. But what they can do is work on their chemistry and work at how they approach things and try and just do it more together as a team. I notice a lot of the time when we see them play on rounds where they're more on eco or have more of a weak buy, they do that flawlessly. They're literally like running around the map holding hands, and it works. Those are the rounds where they are always the closest to winning. So if they just bring that into their gun rounds, they'll find a lot more success.
Yeah, it is also going to be exceedingly hard for this team, realistically. Like Emily said, right? Not a lot of time to prepare. Obviously, if you're hungry enough, 5 days should be good enough for you. And ADG, they seem hungry. They've said pressure makes diamonds. They really like to be, honestly, playing against, they said they want to play against M80. They said they want to feel the pressure of being in this playoff stage. So I think this, if not, is the perfect time, being able to play in such high pressure, you know, a high pressure tournament, and kind of just move now into the playoffs while also understanding, okay, you know, this is a hard team to beat, but if we do it, it just gets easier on from here. So I think, honestly, this is worst case scenario for them to just keep going forward.
I mean, if we're talking about the team and this being a tough battle ahead and kind of painting them out to be the underdogs, which does seem true for how the last matchup went, well, then I'm going to be looking at the people that can really hold their own here and stand strong up against an M80 that can be running them down. And that's where this conversation shifts to Sacred. Because, Emily, of course, we've gotten to see Sacred here in the Reps Challengers, and like the way he can hold down a site, just incredible. And I'm really hoping to see a lot more of that today.
Yeah, I mean, just talking about his anchoring, I think he does a great job at always trying to go for those 1-for-1 trades or 1-for-2 trades on site, kind of just getting the most out of his life while he can, while also delaying enough for his team to actually be able to rotate, because they do like to play quite fast. And when he's able to delay and do that successfully, it works flawlessly for his team. And also on the attacking side, he does a great job at always trying to position himself in the best late round spots as possible to kind of secure those rounds for his team. He acts as like sort of a second backup plan, I would say. He's very good at kind of supporting his team, making sure that they get set up, that their exits all good, and then you'll see him just run around the map to try and reposition himself to kind of catch the other team. I think the team just has to, like I said, kind of play a little bit more together and ensure that he has space to do that. He has space to do all of these senti things that he is more than capable of, and I want to see a lot more of that here today.
And I'm really excited to see that, especially too when we talk about the sentis. Who are we trying to make sure they can hold their own up against? Well, of course, it's going to be the Duelist just trying to run them down, which brings us to our Phillips Norelco head-to-head. Because, of course, with a series like this, how can we not highlight these two? We got Bonnie going up against Chaotic. And being able, I mean, Bonnie, just every time we see this team, Goms, we're talking about Bonnie, but Chaotic is also just one of my favorite players to watch. I feel like he's so flashy. It's just so much fun. So I cannot wait to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, and I think Bonnie is honestly forming better into the Duelist role this time around, now that we've seen Caillou as the IGL, being able to also kind of like have this synergy that I haven't seen Bonnie have with anyone else. And I feel like now things are working out. It's cool, calm, collected. And Bonnie is a hell of a listener and a strategist. So I think it's impressive. And I would say the same thing for Chaotic. I don't really think there's much of a difference there in regards to like having, you know, the Initiator be able to allow you to really flourish on the Duelist role. I do think there's that same level of support there. But for Chaotic, I think there are more high involvement. They're a very high involvement Duelist. They're an incredibly solid player, and they're impact that has. And Chaotic is genuinely what the name lives up to. I think this is a player that if you're not able to shut them down in enough time, they will honestly gather that momentum and just keep moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta agree. I think Chaotic is also very surprising when it comes to how he plays certain rounds. I think he does a great job at playing off utility when he's given that. But a lot of the times, I will see this guy kind of just walk out of a smoke solo. Especially on defense, he likes to try and find success solo or maybe with one other person more often than not. And against teams that aren't really expecting that or a little bit less disciplined, we see him get insane multi-kills and find a lot of value within that. The only thing is that I'm really concerned about is you have on one side Bonnie. He's an excellent duelist. He has so much support going for him every single fight that he takes, and he's a very team-oriented duelist. Whereas Chaotic, when he does these solo plays, he kind of gets shut down, especially when we saw them go up against M80 last time, because they're more disciplined. They're kind of expecting that. They want the other team to kind of play into them so that they can make mistakes and kind of capitalize off of that. So for one thing I want to see more is Chaotic fighting with his teammates, fighting with more utility and not trying to go for these surprising plays that a lot of times he had a hard time pulling off against a team like this.
I mean, you're talking about the last time that they matched up too. And reminder, this was for M80 to qualify into the playoffs. And it was a pretty strong showing. I mean, for ADG, there wasn't really that success found to the level that we needed to with Chaotic. We got to see a Breeze with this double duelist, the Reyna, which fun, but just not really panning out for the team. So I'm curious then, Gompers, if we're going to see then ADG just how much they try and switch it up with being the team that, you know, was only had this few days before finding themselves here having to play in the playoffs.
I think they can do it. They do rely on their coach a lot. You know, in the last interview, they talked about, you know, the fact that it does always feel like the timing is always right in regards to the timeouts, being able to just anti-strat and let them know, hey, so this is something you really got to look out for. So I think they do have a lot of patience and just trust in their own team and in their coach and, you know, the preparation that has led up to this. So I will say, I think it's going to be a pretty strong showing coming through from ADG. I think they've prepped, even though it's been 5 days. I also do think they know the stakes are high. They know M80's not an easy team. They know that this is the time to shine. So if anything, why not shine even harder, right? Even brighter and take M80 down here in this rematch.
Oh, the scary part, though, thinking back at that last match as we get to see these replays. I mean, M80, they're a scary team. Emily, they've had some time as well, and it was just a masterclass from a few players, Bonnie included, when they matched up. And ADG, it's not just their game they have to focus about, but hoping M80 is not on a heater.
No, exactly. And when you think about how they kind of went up against each other last time, I briefly touched on it, but M80, they just felt ready for whatever ADG was trying to throw at them. They were constantly punishing these solo or duo pushes and kind of just not allowing ADG to play their own game. And when you think about it, yes, ADG, they've played against M80. They kind of know what to expect, but do they really when M80's had about 3 weeks now to switch things up? M80 have such a great foundation to play on and know how to kind of counter teams, and they find those solutions very fast. And I want to say ADG can do the same, but we don't know what M80 is going to be pulling out here. We don't know how they're going to be playing certain maps, especially if we do see some similarities when it comes to the map pools that they're going to be bringing out for this best of 3. I just feel like there's M80 definitely has the advantage here. They have so many things they could have worked on, improved, changed, while still being able to play against how ADG was previously. In ADG, they just didn't have the time to kind of come up with these big changes, come up with these drastic changes, which is why I think I'm putting so much emphasis on them. Just, okay, we don't have time for anything else. Let's just focus on our team play. Let's make sure that we're actually playing together and trying to just kind of overwhelm M80, because they have the capability to do it. You know, we were talking about the duels. They have these players that are so good at trading each other out. We just need to see them playing in positions where they can do that more.
And Sickert had talked about that in his interview after the team qualified, was that, you know, if they work together and run somebody down, like, they are mechanically strong, that is capable. So be interesting to see how that's going to be playing out in today's series. But with the preparation, I want to see how the map picks and bans are going to be turning out, especially with the very recent history between these two teams. Okay, it's actually... we're just getting the... Okay, Emily, we got the same 2 maps to be kicking it off. Different order, but
yeah,
really comfortable running it back for ADG here on Breeze.
I mean, it makes sense. You know, their band stayed exactly the same. They did like to kind of play on Breeze, and I think it fits their play style a little bit more. When I was talking about the duelist kind of solo walking down, Breeze, if anything, is the map to do that, because you have these lanes in middle where you can kind of go for an early pick and fall back out of there. And I really liked, even though they didn't win the map, I really liked the team fights that they did bring to it. I think they had a good amount of trap plays and kind of just, they did a good job at disrupting M80, especially on ADG's defensive half. So as long as we see similar things, but hopefully different variations so it's not readable, I feel confident in their Breeze.
Yeah, I will say this was like a Bonnie heavy map. They were absolutely destroying ADG. 2Ks across the board, an insane amount of first blood. So, you know, presence is going to be pretty heavy here, I will say, for M80. And I mean, depending... obviously, they've had such a long time to really alter what's been going on. Breeze wasn't actually their best map in the map pool, but the only team they beat was ADG, right? So, so it is looking pretty heavily in their favor, I will say. But you know, as time goes on, I do truly believe ADG has gotten a lot better. I think they've done some rework of their own. So I'm quite excited to see how this one in particular plays out, especially the 2 same maps, right? So this is going to be kind of exciting.
I think where Breeze is a worry for me here on the side of ADG is, yeah, we've gotten to see M80 maybe not perform the best on Breeze previously before their matchup up against ADG. But Kaya had spoken about how with the team, how he's so appreciated that as soon as there was a problem with the team, they worked relentlessly to fix that issue. And that was on the back of that loss to NRGA on Breeze. And then we get to see the next week when they're going up against ADG and that turnaround there. So I can only imagine in this time off that there's been more effort put into that. But I don't know, maybe even having it as the first map, maybe M80 slow start, Bonnie slow start, and ADG can start getting those rounds. But I think throughout our time here talking about these teams, I think it's been pretty clear when we're getting to our predictions what way we're all... Yeah, it's... Yeah. Yeah, guys. Yeah.
Technically, I mean, it could be jinxed at this point. Who knows? I mean, I feel like it's a pretty obvious bet for M80. I'm not going to say too obvious because ADG, they're here, right? They're in playoffs. They've proved us wrong so many times that it's honestly ridiculous how many times they've proved us wrong. So I think it's going to be a very, very strong showing that we're going to see today. I truly believe we might go to a 3rd map with ADG and the fact that they're so hungry for it. I mean, as well as M80 with this new roster and Kaplan really wanting to go back to the Americas stage. You know, stakes are high for both these teams. It's really just M80 proving themselves to be one of the best again, as where ADG are just trying to prove that they're better than M80, right? A team that is so incredibly dominant so far within Challengers. So, yeah, it just feels very clear to me.
I mean, even if it feels clear to us, I mean, Emily, where can we then see, let's get this concise point. Where can we see this win condition come through for ADG? We all lose our jobs. ADG wins. We're all wrong. What happened here for this to happen? What are we holding on to for ADG to take this series?
we're going to need to see a lot of disrupting, not just on Breeze, but also on Fracture, and disrupting as a team. I don't want to see any players doing these kind of weird duo walk-ups and not really using any utility to fight when they have a lot of it in their backpacks kind of waiting for them to use it. We also need to see them just being able to trade each other more and not play into M80's handbook. M80, they're a very play-by-the-book team. They're very structured ever since they brought in Caillou and Kaplan, and for good reason. It's been working, especially against teams in Challengers, which majority of them are these sporadic, these unexpected teams. They like to make these aggressive plays. They like to kind of just not run it down. Okay, actually, yes, they do like to run it down, just in a very team-oriented way. And I just need them to be, yes, still be aggressive. Yes, still do some surprising plays, but do it as a team and not just kind of run into M80 and just let them play however they want to.
As a team, yes, but Harbor on Spaz, I really like this. I think this is good, and it's quite different, right? Because the last time we saw Spaz play here, it was Viper, but I think they see a little bit more value in, first of all, the ultimate coming through from Harbor, way better in my opinion. I think the fact that now we're working with Harbor and Alvin on this Viper to be able to create a little bit more room to work with here, especially like with, I mean, having two very, very straightforward lines to be able to close off sites is going to be incredibly powerful. And the fact that Alvin can really utilize their util repetitively and just be able to allow M80 to really thrive in this space. And obviously Nismo going back to their roots onto the KO. So I like this a lot. I think M80 changing things up is going to make it a lot harder for ADG, especially with them running pretty much the same composition that they've ran before.
I mean, I gotta say, I think ADG is in a little bit of trouble here. The way that we've been seeing Harbor play out, especially in Tier 1, running these double walls makes it so hard. It adds layers to the execs and allows them to kind of focus the Viper wall to clear out the close angles, and then they still, when they drop that, they have the Harbor wall in the back, being able to kind of isolate sites, isolate the floods, and it's really annoying and tedious to play against, and I don't know if ADG are gonna be ready for it.
I mean, they didn't have much time to prepare for this. They're going to have to figure out live in the server. It's time to see playing together as a team. And with that disruption that you've talked about, if ADG have enough in their strat book to try and take down this new M80 composition, or in the playoffs, if it's going to be M80 to strike first. Let's get to Breeze and find out and send it over to your casters. It's going to be Shift and Zobi to take you through.
Thank you, ladies. Yeah, this is a really interesting mix-up from M80, and I think, you know, the desk hits it perfectly. It's just double walls. You're gonna flash out one perfect dissection of the site and then let Bonnie dash on in. I think for ADG, it's gonna be interesting because you don't have a guaranteed flash connect in this composition, and honestly, it's gonna have to be Neon and Jet just kind of retaking space, you know, just by gut check calling through these walls, you'd have to imagine.
Oh, absolutely. And for me, I'm excited more to see it on the defense than anything. I feel like, kind of like what Emily was highlighting, ADG are going to be those masters of chaos. Want to commit that Viper wall as readily from Alvin. And I mean, Alvin's a lurk player. I mean, they've been on Senti every other map, so this just aligns them a little bit more than that super aggro Omen that they were playing previously. If they were trolling, but there's a little trolling whenever you see that in the server.
Yeah, that is a fair point. And yeah, I think ADG, it is about creating chaos early. Don't allow M80 to get their feet underneath them, especially on this first half, to, you know, allow them to essentially play chess on top of a spike site where, again, there's just walls, and it's gonna get messy. That's all I'll say.
100%. And I will say ADG Chaos is their middle name. That's when they were able to find success on some rounds on Fracture that we'll get to later. And I do think that is the win condition to M80. And M80's default, they talked about, they play a very structured game, is that M80 will slow it down, and then ADG will get like caught off surprised about that. So I need ADG just to hold their cool a few more seconds and then leverage that tradability that, you know, they've said they've been working on, that they need to lean into. And I do think that the double duelist then kind of puts a lot of pressure on Bonnie, a player that the desk did highlight. Like, he's gonna have to be informed and hit the ground running, because when they have lost Breeze historically, it's been because he's either had a slow map or a slow start and couldn't catch up for the squad in time.
Yeah, it's live by the duelist, die by the duelist type energy. And that's been something that we've said about M80 teams, like even prior to this year, that it has to be a full structured group of 5 to get through not just playoffs, but also through Ascension, which is something that they continually miss out on as an organization. So yeah, there's obviously, you know, you see a diamond once, you know it sparkles. That's definitely Bonnie, like in a nutshell. But at the same time, you still have to grade that diamond. There are definitely moments where it feels like you can almost overheat. That's like, I think the word that I would use, like watching him play, is it's like, you almost anticipate, okay, like this has to be the recipe for success. So sometimes it's like, okay, I've gotten myself one. Can I get the second? And it like overchells away from the team a little bit too much. But that's being a little overcritical. It's again, I won't say early in the season, but we're still at that point of the season where learning is growing and growing is learning and vice versa, and all the things inside out, upside down. So
yeah, I feel like M80 as an org, their sights are on champs, right? The Ascension curse no longer exists because there is no Ascension, right? So they're trying to find that strongest team because it's stage 3 that matters more than anything, right? You win that, you're immediately through to that play-in versus, again, if points and consistency are your concern, then, again, shifting roster, shifting cores like M80 has isn't the go-to. But we got to jump into this again. This is ADG's map pick, is their ballpark. They pick into a map they lost in the Swiss stage versus M80. Let's see all that they've learned.
I'm here for it. We're about to find out. Match starts up right now. ADG on the opening defense. And it will be, of course, an idea of, do we control that mid space and force these executes to have to go through the tight choke points on the outsides of the map? And so far, it looks like ADG has at least contestable positions behind this early smoke to block off that front mid pillar. And for M80, they're trying to see if ADG have a little aggression in store for them off the get-go.
Yeah, again, that's the expectation they have about this team. Again, double lists are going to be in your face, and I love that ADG is, in fact, holding back. And I'm kind of shocked by how mid-centric that initial hold was, right? 2 grouped mid, 2 grouped mid-door, kind of expecting and giving up that A main space instead of going for deeper smoke, going for a jiggle for information. And now M80, with less than a minute left and no deep pillars of control, I'm a bit worried if these anchors are just going to succeed and M80 gets snuffed out on the pistol.
Yeah, very well may be that way. It looks like Alvin is trying to create some noise just by himself over towards A. Good info gathering tool right there. Relay bolt to try to slow things down. Doesn't really successfully impede M80 from getting on towards site, though. So he would try to do it the hard way. Trade from Sacred to the backside of the site, looking for more. Bonnie in a little bit of trouble here, and Sacred will turn that into 2. Spaz with the return, though. It leads to a 3v3, but that little bit of extra space with the Harbor will lead to the post-plant 3v3.
Already getting a look at how this Harbor is going to function. Spaz is ready.
Here the guns being drawn and reloaded next door. ADG creeping up. Alvin on the cross-through tunnel. Spaz, as soon as that smoke will fade, has an opportunity to set up the crossfire, but it's Caillou instead. From the front, the last place to look for recoil. Down to the 1v2. Doable, but it would take 2 very special shots. And recoil has lost information, especially on where Spaz has gone off to. You kind of anticipate that Alvin's still playing from the front, but time is going to run out of this play. And Alvin will finish it off to make sure that M80 will get the opening pistol.
I mean, we're seeing again how that Harbor is going to function. It worked out perfectly in that regard. I'm more worried that I think that for Dragon Gaming that they were so hesitant to get through that Harbor wall, that Harbor orb, right? Even though it slows them down, you could have dumped a little bit of utility out to get past it. And I think just not timing that well, and then Alvin as well, running that cross contact through tunnels, like he's going to be a major, I think, deconstruction factor on any of these retakes that ADG are going to go for. So I'm going to be looking to see if ADG continue to play kind of scared, hesitant, trepidatious even versus this Harbor. But for now, it's going to be probably a bit more chaotic just because it is the eco and muddy. Oh, Force already back. Can't go for an aggro play for now, so they're going to go for the concealment arc.
Yeah, and this is just about, again, breaking down the site, clearing the space, move your way on board. But the only spot not cleared is that backside pillar position on the pyramid. So Hugh's going to be able to get 1. That's huge. Of course, potentially setting up an opportunity for the rest of the defense to still stand strong behind this high tide, which will fall. Hope to take place over towards the front, and M80 will just lock themselves on the site.
Harbor wall drops, Viper wall's up. It feels impossible to fight through this dissection.
Here comes the smoke push. Chaotic trying to create something, but it will still just be too much firepower over the top of the site. Decent response from Sacred, but with just a classic involved and still having to work through the wall. Not going to go all that well for them. Spaz will take down 3 in the round, working nicely towards an early reckoning.
I mean, pretty decent, I'll say, second round, save there for the side of ADG. A great opener there from Hugh, solo anchoring the site. It's, again, I think the lack of regrouping after that opening kill comes through, right? It's that one duel is into the site for M80 that gets shut down, but then it's replaced by the entire site following M80's way, and if they had just pushed the harbor wall to regroup with the Neon there, who was holding the close space, knew it could have been safe. It's when that Chaos is at a peak, they need to get on the same page and just fight it head on. But yeah, the solo players right now for ADG are in fact thriving. So once they get that figured out, I feel like we could get some legs to the situation. Buy on their side. Neon, Hugh scaling. Quick detection off the double init. And gotta just call card and cancel.
Big opening break off here for M80, trying to go quickly. Sacred right on top of the smoke. Falls, and ADG will come away with 3 eliminations out of Recoil's AR. That's not bad at all. And Alvin playing with Caillou are stuck through the choke point. Only 1 kill in response, so the bonus shut down swiftly, and ADG are on the board.
Yeah, there were those effective trades we need to start seeing out of ADG. Recoil, huge in that regard. I feel like an underrated player, I'll say it, in VCL, so excited to see how he played off of Sacred in that moment, especially since Sacred, the desk highlighted it, and I believe it too, is more of a solo anchor style player, so that tag team was really effective. And I do think that already shows progress, because on other maps, ADG, it's felt impossible to full anchor sites up against M80. It has been when they get behind them, they deconstruct from the outskirts, and if this is shutting down B early on and forcing them back towards A, M80 might have to come up with solutions earlier.
That's very true, but we'll find out a little bit more about what this identity is going to look like in this first half. Whoa, Chaotic just a small little shoulder, follows up with a secondary peek, and that connects a little bit through the wall onto Nismo for a first blood. That's huge, the KO being off the table early.
No trade either, right? They had Hugh in the back pocket. They escaped safely through elbows. That is a done, dusted, guaranteed advantage within the first 15 seconds of the round. And that's, again, a big switch up as well for this ADG squad. A big success point. But the pivot towards A, Sacred, going to be tested yet again.
But has help. In particular, Recoil off of the 3 from the last round. Yep, has the Hunters. Very able to be called in immediately, trying to slow and maybe break apart this setup. Sacred up to isolate for 1. And then the follow-up from Recoil connects. Perfect out of the duo of the defensive players on top of this A site. And the follow-up from Chaotic through mid. Cleans things up swiftly. Huge hold, though, from Sacred and Recoil.
Oh, yeah, they are looking like a dynamic duo. A, B, you name it, they are able to accomplish it. And it was, again, then the final way they closed out that round. ADG, they all dove through that high tide simultaneously as well. So starting to disrespect the harbor util, realize it's not as big of a deal as they're making it out to be. And that's exactly what we need to see, is these effective regroups, because any player from M80 can have that pop-off moment, that multi-kill, that clutches around, that should be that stabilizing element that ties you up like it just has for this early map. 2-2. Money is soured. There's some few ults that could cause some problems, but gotta get an opener to even think about investing them.
Yeah, for sure. And it's going to be M80 just trying to dash their way on forward. Sacred stepping up, finding the spike carrier is big. That's going to slow down this approach dramatically. And the follow-up peek not going to work out. Bonnie able to get 1. A little side peek here from Alvin. You find 2. Maybe there's a chance to get this to a 2v2. But now it's just down to Bonnie. Has the knives, going to go for it over the top of the smoke, not going to land. Now it's just down to the reset. Able to get himself a weapon with a full clip to play with. But it's going to trust the 1 knife remaining. Misses. Now back to the AR. Doesn't have an opportunity to connect under the headshot. Down to 60 health. And it's just going to duo up. Yeah, double down. You know you've got Bonnie low. Don't allow them to just take over, and Recoil will make sure of it. Great half so far for Recoil as ADG take the lead.
And that's the exact issue that we laid out with M80, is when everything fails, they're going to be leaning into players like Bonnie to clutch out those fantastic moments. And that time Blades come out, but he still falls short. And Sacred here, I mean, the give and take of the Senti, I think Emily's happy. They're seeing the Senti do Senti things that she asked for, right? Even if they get shut down, and even though there was a brilliant flash as well into the back site there, just wasn't enough. That final regroup as well, just clean, done, dusted to get as a Dragon Gaming the lead here on their map pick, but wasn't eco, so we'll see what M80 can do to stabilize now. Fast A-split.
Yeah, very fast. And this is just M80, I think, try to change the look to create some more confusion for the defenders on the site. But the problem is there's more help here this time. Money is involved. Not quite able to lock down the shots, though. Nismo will come away with 2. And that extra little tempo change through mid is going to work out nicely for M80 to get to post plant.
They realized they were losing that space, but couldn't fight into A main effectively off that paranoia one-way, so kind of got sandwiched to there, and I will say the chip damage, parting gift from Muddy could set up the 2v4.
Bad's gonna get pushed off a little bit by the snake bite. Trying to find the shots as Chaotic just dives right in and barrel stuffs up.
Ooh, pit down, Stark investment. They really trust that they could win this out.
Fragment's gonna follow behind that snake bite. That'll put a little bit more pause into the defusal, but now it's about trying to clear things out, and as Sacred will drop now, it's just down to Chaotic. Does pull the Hunter's Fury, but may not be necessary here as Chaotic is a little bit too far outside the picture. Alvin will see the retreat, but cannot hit the headshot. And now it's just down to the foot race of can you explode the spike explosion. And looks like yes, should be able to get away, so we'll go 3-3.
And did they see the operator that Chaotic had?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. So it'll maintain its novelty factor. I think that's a fair trade-out as well. Getting the Hunter's Fury out in a 2v4 is huge, even if he did invest the Viper's Pit. I'll say right now, I don't think Sacred needs it. His anchoring's been the least of ADG's worries right now, but it's again just... Usually ADG are the masters of the chaos. This time M80 definitely were to get us squared away 3-3. Still have some ults as well to lean into to try and tip the scales back into their favor coming into the next. And looking towards Spaz, I think, more than anything, when this Harbor ultimate's going to come in. But looks like M80 back to that slower start, waiting to respond instead to ADG. But again, they're keeping it reeled in, minus the shallow elbow take, because now they have the operator to trust him from Chaotic.
Yes. Yeah, the operator is the big monkey wrench here to what M80 is looking to try to do. But that told, moment of pause here for M80. They do have the Reckoning and the Null Command to play with. We're on the other side. Really no ultimates of formidability after the Hunter's Fury and the Viper's were pulled in prior rounds. So M80 had to be thinking that you can swing the eco around a little bit here as long as you just don't volley up this opener. Like if you can get an execute off the ground, you should be good for the round. You have to be thinking with those ults.
That's where ADG are playing super cautious, super back, and I like to see that. And second, I think M80 can get away with the slow start to the round because they have these ults. Last time they just ran into the side anchors, got obliterated. Here, you can expedite off that no command.
Well, it's only Muddy who's affected by it. Recoil will be follow-up suppressed by the knife as the Harbor wall, the Viper's wall, all being pushed up. Aldrone trying to give some information as Bonnie will just walk right with it. That works out very nicely. Bonnie will get a second, and M80 into a 5v3 post plant, and with Chaotic on and off, you may just have to save and get out of here, but there's going to be a chase down, and Bonnie's going to let Chaotic know all about that.
Are you cautious? This delay util through mid door completely splintered any sort of hope ADG would have had for a retake, and feels like the final calling card to go save play for that long game. Gonna have at least, I would say, 4 to 5 buy. Very cool. I'll have to ask for someone to foot the bill if you lean into the blade storms of Chaotic, but yeah, M80, we need to point out like all the util that we saw. We saw the shock dart, we saw the snake bite, then we saw the cove. Like that layering while Bonnie was taking that orange space off of the Harbor ultimate is what made the complete difference, right? ADG, we mentioned their win condition is going to be how they conquer these team fights, and M80 do a good job just piecing those apart. Then ADG are gonna have more concerns of how to navigate this defense.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is, you know, kind of, again, not to beat a dead horse here, but double wall setups with the ability to flash and also throw an Aldrone into the mix. If you've got all 5 players alive and ready to go, it should be easy to get on site for M80. The question marks are about what do ADG choose to do in response, like you're talking about? Like, do you want to try to play forward, take away some of that setup space early as the barriers drop, or do you play way off the site and try to wait for all that utility to expire and then play a 5v5 retake where you can use a little bit of speed thanks to things like the Jet and the Neon? But not having the same guaranteed flash confirmation from ADG, I think, is a massive problem towards being able to get those players scaled forward quickly, because all you have are dark covers, maybe a recon dart if it lands in the right spot, and a paranoia. Everything else is just about taking the space by force. And I think that's something that in a 5v5, I hate to bring up a very easy point, but I think just there's a skill disparity there. Like, I think M80 is just generally a better shooting team.
And that's where I want to answer that question you mentioned. Okay, do you guys fight forward or do you play the full retake? I'm leaning more towards play the full retake, but I see issues with both, right? M80 are waiting for them to fight forward. They're going to be ready for that. So unless ADG during that timeout figured out where they are actually sitting and waiting and you can take space elsewhere, that's going to be an issue. But also the retake itself, you mentioned waiting for that util to come out. M80 have been doing it purely off of contact when they know where these players are coming from. So again, ADG, they have to come up with a creative fix because I do not see one right now. And honestly, I'm going to say 1 or 2 more rounds for ADG, and I think they have a fair shot once the side swap anyways. So we'll see what they do for now. It is going to be more of a foe kind of aggression, right? They pop the blades, no noise made just yet, and then it's a silent steal. You mentioned no util investment here, deep through A main.
Yeah, and I like this from ADG, I think especially because you do have knives. So you've got the ability to quickly move through this space. Alvin going to be tested, pardon me. Quick little ADS will work out, but the trade is through. That should lead to the backside of this play, forcing M80 to commit onto B, and as they do, they find Sacred wide out and in the open. Recoil looking for the cross, not going to be allowed to with the high tied up. And as it drops, no view on the exit from the plant either. So 4v3 retake, here we go, and make it a 4v2.
I don't even get a chance to really construct the plan before one of those main reentry falls. I was worried about M80 playing this split in terms of arches, but the grouping here, the duo around Paler, effective, and if Spaz is just finding those kills outright, it's not really going to matter. Chaotic is supposed to be the star of the show with the blades, not really able to find too much, and now time's against him.
Yeah, and health is against him as well, so yes, you get the one.
Oh.
Shock Dart will finish the job, and M80 take their first serviceable lead now with full weapons at hand. 5-3 the count, and decision time going to be coming up here for ADG, who are, again, finding themselves kind of behind the 8-ball in terms of timings of these rounds.
Yeah, I liked the start here, though, actually, from ADG. I think they just needed to get out of it by shutting Alvin down without losing a player there. And then they needed to not hesitate in that mid space either, right? They needed to be faster. And again, in these late rounds when they're going for these re-engagements, we saw it last time there was that weird A-split from M80, right? They're just not getting on the same page and fighting effectively together. So we'll see if they can, again, fix that up here a little bit. You're seeing that double duelist grouping once again into mid, deep into elbow. But M80, they're waiting for Bonnie, though, with the off. I'm not sure.
Oh, this is such a dangerous peek. And yeah, the follow-up. Oh, Nismo was supposed to be there to make sure there was no chase down onto Bonnie, but instead, that's an even trade. And honestly speaking, that's a 1-for-1 that I think ADG will be happy about. The KO off the table versus the Neon. Yeah, you take that every day of the week, and Chaotic will follow up by finding Bonnie. So 4v3 here for ADG in a critical round.
See Spaz waiting, that repeat, waiting for that hubris that isn't to come. At least from elbow. Chaotic expecting them maybe to be holding that line of reasoning here. Going for the backstab. I don't think either's looking this way either all the time.
Oh, you were right. They weren't, and then they immediately, as Chaotic commits through, turn around. Little Spidey sense tingling.
My crazy thing, this round's still far from over, right? You still have Sacred. I would say one of the stronger anchors in the server. Solo on B. I think that's why you're seeing Silver rotate to keep at least top mid nest control. ADG just relying on individuals to foot the bill.
30 seconds left.
The conclusion of this round.
Yeah.
There's 25 seconds left. Where is M80 going?
Well, it's going to be a finish on the A site. It's just going to be one of those bursty plays that actually will give ADG a chance, especially with recoil on this angle. Especially with the recon bolt still available. Does get deleted, but is there enough here? Yes, there are enough players for M80 to push out. Recoil can't get the shock dart involved. Muddy jumping in, trying to stop the spike from being planted. And that may have been win condition for the round, but instead it's on to Sacred for the 1v3, trying to make it for the backside of the site.
Okay.
One enemy remaining.
Whoa, hold on a second. Sacred. Oh, an impressive double, but does not expect Spaz off the corner. And yeah, small little giggle there for M80 to shrug that one off to a 6-3 count.
Yeah, I mean, that was a razor-thin margin of error, no? Like, again, it was like 3 seconds as that plant was going down, and you saw just the full trust there in the bodyguards surrounding that cove to ensure that, and an on-site player, I think it was Money, that just could not shut it down. But ADG, I think they are starting to strike that balance of, okay, when to get aggressive, when to give up that space and play safe, play hunker down. It was... honestly, this fight and just that util being so thorough from immediate denial, I should say, that they weren't able to effectively shut down that cross, and that's where as well the late Harbor comes in. But speaking of late, we completely flipped the script. They're going early.
Yeah, but knowing the situation's half the battle here for Bonnie, has the outlaw out, shuts down Hugh, and honestly for ADG, there is no chance at forcing the play through mid with all the utility that's easy to clear for M80. So you're going to re-wrap back over to elbow. M80's going to have a wide open A site. They're going to try to commit through, and it'll be a 4v5 retake for Sacred in the game.
Okay. And they're just waiting, identifying, avoiding that early contact position. And I'll say after that mid-engagement, we're lucky that ADG has forked to live to tail. I do think the flank play could isolate at least the one and done on a Nismo, but that's where he's just going to need a piece play time now that Spike has gone down.
Well, Nismo can keep throwing shoulders here. I'll drone out, recoil. We'll see just the KO. And Nismo has plenty of support at the backside of the site. Nice shot from Bonnie. Second one not going to land, though. ADG have a chance on this as Nismo will drop it just out to Alvin. 1v2. Time trying to tick away to help him out, but the long peek from Muddy will work. Problem is, there is no problem. I was going to say, if I know what Muddy's done, I was going to say, who's going to get on the spike here? A little conversation about it, but Sacred will have the defuse, and ADG pull off a miracle retake.
And it is retakes like that where ADs are going to find the most success, right? We mentioned, okay, M80 are directly funneling this denial util into one avenue as soon as contact is made, while without util, Bonnie's holding the other. And here, okay, you have flank presence, you have spawn presence, like they split it across those three fronts, and we're able to just kind of surround and deal with M80. I mentioned it to me, 4 or 5 was enough for ADG at the side swaps. They've gotten the bare minimum. They're going to have decent economy to finish out the half here as well. It's just going to be a matter of if M80... Honestly, I want to see them get Norb and go pretty fast into this round if they can get that early main space. Instead, though, Outlaw for Bonnie. There's no light shields on except for Hugh on the other side.
Very true. Recoil back onto the Hunter's Fury's consideration as well, especially looking at the minimap and seeing ADG is going to just allow him to rotate back and forth through their spawn, so we'll be playing off-site. Caillou already seeing a lot of space through mid, and whoa, that's a bold prediction from Recoil. Tags one, and then catches Nismo as a second. So that will weaken up and soften up the executes for M80. But the problem is mid-map is wide open, and you've got Bonnie searching out some info. Aldro will be deleted in that position, so ADG will have to keep their eyes on that mid-tunnel.
It's hard to make a call right now for ADG. You saw both initiators up at Hunter's Fury B side, but your dead is deep up in the mid. I really hope Chaotic and Muddy are ready for this mid-door pivot. Lots of utility being thrown through. Muddy not affected by any of it, holding the angle. Okay, there we go. It's the same swap off at the exact wrong moment. But M80 is able to find 2, only dropping Bonnie in the process, which really you just want Bonnie to get onto site anyway. So M80 will have a very comfortable post plant and will also be holding onto the Viper's pit if they need it. I do like the mid player Kai you tucked away here when you're expecting them to play in that pit, play close, play comfortable, and this is where we begin util dump simulator shift. It's just gonna be Cove, Molly, layer it. Don't even let them get a chance at this retake.
And Nismo playing body blocker for the first. Weapon will drop. Recoil still finds one through mid. Nismo in some trouble here, gets double peeked, and now all of a sudden, some trouble starting to brew. Alvin's gonna fall. What is happening to this post plant? Spaz the last one left. 2 in the corner. Able to throw out the ult though. Spaz gonna get caught on the cross. Are we joking? I mean, that's 2 post plant setups that M80 can't even get an initial elimination on.
That is a huge round for Azure Dragon Gaming to have come away with. And again, it feels so simple, but it's off the disrespect of the Harbor util, right? Just that little 3-2-1 swing through the Cove that was being recycled time and time again for Spaz off of cooldown. And Spaz here, I mean, the ult investment is smart. The half's about to come to a conclusion, but Sacred, this pivot outside of it, just in the nick of time. And that tradability there as you're worried about the closer to the spike player Hugh. It's honestly what I think makes the difference between, here, let's see if it's a 6-6 half. If it is, that's the round you look at. That should have gone your way.
Agreed. That and the prior one where, again, it's full 5v5 post plan, and you don't find more than a single elimination on the initial retake attempt. Here we go quickly, though. Still command out. ADG trying to play the crossing angles. Not going to work. Defense will fall immediately. And for that, M80, I hesitate to say this, should be fine to exit this round 7-5 up.
Yeah, very, very different situation, I would agree. Viper still alive, for example. That decay gonna set in. Util stripped away.
Viper stood for the retake. Still could be available for Sacred. Trying to work their way over towards pyramids.
Oh, there's an orb
creating a bit of an issue. And Bonnie will make sure that there are no antics here. It can find 2. And that's a little bit more like it. Flawless round from M80. And yeah, Bonnie realizes, okay, thank you for the final round here in the half. But we probably should have won that half 9-3.
Oh, absolutely. I think some of these rounds just, again, Masters of Chaos, ADG are back here. And I think that's honestly how they got into playoffs in the first place. Bonnie, though, again, it's like that flip gets switched and you can go from, again, losing out in that initial engagement to, okay, I'm going to play off my Harbor, I'm going to play off with Spaz and get this really, really nice timing to deconstruct exactly how I would argue ADG won the previous retake. And yep, that's a reason to celebrate for sure.
So let's take the conversation into how these compositions are going to lead towards very, I would assume, very different identities on this half, the second half in particular. The question, I think, for M80 is going to be, how do you react, especially with the Harbor utility, to what you see out of the double duelist? This is where ADG can run and fly at you. We'll find out after the pistol and bonuses have come through. Chaotic for one. Bonnie able to get one in return. Nice timing here for Caillou. It's a little collat headshot for the double. Will end up after everything into a 2v2 until Baz connects on the Chaotic through mid.
And this just looks like M80 knew exactly what that ADG pistol was going to look like, countered it to perfection. And you mentioned when we get the rifles online, we'll see the identities. I think we're already starting to see it again, that Harbor more geared towards mid control than main control like an Omen does, where you can go for those deep one-ways, where you can go for those paranoias through the space to set up a duelist to take that space. Here, to get a joint effort to control mid, deny any splits, deny any lurks, and that's exactly what they were able to do. Just crunch those players, leave it down to the 1v2. If there's a player you want in this position, though, it's Sacred. Right place, right time, if Alvin and Spaz are spaced out far enough.
Well, that's going to be the big question. Can you go from one shot into a second? Both players are going to lie on this angle, and Sacred just holds the perfect punch. Oh, my. Huge pistol save 1v2 for Sacred, and now ADG are cooking early into the second half.
17-8 right now. MVP in the server and definitely in ADG's books. Gets them the 1-for-1 pistol now tied up here. And after Caillou put up such a brilliant performance on his own there and completing that mid-distractionary effect that M80 had. Whew. Mentioned it was going to be if they 3-2-1 swung at the same time, or if there was any sort of desync, it was going to go south like we just saw.
Revealing area.
Wow.
There they are.
Good reveal from Caillou, thinking about taking space, but the one player not revealed is Chaotic, and is looking just to go old school with the Marshall, no scope needed.
Taking
that
deep
will
mid.
be the first and likely the last needed to, lock down the A site.
They're trying to keep Sacred alive too. It's like your wingman's on the way, but a little late to the party. Nismo now worried about where Chaotic was coming from since he came out of mid door. There we go.
Tippity tap. No worries. Okay, 7-7. And a pretty true bonus here for ADG. This is not a round to shrug off if you're M80.
Absolutely. And when you lose, what is it, one Marshall, I feel like Sacred could just fly up here or get handed a different one if he is going to maintain this lurk player positioning. Bulldog for Hugh as well. Hugh's been having a slow map, so I want to see a lot from him, I think, on this bonus round as well. The Vandal upgrades. Ooh, I toyed the idea of saying that Sacred would go for that, but I was like, oh, that's a little dicey when it's 7-7. You throw your economy away now, and M80 can get up to double digits while you're trying to bounce back from the deficit. But ADG, they don't need to bounce back if they are going all the way through.
This is a nice high tide, trying to separate some space and allow Alvin's sanctuary in the back of the site, which, oddly enough, Hugh doesn't even bother to check. What that was not well designed in terms of scaling deeper past the plant. And the bonus, which was, again, invested into, is swatted away with immense ease. Like, that was too simple.
And it's a night and day difference in how they approach those site takes, right? ADG was very passive, right? They're like, okay, we got a site, we got a spike down, we have our player back site, without clearing out effectively Alvin or clearing out Spaz, who got a timing off of his own high tide that you mentioned shift. And on the flip side, M80, like, they're not planting until a player is deep into wall, into arches, and that's something that'll carry over to Fracture as well. And if ADG don't pick up on that M80 are this thorough, it's gonna be really, really difficult, even if the score right now is close, 7-8.
I don't anticipate that ADG is going to leave that stone unturned in 99% of their executes. Like, you've used every bit of utility to get onto site. The only place that you haven't checked yet is in the very back, and to not even look that direction is odd. But that's also the power of the high tide, of forcing out utility that you're hoping that can clear that space. And sometimes you get deep into a 50-50 check, and you guessed incorrectly. So 8-7. Still enough purchase for ADG after the success in the first 2 rounds. So maybe not a full gun round, but pretty close in terms of what you would expect.
Ooh, I like this. I was gonna say, if Caillou played safe, sends a dart to set up Alvin for the wall bang, but now it's just Alvin left high and dry to full anchor to stop. Sight.
Whoa, and Alvin does very nicely to catch 2, steps away from the shock dart. Recoil close. Help is not anywhere nearby, though, is the problem. As the double walk through the flank is going to be read by Sacred, even though he will fall. So 2v2, but no plant like you were talking about. They were waiting to figure out where the rest of the defense is going to lead to an around the world play and see if they can sneak all the way over. But it's being watched and the spike is down.
Chaotic solo HP 30 to his name. High Tide's dangerous just for even recollecting it here. Bonnie hoping
30 seconds left.
that lucky alignment. At least they should be able to because of how a safe M80 is playing. Get over to A, get the spike down, but it started out so strong from ADG, and it's again that decision making that's slightly delayed that punishes them. Right? I liked that they were being more thorough. They were waiting for those reclears from M80 before getting the spike down. That's what made it a 3v2, but that tipping point was Sacred falling. And the secondary one was recoil, not being able to make that safe passage cross into arches. And Chaotic wins this. I'm throwing everything I just set out the window. Let's see it.
Yeah. But it's a 1v2 in the face of 2 full health pools and 2 full armors.
It'd be a massive timing.
It sure would be. Surge doesn't land, so Chaotic still healthy for now. But yeah, Bonnie just dives on forward. The last place needed to be checked is cleared out quickly. Easy peasy, no problems for M80. After the initial surge looked solid for ADG, but 9-7 the count.
And this is where the 3 rifles, I think, in my opinion, in the 3rd round are going to start to haunt your dreams a little bit. This is going to be a pretty full stop save, aside from those blades that we're going to see from Chaotic. So this is one of those rounds where you're going to see, okay, ADG, they're not really a heavy ult investment team on the eco, but this feels like a really good time to use them in that regard. Like take that gamble, right? Don't wait until you get an opener, just go fast, right? Send a Hunter Seer out, set Chaotic up in the entry, use Sacred to secure the space, and see what you can do with those gun upgrades you would find along the way. If you're not, I feel like 7-10, you lose another, you're kind of handing over 12. I feel like it's a worthy risk.
Why not? Got all the right tools to pull it off. Early High Tide being sent through. Offense still trying to push through this. Bonnie in some trouble. Trying to play contact, but doesn't switch over to the pistol fast enough. Hunter Siri being phoned in with this push from Chaotic. And that's enough space gain to get ADG on site. But your spike carrier was the Sova. So the plant is not here yet. It's top opportunity for the defense to work their way back on. And as they do, you get one out of Nismo. And a Molly will connect for full damage onto another.
Spike planted.
So 2v3 post plant, but a lot of weapons still on the ground.
Takes a minute, but they get there. Sacred, do you invest the pit is the final layer, the final question. Holding on to it for the time being. Players splinter for ADG.
What a flash. Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. And that's what I was talking about earlier. Just an example of it right there. The fact that you have a guaranteed flash, essentially, by tossing it over the pyramids. You can get those free peeks. And I am surprised that in a 3v2, I know you didn't get the weapons on the ground that you wanted, but if you throw that Viper's Pit up, you stop that defensive retake utility late. You don't get flashed by that. You have to force these guys to clear you out. And I don't know, I think Sacred, maybe in retrospect, thinking that was probably an opportunity to drop the pit in retrospect.
And it's difficult because ADG, they did exactly what we laid out that could win in that round. They got into the space effectively. There was the fact that Sova was delayed main from the Hunter Series because they were the spike carrier, and that Sacred was playing mid instead of they're on the site, right? They didn't come into that round thinking they were going to invest the pit, that they were going to get that space on site so easily. And that's where that pre-planning kind of is their undoing, but I'm playing a decisive one this round. 5 through A main. Bonnie realizing it, plays against it.
Such a good reposition. You also get the reckoning to try to slow down this hit through the choke point, giving Bonnie some more space. Spaz trying to play their own life and is able to turn over to find Money, who I think initially wasn't even calmed out on this initial push. ADG will get the trades that they need. Caillou, fragment, shock dart combo. Does it hit in a recoil? Yes, it does. Follow up into the corner. May have been a little bit short, but the spike is on the ground. Knife will reveal that Hugh is still in the mix, but the spam shots will not land, and we'll go to the 3v2 from here.
Oh, not connecting on to Sacred. Hugh and Sacred deciding to fight out of the pit instead. The surprise element, they know they're down numbers.
We have to connect onto something.
It's gonna drop.
Yeah,
oh.
Well, Sacred can still toggle it. Yeah,
it
will, but as they do, Alvin will find the connection. But Hugh, hold on. 1v1 with Nismo. Last flash is gone. Hugh, ring around the rosy. Able to find the timing, and Hugh for the 1v3 to keep ADG alive.
That's the round you look at if Azure Dragon Gaming make the comeback, all right? Not because it's 8-10, not because it's like, okay, you're starting to close the distance and that was a make or break buy round where you would have been broke going towards a 12, but it's because a player like Hugh, who was in, you know, pie territory, is able to get a 4K clutch in that fashion, right? And you have to hope that everyone's energy levels have now skyrocketed, right? That's the momentum shift in the server that you need to see. Why is he so calm? After
Job's
that.
not done.
Job's not done, I guess, and there's 4 Earls on the other side, so I guess there's good reason and good cause for concern, and you shut down the 3-round streak from M80, I'd call that a win, and
yeah.
ADG, the tempo up is what won them that round. They look like they're trying to replicate it to a certain degree in this mid-space take, but M80, whew, I talked about the momentum shift that a play like that, a clutch like that can have. It seems like Kaplan wants to stop that.
Need to. I mean, you also just have a full bank of ultimates that you need to kind of discuss at the same time in terms of what do we use, how do we want to use it, what conditions do you possibly save versus have to spend. Knives being obviously a guarantee in this round, but I think the conditions surrounding if ADG hit us like this, do we use an ult command to slow? Do we use a Hunter's Fury to slow? Do we come out the gates and drop a Viper's Pit early? A lot of things to kind of talk through just to make sure we've got this play locked in and loaded.
You need your ducks in a row, especially when Hugh now has that overdrive. If he's starting to feel confidence, if he's starting to get his head in the game, warm up, then that'll be a completely different beast of an opponent when you're only ahead by 2. But I'm trying to look at the funding here as well. I feel like I made it in a good spot where you lose this, right? Bonnie's gonna be able to have a buy, Alvin and Caio as well. So I do think they have a way to, I think, prolong this, even if ADG just start to catch back up, which makes it there's room for error to say the least. But
yeah.
8 to 10. All right. What are you doing with these ultimates then? Like you're Kaplan, you got 4 out of 5 of these, and you're trying to read into ADG. That's been sometimes aggressive, sometimes quiet. Like what are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they just have not found the success that you would have anticipated, I think, looking at ADG on double duelists. I mean, until that last round where Hugh gets 4, like you said, he's on 3 and just has not been a factor in any regard, like flat out. Like the utility's not really a big deterrent towards you outside of the fast lane that can give you maybe a small avenue of entryway to get past some of the defensive walls that you're starting to see out of M80 in the first place. But Hugh has not been a problem yet. Until that last round, which, yeah, you sit and you say, okay, no problem. Bonnie will try to take the knives down mid. I like the idea of this.
This reminds me of the pistol.
Yeah, does ADG try to clear this? And no, up and over the wall, Bonnie's able to find first blood.
Yeah, the big thing ADG wanted to switch up on that mid take was get a crunch effect out of elbow, but now kind of forced to give up that space, fall back because the blades are in, the 0 point was in. And this is where, again, ADG have a late round decision to make, and it needs to be the right one, and they need to stay grouped on the same game plan page. Sacred is trying to steer the ship towards those waters, but hasn't got quite enough information on the A space that we know is currently deserted. Oh no. Recoil.
This is not what you want. Yeah, oh gosh, recoil. The worst possible timing to pull out the Aldrin. I see you're trying to say, hey, look at us, we're trying to threaten the pit, but ADG will get caught, and they are all the way back to spawn. Yes, you do get Sacred into A, but how are you going to join him is the problem. The answer is you're not going to. So M80 is going to get to 11 here. Just comes down to how much damage Sacred could do, and the answer is it's not going to do any. That is, yeah, what are we doing?
That's rough. And again, it's like, it reminds me of the round as well, where we're trying to have recoil, get the spike over crossed arches to rotate to A. Again, these late rounds are just punishing ADG so much, and I thought the idea there for a second was like, okay, I'm gonna drop the spike, I'm gonna keep fighting, as in chaotic, and then I thought they were just gonna use it from the shadows to get the spike back. They were gonna leave it purposely open there and just give it up if chaotic were to fall, but then Buddy doubles back and it's like a double punish, and then Sacred, yeah, an impossible situation to say the least. 8 to 11, money sour, ADG. True danger, it feels like, to handing over this match point to M80 on their pick.
Are we really going hero rifle right now for chaotic?
I like it. Couple it with the overdrive. It could have been a double duelist to get yourself stabilized, but I mean, KO's a hard counter, and chaotic has to deliver.
Yeah. It's an interesting call. See if it pays out for him. Caillou able to find some good info. Keep in mind, Null Command is still available, plus you also have the Hunter's Fury in case this post-plant feels like it's a little bit more difficult to break down than you'd like.
Ooh.
Paranoia is sent over to tunnel early, very early.
A very forward side hold. Different look from ADG, who are usually quite complicit. Don't want them to fly too close to the sun like they just have. They got burned.
Now Chaotic has to pay out. Catches the first. There's the dash up and over. Chaotic does their job, but Spaz will finish from behind. Nismo brought back to life to watch the defusal, and M80 will be on map point. Keep in mind, this is ADG's selection, and I don't know. That's an interesting call to go into a hero rifle. At least you get a couple eliminations, but you're not going to be in this full purchase as much as you'd like going into this round 21.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to figure out what went wrong. Like, the Neon being solo A side feels peculiar, especially when they're going too early up mid. Like, if it was supposed to be the Neon selling a fake to get them on to B, and it's just, I feel like the pacing was mismatched to the strategy they were going to. And I feel like Chaotic delivered, I'll say, with the hero rifle, just not to a high enough degree. And it's also unfortunate that M80 played that so perfectly in terms of sending Nismo in first, right? He'll get that info, he'll fall down, you can pick him back up, and you're good to go. You can nullify the effects, essentially, of that hero rifle. And once again, on these ecos, you just can't pick up the rifles you're winning, it felt like, on the ADG side. So, difficult across the board. Most CFO vibe mentioned again, lacking there possibly for Chaotic, who instead relinquished it to Muddy, that Guardian, and they're going back to simple.
Yeah, you've got lighter armors as well, 3 regenerative ones for ADG. They're going to the mad dash to see if they can just get this post plant set up early. Bonnie's staying away from a lot of this offensive utility, able to find one before falling. Hunter's Fury is already out, but Nismo dropping means that Caillou will have to assist onto the secondary defense of this site. Aldrone keeps things clear, and Spaz is just trying to avoid being caught right now as you're still waiting for Alvin to clear middle and join the battle.
I really like those deep orange smokes. It kept M80 at bay here towards bridge, and instead of lining Alvin, position.
Oh, good info, but two, a little bit more primed and ready for the flank. Spam shots do make their way through smoke onto Hugh for the response. 2v3 situation. Numbers is still in favor of the offense, and Recoil will make sure of that as it's just down to Spaz 1v3. Able to find the first two. Just down to him versus Recoil for the map. Quickly, Spaz moving. Recoil reads in, and we're going to go a little bit deeper into Breeze.
3 rounds needed to get us to overtime here for Zerdragon Gaming. Yeah, and I do think just the start side exits are like the strongest for ADG. It's just then it gets a little dicey in those post plants. I liked again the forward line here that Hugh was playing. It's just unfortunate that M80 then slowed it down, played for some of these spam angles, and then the 1v3 was a bit disconnected as well on that ADG side, which made it such a 1v1 close affair. But coming into the next, now their money issues started to get remedied a little bit. It's difficult that you walked away with only 1 weapon in that situation, but okay. Expect maybe them to go A again. They're just gonna go charging back towards B again. 5 strong.
Fury out, but Nismo's here on the tunnel defense. Plus, you get the knife, so Alvin stays a little bit safer on the backside of the site. Teleport up and over for Muddy, but flashed. Cannot find the shots before being traded. Nismo coming up galactic here around the B site, and it's just down to Recoil trying to save the map for what have to be a 1v3.
Again, left, pick up the pieces. Spike recovered. Ultimate's in the wrong location.
Problem is, the longer they clear out the space, the more they're going to figure that someone could be behind them, but the first 2 are there for Recoil. Now it's down to what would technically be the easiest opponent to take out because of the health pool. You just need a bullet to land.
Thrown online.
Recoil still the one who has to make the play here, Zoe. And yeah, like you say, recon tools available. Bonnie's going to get off site and just defend where they can from the front of the spite.
Revealing area.
No, now.
30 seconds left.
Contact. The shot lands for both players, but Recoil survives for 4 in the 1v3, and we're gonna get to round 23.
Did he get shot in the toes, or did it like clip the wall below him? I don't know. But you're counting your lucky stars there. Heck of a flick from Bonnie, but doesn't get the job done. Recoil back-to-back clutches, and again, that, and then Hugh heroics previously. It does feel like the adrenaline is what's fueling them, and they're no stranger to that, right? They hinged on elimination, Swiss round after round, and earned their spot in playoffs, and that's exactly what they're leaning into here. Obviously double elimination, but they want to stay in the uppers, and finally we get some energy in the server after a play like that. And M80, second timeout taken before ADG even takes their second here as well. Gives them a chance to talk things over too.
Yeah, I feel like you're at a point of this map right now. If you're M80, it's just like hey, let's not lose sight of the fact we just have to win one more round here. And it's not gotten sloppy, like you say, like it's just been Recoil just doing their thing. But I say for M80, this time out here, if the last one is about talking about through your ultimates, now this is about, hey, let's just clean up the gameplay here and what our defensive structure is supposed to look like, especially after the first blood engagement has come and gone, because it feels like we're walking away, stopping the play from ADG successfully, but then we're just missing one player or one spot on the map that's turning into these linchpin moments for ADG.
Again, I'll say the last 2 rounds that ADG have won have been very, very simplified. Again, 5A, 5B. And Sacred's been that factor that maybe goes for a mid-lurk, but is really more playing, I think, on a tire leash by the side of his teammates. And I was going to try and navigate what the switch-up would be, because they've played kind of a squared-away 5v5 retake. That hasn't worked out. Here they toyed with the idea of maybe a jet mid-insert, but with that 0-point connecting, they instead just bolster 3 strong to ideally receive this exec with open arms.
I tied out trying to block the entryway, but I'll be honest, ADG have gotten some good value out of their Viper wall as well, just kind of still creating an avenue to get in. And then as soon as it drops, Chaotic's able to pop off for 1, can't quite find the second, but he was there for the trade. 4v3 situation for ADG. Spike not planted yet. First contact good, but ADG's looking for more. Hugh on the corner. Muddy trying to work their way just to the outside of this dark cover. And the Aldrin will be deleted. Muddy may have an opportunity. Pops through. Has 2 in front of them. The stun, the flash, it works out decently, but was looking for more. And now Nismo still holds ADG from getting full space behind the site.
1 enemy remaining.
And with just Alvin left in a 1v3, nowhere to go. ADG still hanging.
1 more round for overtime. Again, just the simplicity is working. They're getting the space, they're getting the spike down, and honestly, the most creative part is how they're fighting for this backside space. That relay bolt from Hugh was gorgeous to set up Chaotic as soon as that wall dropped, and that timing is everything. That communication then from Sacred that is coming down, and Buddy, I liked the goal there as well to challenge your own orange smoke when you haven't previously, and it's just unfortunate the Bulldog spray is unforgiving to say the least. The transfer not quite there amidst the flash around the corner, but now, I mean, look at the light shields, the lack of full weaponry. Bonnie can have a Blades moment, but that's really feels like all could save them from the OT outcome at this point.
Yeah, I mean, just to be said, the credits that are available, M80 are kind of in dire straits after the bleed out has just continually have them leaking credits over the last couple of rounds. So you've done the hard part if you're ADG, so to speak. Can you get through this final round and extend the map into extras? Spike still down in the offensive spawn. Aldron being pushed with by Hugh, but not a lot of recovery of any intelligence there whatsoever. So ADG will have to kind of back up and reset.
And they feel the hesitation. Scared to make a slip, scared to make a mistake here. Going back to the tried and true, what's worked for them, which is this exec. I'll say it though, Nismo on these anchors has found some mad multi-kills, so I feel like he's the most dangerous in that regard on this M80 side. Deeper cove, keep them at bay. Respect shown, but here comes the accelerate.
And if you can connect through the smoke and get an ult command, that could be huge, but Nismo not able to find the eliminations. ADG work their way onto site. On flank watches Sacred. Bonnie through mid, trying to find a way forward, able to catch Hugh. That'll be a good first, but do you read this route from Sacred? Hunter's Fury, distracting the defense through the middle of the map. A lot of focus on the front. Sacred's able to connect onto 1, but now you might get a meeting of the Vipers as Alvin's the one who's going to be responsible for watching this. A late high tide will separate the space. M80 able to get their way back on, and Alvin wins that battle through mid. Now it's just down to finding Recoil and Muddy. Playing from the front. Cove is in. But is there enough damage to delete this through? M80 starting to work their way back. You're going to hold it. You've got to go quickly. If you're Recoil, he's been good for a number of clutches. Can you get one more? No, not the case. And M80 will finish off map 1, 13-11.
Wow, another fake comeback. We've had way too many in VCL shift, and M80, I think it was just because some of those exits were so simple. Yes, you could get spiked out, but it gave too many opportunities for M80, who again play very structurally, to solve it, to say, okay, what's going on wrong, what is being repeated in how they play out these post plans on the Azure Dragon Gaming side, specifically Q, and how they would fight alongside Muddy towards that orange side space left pyramid. And that's where Bonnie with the Blades, because they had that deep mid deposit, were there immediately on the pivot after that communication came through from Nismo on the A sites. And the Cove was that extra layer of delay that then gets Bonnie in that position mid door to challenge. So so close, but no dice. And I think that's how I kind of expected the series to go, despite pretting M80. I was like, I think ADG have learned from their mistakes. I mean, they're picking literally in the same map pool as the previous time they met this team in Swiss. Something has to have changed.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Also, look at this little guy over here. What is this guy doing? He's hanging out. It's virtual background, friends. If I could actually get one of these, Riot, that'd be sick. But he's virtual. Don't worry about it. Great first map. We're having a lot of fun. We're kicking off the first day of playoffs the right way with a fake comeback. That's VCL, baby, like Sophie said. We'll be back after the break. More Valorant after that.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
First off shift, Riot said that you can't have one of these unless you're a true gamer. So I'm sorry, bud. I'm sorry. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Bad news for you right now. Almost some good news for the ADG fans out there heading into the very first map of the series. We had called out that it was going to be a difficult one, and even more so after seeing a switch on the side of M80. But Emily, we had talked about what ADG could do right, and they certainly made it close, just not quite enough in the end to take the first map. It's going to go 13-11 to M80.
Yeah, I gotta say though, I was really impressed with how quick they were to make these adaptations, especially in that first half. They knew that they're gonna have to play a little bit faster, do a little bit more disrupting, and they did exactly that when they were defending. We saw them have these really fast retakes, and it looked good, but that first half was literally just adapting between M80 and ADG. We saw M80 start to pivot, start playing a little bit slower, and then we also saw ADG start grouping up, trying to make that first move, going aggressive towards that A main, going aggressive towards that B main, and M80 was just ready for it. They ended up pivoting and shutting it down after a timeout. They just had the reads, and honestly, I got a little worried there because ADG started to play a little impatient. They had the man advantages, but it felt like they just felt so uncomfortable when the rest of the map was silent that they started over-aggressing and kind of losing those advantages that they had that should have won them those rounds.
Yeah, and it really did feel like ADG was the one that was very dominant in regards to what the pace of play was looking like, especially as we had switched sides. I did feel like the Harbor was working out on the attack. You know, they were trying to navigate how exactly that was going to look. But then as we started to move on to M80 being on the defense, it felt almost useless at times, and it felt like they were just throwing down util whenever, right? So, I mean, yes, the 13-11 was there. Yes, they managed to get that victory, but it gave ADG so many opportunities to, first of all, have clutch potential rounds that should not have happened. You know, 1v3s happened way too many times, and M80 were stuck in positions that were really unfavorable, and I think ADG caught on, right? Like, the smokes were useless at times, and they just rushed it down. They didn't care that Harbor's utils had been set down, and honestly, it was really, really bad. It was starting to look really bad for M80 to the point where ADG just started abusing that and knew mechanically they were playing a better game. So, you know, luckily enough, they did happen to catch on. They started playing a little bit more aggressively towards the A side, which we did see ADG starting to get a little bit more comfortable on. But all in all, right, like this being a learning lesson, this is not the best map for M80, just to repeat that. So it is still under the work, so to put that Harbor in could also just be one of those test runs, but I do feel like there's a lot more potential in it.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, we saw the pros of it, we saw the cons of it. They didn't get it to its full extent, I would say, yet, but there is plenty of time for that here in playoffs. I just want to reiterate, though, that ADG, I'm very impressed with what I saw out of this map, just on how they played together. It felt like, yes, there were a couple of those rounds where we had some players kind of clutch up. You know, there was some 1v3s in there like you were talking about, but overall, they were fighting so well together on their execs, on their defensive rounds. When they kind of made that slight adaptation, it just looked really clean and like the side of ADG that I haven't seen yet that I was hoping to see here.
I mean, also just the elephant in the room, 3 clutches on the side of ADG, 2 of them for Jersey, back-to-back by recoil, and even that potential to put it into that overtime at the end. I mean, ADG just had that clutch factor and just that step up across the board. And there was a couple of key individuals that we had highlighted going into it. Sacred, I mean, was huge impact on this map, going up against this comp, Emily, that we had previously talked about going into it, where we were curious if ADG could even have an answer into.
Yeah, I think Sacred did an excellent job, especially kind of being the person to kind of back up the rest of his team's pushes on that attacking half. And even on defense, stalling out against a double wall comp can be very, very hard. But I think he did the most out of it, especially when he was towards that B side, kind of delaying so that the rest of the team, the duelists specifically, Chaotic and Hugh, to kind of flood in. That's another thing I was super impressed about, is that they realized that, hey, we need to disrupt. They started taking mid control. They loved that mid control on both sides. And it worked in their favor a lot of those rounds until M80 made that adaptation.
Yeah, I really did feel like they were abusing the fact that they could counter their Viper wall with the walls that they were being thrown at. So, yeah, I love the confidence. Also, I mean, just in regards to the fact that they had a total of 4 clutch rounds going on to, I believe, the defensive round, which is absolutely insane. 4Ks across the board for some of these players on ADG. So, all in all, like, they are really having the game of their lives individually, and I think moving forward, all that's really missing is just a bit more synergy in regards to like having those follow-ups.
I mean, for this to be the first map in the series and for it to go that close definitely makes me really excited to see how this is going to be pushing on forward, especially too. I was curious if, since it had been a little bit since we had seen M80, if it was going to be a slow start for the team, but that's really just not what we got to see at all. We got to see these gamers just straight out of the gate. And really, when I look at the person who is leading that charge with our Philips head-to-head, we have to talk about the duelist, specifically here at Bonnie for that, because Bonnie had a huge impact last time around, Emily, on that Breeze. And that was the question, at least for me going into it, is will we see that again? And the question was a resounding yes.
No, we did. He played excellent on both halves. I think he did a great job at when he was playing on that defensive half, trying to disrupt a little bit of their execs, going for first picks, falling back. We saw the same thing on attack, him just making an entry, creating space for his team, finding a lot of success there. But on the other side, you also had Chaotic doing those exact same things. Maybe not dropping as many kills as Bonnie, but he was still doing his job. And I think the big difference is that how their teams chose to follow it up. And I don't think it was one-sided at all. When I look at this, both players were getting those first bloods, getting those first picks, creating space. I remember even Chaotic doing that on an eco round where they hero bought a rifle for him. It's just how the teams chose to follow it up varied every single round. Sometimes you'd find success off of Chaotic getting those first picks and them being able to kind of play around that and play that advantage. But other times it felt like the team didn't really know how to deal with that success that they were finding. They started struggling with those man advantages. And we also saw that on the side of M80. We saw them struggling, especially when ADG were a little bit more together, fighting together and being more aggressive when M80 just weren't ready for it. They weren't expecting that. And that's like the big difference here is both these duelists, they played great. They did their jobs. It's just, it came down to how everything played out after they did their job.
Yeah, Bonnie honestly was just someone that you could not beat, right? I think it was 4 3Ks, 4 2Ks, as well as like the 10 first kill streak, right? So that in itself is absolutely insane. An ACS of 339 to start off after not playing for quite a while in in a high pressure environment like this. It's different when you're playing in scrims and you're trying to test things out and whatnot. But it really did feel like they knew what the pressure was going to be like coming into this tournament. They obviously have adapted a bit of their Breeze, and even though it wasn't working out the way that they had expected, I do think they held themselves together pretty well.
It was definitely maybe a little closer than they would have liked on that first map, but they get the win in the end, and that's going to be what matters when we get to the scoreboard, especially now heading into our next map of the series and looking at yet another rematch between these two teams on Fracture. As well, ADG was the team that picked up Breeze, so for M80, we're going into their map pick. Again, Emily, something that was a known quantity between these two teams, somewhere where M80 had won before. So my question is again now, where are we going to see switch ups today? And is it again going to be on M80's side?
That's a tough call to make because I think the last time we saw them play it, they played it pretty flawlessly, especially on that attacking half. They really allowed ADG to kind of try and make certain moves, try and make certain aggression happen and just punish off of that. One thing that I'm hoping to see is that I honestly think that we will see out of ADG just based off of that first map is a lot less just solo kind of pushing up one of these lanes, trying to find something out on both sides. I think we'll be seeing a much more woven together, if you will, ADG when it comes to what lane they're pushing, because Fracture is a map where you have to be fluid. You have to be able to take space on one side and give up the other and be able to work together as a team across the whole map. And that's just something that ADG was lacking last time, and M80 was just completely taking advantage of, especially now that they're running this double duelist breach comp or continuing to run this comp. I want to see them use or take that aggression with their two duelists off the breach utility. I don't want to see them just double walking lane or double walking arcade or whatever lane it might be and just kind of feeding into M80 because they are expecting that. They are ready. They are holding for it. And by them not even using a lot of that breach utility to try and take those fights, it's just kind of shooting them in the foot.
Yeah, there's also, now we're actually, there are no changes here for M80 either. So it really is just kind of the same thing, right? We've seen their Fracture, we've seen them play on these specific agents, kind of seeming like the mirror composition, other than the fact that the Raze here for Chaotic, which did work out, right? It was a very op heavy map for Chaotic here, and I think that in itself is going to create a lot of pressure, and they've been applying that pressure over towards M80. They've been threatening them with their own style of gameplay here. So all in all, I really don't think with the 13-7, obviously we didn't get that in the last map, so I think it's going to be quite different here. And with ADG and the fact that they're feeling so confident today, it's going to be quite hard for M80 to really secure this. Honestly, after the performance that we've seen and the amount of clutch rounds and just like, I mean, lack of synergy today from M80's side, especially since it's been so long since they've had to be in this sort of environment, I do think ADG have a bit of a step up over them here.
I mean, the first map in the series where it was oh so close was also with a little bit of a switch up, but now heading into Fracture where M80 was able to dominate before, we're seeing no switches from the teams. It's all going to be the gameplay itself. So let's not waste any time. It's time to see if M80 can take down the second map and move along within this upper bracket of the playoffs, or if ADG can start their comeback now. Let's get to it. Back over to Zobi and Chip.
Still not over the fact that I don't have a Tactibear. I want one. Let's get into this, though. This should be fun. Again, as ADG's been running this, like the Des was talking about for a while, but I mean, where is your headspace at, Zobi, about ADG coming out at a map that they did not select and finding a way to best M80, who have, honestly speaking, been really solid in Fracture?
I think after their loss on Fracture versus M80, they thought over the roles in their team, and that's when Muddy switched more to the controller and Hugh onto this Neon. So it's a little different, even though it's the same comp at the surface. I think that kind of solved a lot of the issues they were having. Hugh, the solo smokes last time around on that Brimstone, was taking super aggressive fights around Jenny, around Canteen, when being that B-side player on top of Sacred, would get punished for it, and then you didn't have a retake for ADG without smokes on Fracture, right? It became nearly impossible when M80 is so concrete, it's so thorough, has really developed post-plant positions when you have, again, double molly, aftershock, the works, right, to play out these rounds. So I'm gonna be looking towards that. And a second, M80 would slow things down and then catch ADG off guard without the full util investment Emily was expanding upon. So we've got to see that, and we're seeing it already.
Yeah, a little opening skirmish right at the get-go. The barriers dropping, angle being locked down though by M80. Lots of damage for ADG. I'm sure they're feeling a little frustrated. They're not able to capitalize on any elimination. So 4v3 will go. Alvin throwing a little bit of extra focus, but Recoil continues to keep the individual hot hand. Little 1v2 moment right there. Hugh still involved, trying to play off of the Bolton. That will work out for another, leaving Alvin by themselves.
Oh, that is beautiful to close out there. The tag team between Sacred and Hugh, and that's exactly what we just discussed, right? Hugh was going to seek out those fights to close these rounds and is now facilitated by it, by being on the Neon. And I think that was a great conclusion of the round, given that this trap and the scaling from Bonnie and Caillou was near perfect. M80, you know, turn up the dial to 100 to kickstart this map, try and get momentum firmly under their grasp after the slow closeout to the previous in their favor, narrowly avoiding overtime, and that falls flat too. So weapons in hand for Zora Dragon Gaming. A Vandal in Recoil's hand. You mentioned the individual aim is there right now. Keep it up.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Don't miss, don't lose type energy for Recoil right now. So a formidable anti-eco, to be sure, not just because of the individual presence, like you mentioned with Recoil on the Vandal, but Ares, Guardian, Judge, Marshall, a little bit of everything, a buffet of weaponry here for ADG's defense. M80 sticking to classics, are just going to play the old-fashioned green light, hit as 5. And they're going to try to run that towards the backside at A. Sacred missing the opening shots and pushed off the angle. Some serviceable space right here for M80, especially behind smokes. Defense rotating over, though. ADG have Hugh trying to play forward. Concussed for a moment, looking for the timing. What in the world was that little pirouette into sight? ADG able to follow up for another elimination, but the spike is planted 3v4.
And this is a nightmare on the side, right? You cannot see anything, and I like the stabilization effort from ADG to take main space. They regroup with the flank player. It's looking stronger if Muddy can keep them contained in main and on site.
Oh, we gotta hit those. We got look away.
Do we have to hit those?
Apparently we don't have to hit those. Sacred will just bail you out. Caillou cannot get back to safety, so a little windy coming back onto the A site, but ADG no problems, all things told, to get the anti-eco and keep what will be still a very strong bonus alive.
Yeah, no, again, it's a shaky start and then a really strong same page stabilization, which is a night and day difference to, it feels like, the issues we had on Breeze, where in the late round they weren't on the same page here. And the early round, it felt like dysynchrony, right? Like Sacred's like, I'm not gonna like hard anchor the site, live by the site, die by the Sentinel style. He was spraying, playing safe to play retake, and he was like, nope, I'm going in. And then it was the only one to fall, but it was that regroup to fight in the main and just understand what M80's win cons are gonna be in the late round that gets it through and keeps it as clean as you mentioned. And not just that, Recoil third round, Hero Rifle, and a Rolling Thunder is going to be M80's worst nightmare for a bonus.
Yeah, 5-1 start through 2. Pretty good. And like you say, now you've got the chance to really turn away some of these attacks just by way of throwing in the Rolling Thunder. Or you don't like the look of it, you back off, you play but an easier retake with it.
Yeah, I really don't think I want to see them use it as an instigation tactic. I think I want to see it as a retake tactic here. And it does look like they're going to maintain the Hugh Sacred pairing. It's like Hugh throws his life away while Sacred plays safe off his kill trips. So we'll see efficacy of it. Only been early.
Yeah, just trying to reclaim the space underneath ropes, but honestly, the offense is still alive and well. Still have flashes, still have aftershock for a moment. That'll be enough for Sacred to try to challenge this one out with Chaotic and Assistance, but it's a pinstripe kill feed until Alvin actually turns the tides in favor of M80. So Hugh pushing forward will take away some key space at main. It isolates M80 to play from this weird position underneath ropes, but the timing here may discern what happens in the rest of this round, and Caillou, left by himself, can only do so much. So a 3-0 start for ADG. Looking great so far.
Yeah, M80 did good damage control around the Rolling Thunder, but once it got squared down to that 2v2, they kind of split up and thought they would just be able to handle Hugh single-handedly, and that's where things kind of fell flat. And that's where I like ADG. They kind of kept them a cool head, right? They didn't overheat looking to finish out these additional players. They held, they waited, they reacted accordingly to where M80 fought into them. So again, that's something you're going to need to see round after round, and it's a very, again, statement way to start your opposition's map pick here. And M80, arcade side pretty much lost. No util expended by Muddy Ida to delay just yet. They're through.
Through-ish. That's all about what Bonnie can find with the Bucky. 2 will be serviceable. Flash comes through late, but ADG are still finding the kills that they need. Last one left is Caillou. Able to pick up a weapon and give himself a chance versus Sacred, but full health pool allows Sacred to still snap find ahead, and ADG still perfect 4-0 start.
We may need a Kaplan intervention here sooner rather than later on the M80 side. Even now, just full commitment dives, albeit being an eco, are not functioning. Even after Bonnie's able to find 2, it's just recoil. What is this KDA at now? 7 and 3, right? Halfway to another Rolling Thunder. I feel like only thing that could save M80 at this point, and why we haven't maybe gotten the timeout, is that they are having a buy and these ults overlapping. Now, if that isn't enough to win the round, I may see Lotus faster than we anticipated, but look at this. Chaotic Op, Desk typed it up. Let's see it.
Oh, Flash comes through to ADG in some trouble on this angle. Relay bolt to follow behind that gives an opportunity for a follow-up, and recoil will only catch 1. So, yeah, I can't hear you. If it's a 4-0 start, you lose to a bonus, quote-unquote. It was close to a full purchase. You start to get a little bit nervy, but not enough to be shown yet, I think, for M80 to really feel like they're falling behind that badly, especially with how convincing this little opening play has turned into. Timing going to be everything here, though, for Sacred on the quick pinch. Nismo has not seen that cross yet. And now it's just down to if Sacred can blow up the play before it starts, and he may just have found the spike carrier plus an extra. Yeah, that's not great. M80 stuck to the 2v2. Spike collected, but the neural theft will pause everything.
Okay. Difficult position to be in, retaking with this one operator. Full util kit not expended, but they find the timing challenging.
Paint shells. Bonnie kicked out. Whoa! What a shot out of Chaotic. Can't tell if he's smiling, but he's smiling with his eyes. That was a 6-second shot. Oh, mercy.
The operator was not singing like this last time they were on defensive fracture versus M80, we'll put it that way. And again, we mentioned in the mid-round, we're like, okay, maybe they don't need the timeout because they have a really strong opening. They've been winning arcades round after round, but it's those late rounds, ADG, the stabilization effect, so clean. And Muddy, I think, did a good job of that, right? Got into the fight, got out of the fight, and just kind of kept them at bay while those rotations, while Sacred brewed into this moment. And then obviously Chaotic got activated to close it out. And you can't fault AD for M80 for not trying. Like, even that move from Bonnie was impressive, but now 5-0 is enough for Kaplan. Okay, maybe not the 4-0, but the 5-0.
Yeah, you lose out on 2 full purchases, and you got to start talking about it a little bit. And, you know, the thing that's really painful about 5-0 starts like this, especially off of only having 2 gun rounds, is like, that simply gets broken down by timing. Like, you watch that one back, and Nismo just barely doesn't see the cross from Sacred. If you scout that, the round looks very different with numbers. You just turn around, you isolate them, and then you've got the rest of the map available to you. But these are tough timeouts, I always feel like, to come off of, because legitimately it's just down to, oh, what happened? How did we not see Sacred? Oh, Nismo just didn't see him because of timing, because he's helping 2 things at once. Like, it's tough.
I will say as well, this does feel like Fracture, and what we're seeing from ADG is them learning from the last time they played this team. They've completely shifted their defaults from being very async, a main control off of their double duelist to, okay, arcade is our focus. They know M80 likes the B site. And as well, Sacred's been more proactive in space taking than he has been in previous, because he was usually on the site anchoring B, where M80 was executing into, right? And even now, coming out of the timeout, ADG are placing all of their eggs in this B site basket because they expect M80 that to be their comfort zone. So I do like this slow down from M80. They're more defaulted, waiting for an aggro fight that is yet to come. And as soon as they realize there's no aggression B side, look at the pivot. So fast from Azure Dragon.
Yeah, and I think the other thing about stacking B early here is that with things like Chaotic's ult, you can take away so much more space at A just by using the showstopper to like clear out bottom A. You know, this is it's very crowded. Exactly. That's the short way of saying it without question. Rolling Thunder out for the offense. No defense on the site though. Hugh catches one bottom rose. Bonnie looking for more. Neural Theft shut down, but Bonnie is still working. 3v3 situation. Here's the showstopper, and that is exactly what we're talking about. Need to get out of a jam early? Why not just pop the rocket launcher? And Caillou now by themselves the 1v3. Not going to get through Chaotic. 6-0 start for ADG.
So many of these team fights, these re-clears are just so synchronized on the Dragon Gaming side, right? I mean, I think the player got full blinded there in Sand was a little bit alone, but then the Heaven retaliation there between Recoil and Chaotic off that showstopper, just statement. Even if it was kind of a half buy, obviously Bunny having that Bucky, they forced enough into it that looks like they don't have a buy yet again here. At least they're going for the full save for the future. But I'm not seeing a very bright future when ADG already have guaranteed a 6-6 half. Likely going to be going for more.
There.
This is where ADG have been caught off guard before. And I made a cut noise and then delay, but this time they feel ready.
Go, go, go.
A little challenge through tree. Backed up. Play the space. Flash gonna get some space. Bonnie looking to just zap players away, and the Aftershock actually finds the first blood onto Muddy. Follow-up shot from Chaotic, a little wide. And here come M80, just kind of keeping the gas down as Bonnie's able to connect once more. And M80 now have a couple of weapons that they could possibly recover. Recoil feeling the pressure. Tries to go to the Rolling Thunder, but Bonnie a little bit too close. I don't even think it's actually fully affected by that. And it leaves it just down to Sacred, and there's nowhere to go. Thrifty is the way that M80 get on the board.
I'm gonna say right now, the unsung hero of that round is Nismo 100%, right? Between the Brits, between the Rays, there was so much Nile utility that Azure Dragon Gaming was layering perfectly, right? That's why the overdrive wasn't finding full efficacy from Bonnie, right? But then the 0-point hits right as that nade from Chaotic is meant to come out and further steer them away from the site to get those gun upgrades that they fought for early on, and that's when they found their window to get in off that stimmy as well from Spaz. So all in all, yeah, M80 a Thrifty. Don't even need the time to get that one on the board. And ADG, surprised they're maintaining then this B main centric focus. Hasn't worked out for them just yet. And now, by Cam, expecting this, do you gather the troops for refight or speed up A? They've decided to do neither, and I feel like it's allowing ADG to get so much information on this B side of the map for free.
Yeah, it's definitely giving them some wiggle room, but the problem is if you don't restrict the play, the execute, you're a little bit stuck here in tunnel. Like, it's hard to get back out.
I agree, but I think they're okay with this. They're purposely staying here, like non-visible from main and from. They wanted to be on site, and then they hit after once they hear spike tap or once they hear something like a neon. But
oh no,
you can't be fighting both sides simultaneously either.
Yeah, oh, Muddy, a little bit of information there. Does have the Brim ult to play with. Chaotic, great timing. Bounces up and over in towards tower. And there's the Brim ult, but not even needed. Muddy's able to capitalize on the first. Alvin's got nowhere to go, and okay, so the tunnel stack works out. I don't think M80 were expecting there to be 3. So ADG walk away with some trickery for 7th round.
I love how I'm like, oh, you can't be fighting both sides simultaneously. 2 individual players proceed to do just that and completely deconstruct the round alone because of, like you mentioned, that sacrifice of the 3rd musketeer that falls super early on in that tunnel positioning. And I think that's actually what they wanted to do, make it seem like it was straightforward, like they left one player deposited when they had a really nice setup as well off that orbital strike denial as well. It just gave them that extra distraction to get into position and continue capitalizing there. So, oh, I mean, I kind of feel like they're definitely underthinking how developed this ADG strat book is right now, M80. One thing that has worked for them is these early arcade fights, though, so headed back there, full weapons and the orbital strike in tow. Muddy, unpunished. You're not going tunnel again, are you?
I was gonna say, I'm actually surprised that M80 is still so committed to the B side with the ultimates available, and we're just not throwing good shoulders right now if you're M80. Looking a little bit lost. I won't lie. Looking a little bit lost.
Like, they're just waltzing into every trap, and it's springing perfectly on the side of Azure Dragon Gaming. But Caillou, Alvin, we're taking their ones and winning them. It's still not enough to get them a fair fight as things settle down. Silence cast Alvin in a 1v2. Has to recover the spike. Can safely do so from tunnel. And the world is his oyster. Where does he go after the fact? Last thing you saw was the Brimstone.
Yeah,
getting the trade-off onto the Caillou arcade side.
Yeah, the last bit of information is just so far gone that it feels like you're playing the map for the first, or this round for the first time here, like back to the beginning.
You can assume that because it was the aggro, like, double duelist fight stack towards B, that Cypher should be A side, or at least their setup, I should argue, would be there, since we can see very intelligent regroup from Sacred and Muddy B side, but Cam's so deep in dish isn't going to have any information. It's going to be okay. Rotate off the trip. Alvin, repositioning off these cages is going to be everything if the spike goes down.
Planted the spike.
Well, I will say this spike plant position gives Alvin a real chance. Camera out, but ADG just double stacked walking forward. Where is the M80 offense? Because it is looking really lethargic right now. And it's not like ADG's doing anything super wild, but now you've got leader's advantage. You can start doing things like that triple stack towards tunnel. You can start doing weird stuff because you just have rounds to play with.
Yeah, again, that circles back to honestly just the shuffling of roles on this team. And I didn't expect it to be like this much of a switch up dynamic wise, but I'm like, last time it felt like it was very counterintuitive to what the players were trying to do within the roles they were assigned. Again, Hugh on a Brimstone was just fighting out of his own smokes and getting murked 90% of the time. Here, he's doing it on the Neon and he's getting away from it, or he's getting ahead of it. And it's now starting to catch up with recoil on the server as well. And reminder, again, Hugh had such a slow start to this series as well. I think 3 and 10 at one point. Had some really clutch rounds to keep that comeback attempt alive on Breeze. And he's now started to showcase, like, this is what I look like when I'm in good form. We're up 8-1 and 2 timeouts in the first half now taken on this M80 side.
Yeah, I think they're just kind of lost for an identity right now. Nothing is working, and that's always the difficulty. Like, we see it, I think, especially as we get deeper into playoffs, when we start dealing with, you know, teams that have gotten great rehearsal or just generally good, is what happens when the one little thing goes wrong, like a timing or a shot doesn't land. You don't get the 1v1 that you expect to, and everything falls apart afterwards because it's just unfortunate luck. It's rotten luck.
Okay. Coming out of the timeout, same exact pre-round setup, it feels like, aside from the fact that Alvin has set up trips. Heavily A-side is playing collective with these B arcade side players. So Kaplan, it feels like, geared the conversation more towards closing. Towards what do we do after we get on site. So let's see what the changes are. Look at the pinch though. Look at this.
Yeah,
this
I was about to say you've got quick action moving through A, around the back, into Jenny's. Hughes trying to find timing. And that is perfect in terms of Alvin committing to use the neural theft, because now you know the flank is on the way and on the way quickly. So you're going to get onto site, plant, and then just don't even worry about that top tower position. Play over towards tree side and force ADG to have to come through multiple layers of defense of this retake. There's the orbital strike. Chaotic takes a little bit of damage. More separation being gained here for the post plant of M80, 4v2. Chaotic being watched, almost able to collab, but only comes away with one. Muddy, chance for a potential 1v3. Able to get the first 2. Shoulder was out for Caillou, but the secondary challenge will give M80 their second round.
That is way too close for comfort, considering how well M80 played the start and mid-round off that neural theft from Alvin. And whew, I mean, they get the round done, which is what they need at this point. I think an 8-4 is fine if one side swap. I do feel like their composition has a lot more, I think, main hold potential. And what we're seeing from ADG, that is very like live by the sword, die by the sword. Your duelists have to frag out, or the off has to hit its shots. But honestly, I think the discussion from Kaplan was to fight in a spawn there. Even though it was a correct decision to make in the moment when Alvin sees 3 on the Neural Theft flank from Arcade side, I think that was the plan from the get-go. All in all, it wins them the round regardless of how close it was, and they're just repeating it, running it back, and
why not?
I like the little trip adjustment here, Sacred.
They found my wire.
Gives them some space to read the play before committing to a gunfight. But no flank this time from ADG. They're going to try to reinforce this from tree side.
They found my wire.
And Sacred just has to stay alive. You need to value your life here.
Alvin needs to as well. Look at this.
Yeah, but has anyone checked this? This is what I was going to say. Like, you just don't anticipate with M80's speed and their coordination that someone's going to be behind the play. Now you're looking for some space over towards Cantina. With the Rolling Thunder being spent, ADG fighting back, giving them to a realistic 2v3, especially with an orbital strike. But as Hugh drops, now it's just on the Muddy with 30 health, and it looks like he may back away to save.
I think Muddy was about to invest that orbital strike too before getting pinged down so low, right? Had the little tablet, the iPad out. Peels off. ADG starting to fumble at the finish line for this half, but that's the second round in a row where M80 have acknowledged where the pressure is coming from, and they flipped the site accordingly. So again, it's not being as complicit because of how easy they were getting the sites in the early round against ADG. It's how they're closing these rounds, this statement, and how they aim to close this round is trying to hunt down every last player. Muddy, no, you're not going to give an ult orb over if you do fall to him, so safe tuck though, no wall bagable access. It's going to be, am I wrong for thinking that they're gonna have enough money anyways? I mean, the shields aren't there, I guess, but it's still crazy to me that you win 6 in a row and 2 rounds lost, you get a 4.
Hey, that's what happens, especially when you start to get down to 1v1s, 2v1s, things like that. Especially from the defensive side. So, M80 putting together a serviceable finish to this half. Would love to see this get to 4, though. Problem is, you're going up against the orbital strike and, most notably, I would say the showstopper. So it's going to force you to have to play a little more staggered and split off this initial approach at M80. Well, are we going to see an... Yeah, I was like, they're thinking about A maybe here.
They almost fell for it. If you saw Muddy held the orbital strike, I think they were about to pop it off of that fake contact Bonnie was creating off of the high gear outside of B. And now they're just contacting Q's and realize, hey, it's a ruse. There's no contact here. Sacred now in a hefty position. Deliver.
Ropes control will come first for M80. If you could get up on top of ropes, that would be incredible value.
They know about these retake ults.
Yeah, Kaio's going to step into the side. We'll at least get a 1-for-1 trade. That's not the worst case scenario. Spike not planted yet, but it's on the way. And ADG are set up, ready to hit the go button on their retake, especially once they get the neural theft out. Orbital strike will try to stop the plan, and M80 have already backed away. There's still time to rotate if they want to. This comes down to if they make that choice or not.
30 seconds left. Maybe if you give it to Neon, but your Neon's reclearing Sam. They decided to double down on this side exec, and it's working. Q, only player at this judge that can foil the entire plan with 20 seconds to go. Wait.
Yep. Oh, and Q's gonna get a little bit of a read, but everyone's stacked up ready to go, and M80. Yeah, really good response right there, predicting what they were gonna expect with the orbital strike, and the timing of that in particular. You back up in towards main, you re-wrap back through ropes, clear that space, you isolate the defenders on the site. Nice 3v1 to finish, but ADG still, that 6 rounds in a row puts them in a really good spot going into the second half.
Yeah, it feels like they flipped a switch in terms of, like, they went from underestimating ADG, not expecting them to be so thorough, so complex in these creative start round positions, to then, okay, thinking it through, reacting accordingly in the mid round and in the pre-planning, right? We mentioned how they were aware and planned against those ultimates, and the previous 2 rounds, again, of Alvin's information, whether from the neural theft or was from him receiving 3 players tree side. So, all in all, yeah, stabilization great. It was a 1-for-1 pistol tied on Bree, so I could see M80 doing the same thing here, and that's exactly how they could kickstart this retake, or this comeback.
We'll see what kind of contact comes out here for Alvin. Shorty in hand, so just playing defense on the rope climb in particular. Oh, and Chaotic gets a headshot with the ghost, so...
Not sleeping.
Yeah, or just good shot, one of the two. It's hard to tell from that angle, but Spaz would be the next one out. Caillou also dealt with, and this pistol may be over before it really starts as ADG have a 5v3 post plant.
Spaz waiting to slide out along its side Bonnie in this position, but they're spread out. This looks clean from ADG to hold on.
Good volley, though. Hold on a second. Bonnie's able to find one behind the play. So the site's now clear. Bonnie looking for more. Doesn't quite hit the head. Muddy on the corner. Shorty out. And while Bonnie had the read, but a little bit too late. ADG, the number's too strong. 9-4. And we could be looking at a quick map here if ADG roll through this anti-eco and set themselves up for a bonus.
I'm curious to see what the buys gonna look like. Right, previously they got a little antsy and they forced what was it, the 3 rifles that ended up costing them later on and giving M80 that opening to have a dominant closure of Breeze. And similar look here. I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit safer, I will say, because you have the 2 pistols that'll be able to streamline it later on is the idea. But that's heavy pressure on recoil, and who have slowed down, right, from being the top leaderboard now middle bottom trending. But also testament to the entire team's success so far on this map. Chaotic.
Well, Messi gives a chance here for M80 to fight back with the offensive recoil. Yeah, the AR a little bit too strong. Right clicks are dangerous as Bonnie and Spaz will eventually get this to 1v1. Spaz able to upgrade the weapon and has the spike down. Okay. Could be a chance to pull off this anti-eco reversal. Just down to who hits the shot, and Sacred had a chance but can't connect. Spaz pull this one back for M80. Now have a chance to flip the conversation narrative surrounding the economy getting early into this round.
Yeah, I did not mean that buy was risky in that regard, but huge breach shot, huge just misstep in doubling down, taking that space instead of trying to tease out the trap that was set up by M80. So I say it's very rare that you see a team run into a stack in that regard on a second round, and we kind of just saw the worst end of it as what Dragon Gaming was going to receive. Now, you are not a fan of the Chaotic solo hero rifle on Breeze. What do you think of it in this situation?
I still don't rate it, I'll tell you that much. But, you know, who knows? I think on offense, it makes a little bit more sense. You have the ability to at least follow up on some of the early damage, but it just comes down to actually get the space, because Bonnie's playing safely topside A with the scope up and active. And the defense is fully set up and prepared for this, and ADG are a little stuck in this like half-committed moment.
Yeah, here I've got less here than it did over on Breeze on that offense, unfortunately. And now you're left like trying to recollect that weapon while also saying, do we want to stay, do we want to go? And the refight is perfect from M80. That's gonna, they're on track for the flawless.
Yeah. Whoa, nice little movement on display for Bonnie. Flawless round for M80. Bring them back to within 3. And again, the economy conversations are dramatically different than what you normally expect with that flip of the anti-eco. So now you're in a position of weirdness for ADG. Yeah, just because of the, you know, the Bucky getting purchased and the Vandal. So you're a little stuck.
I was about to talk about the timeouts that had been cashed by ADG. Like, they have both because M80 took both in their previous half already, when maybe things were going to get stale for you guys on your defense. But I thought it was going to be too early. I thought they were going to wait for one more buy cycle. I think to take it in this situation, because it is that 3-round gap, it's not like it's 2, you know, where if you're broke, you're just handing the tie over. But I do think it's because of that skewed economy that they realized, okay, the pressure's on for this round in particular. Right, Chaotic can buy. Muddy is the one that's kind of at the short end of the stick in that regard. So I would say maybe you pick up a judge, honestly, and give Muddy the gun. You have a Rolling Thunder.
Or even to do something silly like a frenzy, or just to go shorty
in there. Bonnie got too many kills last half with it.
Just something to help you push through the Rolling Thunder. I don't know. I don't love the, okay, that works too. They have enough to afford a stinger. Okay. Find something you can push up aggressively after you drop your smokes. Because after you drop your smokes and your molly, you're essentially just a warm body at that point for Muddy. So why not be the first person in with a stinger behind a Rolling Thunder? That's something that could work. Now, the problem is you've kind of been in this quasi-buy situation. And if this round doesn't come through, then you're looking at a 2-round gap on a full save. So we'll see.
Bonnie solo anchor here. Rolling Thunder comes in after to fight Sandside.
This is just too well structured by M80. They know, I mean, they see what's in front of them. They know that there's a Rolling Thunder available. If there's going to be some... You just play off site, and the one player on goes for a 1-for-1 trade. Spike is planted, but the flash out has Muddy completely caught, and Chaotic has to do something insane. And it's not going to happen here. So now it's 9-7, and if you're ADG, you've got to be on a full save here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. ADG this half feels very different from the previous. Just like they've maintained the confidence, but it feels more brazen this time around. Just diving in without much information. And either. And that's where my issue is posed. And M80 as well, we talked about that forward planning, felt ready as well. Like just out the outskirts, ready to punish those players that were scaling into that space. So I do kind of want to see ADG slow it down just a touch here. Because like now they're even hitting like more deserted sites, right? Bonnie was pretty much alone aside from that dish player, and they still got the help they needed before Spike went down.
Launching smoke.
Recoil's going to bring in, or pardon me, Chaotic's going to bring in another hero rifle, and I guess the thought process here is, I get a kill or I die. I still got a showstopper, which has got kill potential, but this is, I just am not vibing with the decision on purchases right now for ADG. And M80 are, you know, taking advantage of those, I won't say full like mistakes, they're just taking advantage of the decisions. So, Muddy will fall. That is a flawless round for M80, who are now down to within just 1 round gap, and now Chaotic's in a weird spot where it's like, okay, I guess you're just purchasing something light and resorting
the showstopper.
on the showstopper, yeah.
Yeah, burn them on Breeze. It feels like it's catching up to them on Fracture for sure. It doesn't help when the opening kills are in Spaz's favor like this, when they're able to re-clear effectively as well. Just the util timing's been insane for M80 on this comeback here. Kaplan can maybe finally start letting out a sigh of relief at the 9-8 scoreline, especially since we don't have any indications of ADG getting their feet out back under them. Operator only to make things worse as well.
Oh, man. And this is the problem spot. We talked about, again, Bonnie's ability just to take over and call a game. That's 2 very early first bloods for M80 in the rounds before the barriers are barely even fallen. So you lose out on Hugh. You do salvage the rifle, but in a 4v5, executing with no neon is not going to feel great. So you've got to commit something blindly. Shotgun out for Bonnie. Decent damage. Can't find the kill. But a blind showstopper only clears ropes. M80 have an orbital strike and a null command for retake.
You really need Muddy to get as far away as possible right now. Nismo has that null command, and they are going to invest everything they can to get this round through.
There's the null command. Orbital strike to follow. Flushes out 1. But wow, Recoil is able to get one. What is that from Bonnie? Insane transfer, but Chaotic is behind the play, unnoticed, but only finds 1. Sacred. Last one left. Can't get around the corner through main, and we're tied at 9. Huge bounce back for M80.
I need to see that replay again. That's a criminal transfer from Bonnie, and it circles back to him having like the highest highs and the lowest lows on this team. I mean, that was crazy action to witness there, and if he's reaching his final form, this is gonna be one heck of a turnaround here. I mean, he might finally accomplish our dreams of not having a fake comeback here, and maybe I just curse them. Ship, we'll have to see, but at this point, it feels like the only thing that could save ADG. And they invest the showstopper here, but look at how concrete this util is. Orbital strike into the fault line, and while Recoil's just cracked enough to get that shot while stunned anyways, there's no follow-up. It's non-existent, and they were just relying solely on Chaotic. But look at this round too, right? Sacred, hero rifle, rest, buying for next, and again, you're never going to have a full buy.
I think the idea with 500 credits remaining is that you'll find a plan and maybe some eliminations you'll be fine to purchase, but it's been haphazard for ADG in these last couple of rounds. Muddy already towards sight. Good focus coming through to block off Caillou, and Nismo will fall. But now you've got the...
Oh, can they though when they're breathing down their necks? You says no. Defends display plant with Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah. I like that too from ADG just from a tempo standpoint. Why not just hit something hard, and then just run together, kind of death ball at a touch? Forced to because of the weapons that are involved without question, but that just changes the way that M80 have to think a little bit. Not showing signs of discomfort though, M80 looking to challenge Tree off the get-go here. Flash comes through, Bonnie's still looking for the opening snipe. Oh my.
He's going so far.
Protocol appreciates your continued compliance.
Tree side fight, and it is sprouts of success.
Wow. Okay. Anything you can do, we can also do? In terms of just trying to find those early chows if you're M80?
I'm trying to see. We didn't get any ults invested on the ADG side to counter, but I'm feeling we got like a Rolling Thunder from Kai that kept that under wraps, because I think the util that ADG did use to get Chaotic into a fighting position were pretty good. Saw that fault line come out, so again, it circles back to what I would like to see ADG do is just slow down, and they're not. So M80 is okay to keep them out right now at the entrance, and again, this isn't a team that you can underestimate, because
no,
like you're all mechanically on the same level, or M80 is arguably higher, and fighting them head on it has never worked for this team, and it was again these surprise traps that got them that dominance, right? That 6-1 lead.
Yeah, and think about that statement alone. Like, those traps only came into play once they already gained a 3 or 4 round gap. Mm-hmm. And is playing from even footing or worse than even footing is where ADG, I would say, are feeling punished by their financial choices. And I don't know. I don't want to harp on it too much, because it's just a couple rounds here or there that, honestly, you're already getting production out of that quote-unquote hero rifle. But it's just I don't know. Everyone's been there where, like, you're jumping into a ranked game. It's like your teammate just keeps buying when they can afford and everyone else isn't. It's just like, bro, we're not on the same page here. Like,
and that's the issue, is like the stakes here are drastically different, right? Yeah, you have 2 lives, yeah, it'd be lowers, but no one wants to be in that position, especially when you need to start racking up those points. You want a chance when stage 3 rolls around, and a team like ADG that hasn't made it this far prior, it becomes an issue. And ooh, I do like this. Good util combos, good scaling, but Alvin is here, unclear.
Yeah, and I don't know if they think Alvin's still on site. Neural Death will come through, Rolling Thunder put in by ADG. But honestly, the Orbital Strike only connects onto Alvin. The defense is still playing this over towards Canteen, and that's not enough space for ADG to fully take the site, although they will try to commit for the playoffs, but there's no exit available here. So now you got to fight back into the site, and Recoil, Chaotic will both drop. Sacred, 1v3, pushed back by a Relay Bolt at main, and that slide out is everything that M80 need to know. Yeah, I was surprised to see ADG, after that engagement came through, that they were going to commit for the plant, because they were pushed off site, even though they do get the Orbital Strike in. It's just they didn't have the ability to challenge Canteen angles at all.
I'm more shocked at like what sprung them to invest those ultimates on the site in the first place. On the ADG side, I felt like they were making good headway against Alvin, right? And those would have been, great resources to counter, right? If to fight late towards Canteen, like you mentioned. Instead, they just were a bit disconnected in that double swing, right? They kind of gave Nismo the opportunity to take both of those as fair and square 1v1s, and it's Nismo, even 13-13 now, he's winning those. He has 16 assists, by the way. That's crazy. Spaz 13. Like, I'm just like now seeing how many assists are in this server right now between the Smokes and Initiator players. But I don't know, M80 sneak out in the lead again. It's another half buy from ADG. We're on what, round 4 or 5 of half buys?
No, actually though, legitimately. And it's just, it gets to a point where M80 you're just going to keep building up bank accounts and feeling confident. But Chaotic does find the first contact just by walking into a gunfight.
They know the op is here though. Bonnie inching forward. Gave up the space they just won by Chaotic winning that engagement in sand.
Oh, saw shoulder.
That's good info. Look at the KO, look at the Brim. They're going to immediately start pivoting over to help out Alvin. They double back though. Look at the position of Hugh.
Just watching for the rotation through. Problem is, there is no rotation through, at least not as of yet. You don't anticipate that Bonnie is going to go much further past this point.
They're so worried about this cam.
Yeah.
Last time, obviously, Hugh got burned by it on the entry with the overdrive. Ooh, you come back A now. 100%. Look at the Brimstone.
Well?
You don't? No, just go. Stop hesitating.
I think they're worried about getting out of tree, but
well,
they
and
will.
Neon's back now. Bonnie.
The problem is Hugh only has a sheriff.
30 seconds left.
And Bonnie is going to be, I think, aware that someone could have snuck through based on this timing. So you clear everything. You would think you would clear everything if you're M80.
Can breeze flashbacks. This time it's success, though. They get Spike out safely. They get the rotate off, the plant, the gun upgrade. All things coming up ADG's way. 3v5 off the normal command is possible, but Nismo wants an opener first.
Oh, Bonnie. Okay, little bait and switch playing off the Nismo.
All right, invest it now.
Alvin's here too. Now, yes, absolutely. Although, Fragment's going to go into the play first. Muddy on the back side of the site was not ever cleared. And it's on to Alvin with the Sheriff. Switches over for, well, 5 shots at an AR. That won't be enough. Thrifty round for ADG to tie us at 11.
Okay. And I will say that's the least direct round we've seen from ADG, right? Where they have just lived and died by their side execs within 10 seconds of the round starting here. Again, they started with that same characteristic. We're making a lot of noise. We're taking a main space, do something about it, right? With Chaotic just waltzing out sand and finding an opening. But independent of that, I liked the deposit. I liked the double back. It was that moment of hesitation where I'm like, oh no, we're doing this again. But all in all, all right. 11-11, Kaplan was hoping to get out of here early, perhaps, but the game continues onwards. Ooh.
What a challenge again from Chaotic. Doesn't even wait for the fault line. Just charges in, finds the first shot, 5v4. Alvin on site, playing behind one trap. Has Spaz nearby for some delay tactics, and they are looking to possibly proactively clear tree. Just a quick check, nothing seen, nothing gained, nothing lost. And it's on ADG to try to find timing for their execute onto the site.
If anything, that was a red herring reclear. Now they're getting hit by a showstopper that works, and Alvin. Wait, they baited for the brimstone if they had executed, but look at where the Cypher is. They're doubling back again, but they don't have a main control. Look at Nismo!
Yeah, Nismo's got all the sound cues you could possibly need. Odd fragment, to be sure.
So make it seem like they call back.
But no one checks the corner. Nismo catches one. And ADG's stuck unless they can get Sacred into the play through drop. Recoil creates a lifeline. 1v1 here. Sacred connects. You expect Caillou on the corner? No. 2v2. And Muddy's still holding it up. Never mind. Swapped it for a Phantom.
Spaz has the flank. They know exactly who just collected that orb.
30 seconds
No,
left.
who isn't tucked away in main? Caillou. This is a big gamble. That's going to pay off. One and done. Transfer almost secured. 5 bullets left, though. Leave it all down to Spaz, who's been in the dark the entire time. Muddy now knows.
Shots do land, though. Volley out for Spaz. Tries to use the effects maybe as a bit of a visual deterrent, but doesn't work out. M80 find the kill. They get to 12, and now they're on series point.
All right, we have another 13-11. There's no way shift, but
Oh, there's a way.
It feels like very similar to what happened at the very end of Reese, right? ADG found what worked for them. They replicated it round after round and made it predictable, right? With these double backs, these fakes off of alert player. Last time it was the opposite, where it was very direct. And it gave, though, that same mentality, M80 a chance to solve it. And the player who solved it was Nismo. That fragment, 40 chess, I'm saying. It's like the kind of thing you drop down so no one follows you at sand, so they expect you sand. And there was that moment of like panic from Hugh, like, wait, he could be there, but it was too late. Caillou, the one who flash followed up, and that's how they get to 12.
So orbital strike for Muddy, and really nothing else nearby. Maybe if Recoil can find a couple of kills in an order, but feels like it's not going to happen in this round. So it's overtime or bust. On the flip side, Null Command is in play for Nismo. Full purchase available. Yeah, for everybody.
You know what we haven't seen from ADG? They've not played like dish side a singular time as a 4 or 5, right? And that was the go-to for M80 was these arcade takes. So they slowed down like I asked. They reaped the rewards of it, but now that M80 have adjusted, something needs to give. And to me, I don't think like all in A main or all in B main, like tree side, are going to work for them, right? Just the anchor from Alvin, the support he gets is too fast. And obviously the operator's been A side. They're okay giving up that change if they think about it themselves. But I do feel like, oh my gosh, look at that! That could catch M80 off guard.
If they commit to it, which looks like they might. I mean, the conditioning has definitely built towards the south side of the map, without question. And they're going to show the same force here, will ADG, through tree by ways of things like this early molly. And maybe a smoke behind that. Alvin gets pushed off the stairs. But there's also a boom bot behind you. You hear all of this if you're M80. They're going to quickly scramble on the bottom side of the map. Defensively, do you get around this? Alvin's able to find one by holding tower. Bonnie up and over. Do do not expect Buddy in the corner. The follow-up was not immediately there, but Buddy will eventually drop. Spaz will follow. Recoil and Hugh. Last two left for the 2v4. And they're looking to find the ability to take this space away while the null command recovery is trying to come through, but it's still going to be a 3v2 here with this rewrap back to the defensive spawn day.
M80 have started to pick up on that fact as well. High gear sounds right as they peel off is going to confirm it. It's going to be a matter of how many they expect to be coming through spawn versus main, and
Spike planted.
Recoil and Hugh can handle it.
You have to get at least one here if you're Recoil. And he's prepared. He hears everything. No. Can't land the shot. So now it's just down to Hugh, and the problem is, yep, Spaz has gotten the orbital strike with that kill. And Nismo will finish things off. 2 13-11s, M80, 2-0 ADG. But I will say ADG were fighting, and I think there's going to be a number of conversation pieces, especially in the second map, around that kind of hero rifle build that they continued to throw into the mix as the half was, well, I won't say like falling apart, but it just wasn't staying comfortable for them to get full purchase too often.
Yeah, I will say again, for the start of playoffs, this is a nice showing from Azure Dragon Gaming. Again, M80, one of the top teams we're expecting coming in to playoffs. Their system works. It's been proven to work, and they had immense growth right from those 13-7 losses to M80 the last time in the Swiss. And the problems that we were pointing out are simple fixes. They've altered the crux of what was going wrong previously, which was those team fights just being too out of sync, and that was honestly their strength. It felt like across this series, across both maps. It's just, I think also getting out of that predictive calling that they were falling into after like 3 rounds at the end of each map as well, that could be changed in the future and reap the rewards. But hey, there's a lower bracket for a reason, and I think this could be a dark horse lower bracket run team.
It's just tough. I mean, I think they definitely have the ability, just based on what we've seen compositionally as well as the individual capabilities, to make a lengthier run through lower bracket, but it's still lower bracket round 1. Like, that's a long run to try to get your revenge against M80 if they continue through the winner's bracket. But regardless of it, a good showing. Golf claps all around. But M80 do what they needed to do. Come out, they find themselves a 2-0 to get us kicked off for our first match in playoffs. We'll be back with the breakdown and the setup for match number 2 after that.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Well, they're certainly going to take it the distance yet again, heading into the second map of the series of Fracture. A hot start coming out from ADG, but once we get into the side swap, it's going to be an M80 to find calm in all of the chaos and take the map 13-11. I mean, Emily, looking back at this, I was looking at the third map. I thought that's where we were headed with how ADG was able to step up, but M80 to find the answer in the end.
No, I mean, I was just super, honestly, like proud of ADG for how quickly they were able to kind of fix the things that they were struggling with, especially in that first half compared to when we saw them go up against M80 last. It felt like they were being so proactive with how they were moving around the map and constantly repositioning and just making a hard time for M80. And I really liked how they were playing a lot more team-oriented, which was the main thing I wanted to see out of them. We saw them setting up one person, one of the duelists on one of the lanes, and then repositioning as three, leaving our Sentinel alone on an island. And the fast rotates that they were having too was just phenomenal on that first half, which is why they won so many rounds. M80 had such a hard time adapting to it, and even when it felt like they had the answers there, they just weren't winning their fights, and they were struggling so hard with just their raw mechanics. In those last few rounds, though, we saw them wake up a little bit. We saw them starting to kind of trade space, pushing towards spawn, trying to work that answer rather than just being flanked and trying to fight those constantly.
Yeah, it felt like ADG were so reliant on the fact that they were out aiming M80 every single time that they started taking every single possible fight. And so M80, they're trying to find reason within like gameplay, and they're trying to really adapt to what ADG are doing, but it's not really something that's repetitive. It's not something that really has an answer. It simply is just the fact that ADG were doing better, like individually. They were taking every single fight. They were feeling that confidence in their own specific gameplay that it was really just offsetting M80. They couldn't do any single strat. It was really messing up their mental. They had to reset multiple times to the point where they started slowing down, and ADG just continued to abuse them by being aggressive. So responses were just there. The confidence was there for ADG, but you know, as we did seemingly switch sides, luckily enough, it started to work out. I think we started to see, you know, dominance going back into the hands of M80. They seemed a lot more comfortable on the defense, especially with Nismo really taking control of just shutting down every single source. But still finishing off at the 2-0, which is huge.
Yeah, I mean, M80, if you look at their map statistically, every single map, their defense is better than their attack. And I genuinely think that's because of the addition of Kaplan. I think that the set plays, retakes, and protocols that they have to fall back on a half like that it takes them over the finish line. They all know what to do. They're all on the same page. Whereas on attack, you have to kind of be willing to adapt more. Not everything can have set protocols. Not everything can have like everyone on the same page right off the bat. But on defense, they really nailed it. And it's a common thing that we've seen since the start of M80 with this new roster. We've always seen that even early on when they didn't have all that chemistry there, their defense was so strong because of the plays and protocols implemented by Coach Kaplan and executed by Caillou. And that's exactly what we saw here. They did a great job dealing with aggression. They knew how to play their retakes and what utility, and even when it came to alt rounds, how they were going to use that. Everything was down to a T. And you did mention Nismo there. He did a great job playing that KO. That is his bread. Trap plays that they had to. It was just a phenomenal half for M80.
Yeah, it started to look like once they got a little bit more of that momentum on their side, that ADG just kind of ran out a little bit of that steam. They were able to find a couple of opportunities to get that scoreline a little closer. But again, M80 just a little bit of a cut above. And yet again, Bonnie to take that MVP slot. I mean, Gonvers, again, we said it at the beginning of the day, Bonnie is nuts. We know this, but still, just to see it in action.
Absolutely. I completely agree. Dude, Bonnie was killing it, and they killed it the last game as well, but they really turned it on the defense. It felt like they started to really feel out the flow. They knew that Nismo had their back. There was a little bit more synergy there with Caillou and Bonnie, as we do get to see in previous maps as well, throughout the entirety of this stage. But it just felt like everything finally clicked, and like M80 were a lot better, and they started controlling the pace of play this time. And as to where, you know, they're typically a lot slower on the defense, it really did feel like Bonnie knew that, okay, now's the time where I really do have to change the abuse that we're facing here from ADG and the confidence that they have. So I think that's where it really started to flow.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I also wanted to point out is just the resilience that you have to come back into a game like that, where you are just getting destroyed in that first half. And it feels like even when you have the answers, you're still getting shut down. You're still not winning rounds. And that's what was happening for M80. But you really have to give props to players like Nismo, the experience that he brings, how long he's been around, and Caillou, and even Kaplan being able to kind of hold the team together and be the glue to allow them to have a comeback like that. I feel like when we look at the last roster, there have been times where they've been down the same amount of rounds. They've been down. They've been at an insane disadvantage, and they haven't been able to have the mentality to come back into it. But with this new roster, with this new revamped roster, they have the confidence. They have the tools that they need and the motivation and the vibes that they need to kind of keep it going when times look tough like this match.
Yeah, and the fact that we get to see M80 start off, get this victory, be moving along in the upper bracket is fantastic. I love this iteration of this roster. I think it makes so much sense, and I'm really excited to see more of that going on forward and to hear a little bit more about it too, because for our Phil Norelco interview, we have Nismo on the line, got a little bit more about it all. First off, congratulations, playoffs, you take the win. It was a rematch as well. We got to see you up against ADG before. So talk to me about the thought process heading into the match today and how you kind of felt it played out.
Well, first of all, thank you. Obviously, a rematch is always a bit tougher than just a regular game because I feel like a lot of teams will adapt to how they lost to in the past. So we were excited for it, but obviously it's just first round and there's a lot more to play.
I mean, it's just the start, right? It's just the start. Now, you guys got to qualify decently early in all of it as well. So you've had a little bit of time off to prepare for the playoffs. So I'd love to know, was it a little bit more of a rest, since I know you put in a lot of work in that first part of the split? Were you guys hitting the books right away, make sure you could destroy in playoffs? Like, what does these last couple weeks look like for you?
I mean, just a regular, you know, we just had a couple of days off when we knew that we qualified, and that's pretty much it. I mean, job's not done, so we're still working hard. We're still putting a lot of hours. And yeah, again, just a little break that we had a couple days, but still putting in the hours because we know the season's still long. We're still a fresh team at the end, so we need to put in the work.
And speaking of that fresh team, because of course this is not the same M80 really that we got to see in stage one, I would love to talk about your perspective with the new additions to the team, particularly Kaplan and Caillou, because that's a big shift for the team, but one that from our end of things seems to be working out really well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's Caillou and Kaplan, right? When you think of these names, you know exactly who they are, you know what they've done. Super exciting playing with them. I mean, it's been just completely different. I gotta say, this has been a long time. I haven't had a team that's like this structured, and I think it feels really good for every single player on the team. It's super exciting to show up to practice. I think despite everything that happened on Sentinels, these two are great. And everyone that played with them kind of knows who they are and they know what they're capable of. And to be honest with you, you still haven't... No one has seen what they're capable of yet, so... Still super strong players and coaches.
Awesome prospect for us, knowing that this is only just the beginning. And you talked about how you hadn't really gotten to play with that structure for a bit. And I want to talk about your return to playing, because when we saw you stage one, you're the one leading the charge as the coach. And then you're like, nah, wait, I'm not done here yet. You're playing yet again. So I want to know what kind of brought you back to that. And how has that been for you so far?
I mean, it's a tough question to answer properly. There's a lot that went through my mind. It wasn't an easy decision to stop playing initially. And it also wasn't an easy decision to come back to playing. Just a lot, you know, a lot of influence also by other people telling me, hey, like, I don't think you belong in there, you know, and it kind of resonated in my head a couple times where I told myself, like, yeah, maybe I pushed the trigger too fast. And I'm still in the server. I'm still putting up my numbers. I'm still doing what I have to do, trying to be the leader that I always was. So again, there's no like main reason of what brought me back or everything, but just an accumulation of everything, you know, just I'm not done. I'm still here to play, and especially super excited with what's coming up next year in 2027. So that also influenced my decision, of course.
Well, we're definitely glad to hear that you're not done quite yet, and this is definitely a great showing spot today. Nismo, thanks so much for chatting. I'll let you go, but have a good evening.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For us, that's going to be Nismo and M80 to be taking the first win of the day. But of course, still another match to come. A quick break, and on the other side is going to be YFP going up against Division 1. Stay tuned.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Welcome back, Valorant gamers, Valorant Challengers North America. First match of the day is done. M80 to move on within this upper bracket and find a timeout. Who's going to be joining them between YFP and Division 1? Emily, at the top of the day, we had talked about teams that had surprised us going into Stage 2. And when I think of those teams, I'm thinking a little bit more of this matchup, which makes me really excited to see the growth heading into today.
Oh, I mean, I completely understand why. You have two teams where in Stage 2, in this entire year, this is their first time in playoffs. They're both wanting to prove that they belong here with the rest of these more already established teams that made it the first time around. You have like YFP coming in after being so close last stage to make it into playoffs. They went back to the drawing board, made some roster swaps, and now are taking first seed. And then on the other side, you have D1, who has some familiar faces. I believe I've seen some of the players on like Trust and Plug and teams like that. And they just ended up joining forces to find just enough success in Swiss to make it here in playoffs, eliminating NRGA and, you know, hoping to bring that success and momentum forward into playoffs.
And the ways we'll get into that in a second, but I think this is really exciting because both of these teams really have been putting in the work since the beginning of the stage. I think it's very evident with gameplay as well as those results. So let's get into the rosters and talk about them, starting up with YFP, because when you talk about familiar names, this team definitely has a few more of them here at Gompers, and it's a YFP that it wasn't a, okay, slow growth from the beginning, we're going to have a couple of fall downs and see where we're at. No, it was a YFP that really quickly all kind of meshed and worked well together. Like, this was one of the most welcome surprises, I think, for me heading into Stage 2.
Yeah, they haven't lost a single series, guys. Like, this is one of the most dominant teams in regards to like what their path is looking like here. So you know, this is kind of scary. I will say their path, like, to this moment, I'm not going to discredit them because it is really, really hard. There's a ton of good teams within Challengers, but some had it very hard playing up against, like, Titans, like M80, right? Energy and stuff like that. So for me, they had a slightly easier path. Of course, they proved to be one of the best as of right now. But I will say it's pretty threatening when you're going up against D1, a team that came from nothing, right? So YFP really showing what they have.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you there that they haven't been fully challenged yet, I would say, but we've seen a new look for YFP this stage, and it's promising, especially when I look at the individuals that they brought in. I think Ziff specifically was a great addition. His mechanics are insane, and the firepower that he brought onto YFP on a role like Senti, like, he is sure to find success on his lurks to clutch out rounds and kind of create backup plans for his team, which is another thing with this roster that I think is different. They have a bit more depth when it comes to macro. They play they use Ziv to his fullest potential, especially when Vita, their also newest addition, isn't finding the most success. It just feels like they have more ideas going into the games now. But that being said, like, you can't always rely on individuals to save the day, which is something that I've kind of noticed for them. I feel like Ziv specifically, he's kind of that player that has to do that. But I am hoping that during these 3 weeks that they had to prep coming into playoffs after, you know, securing that first seed, that they really focused on fixing things and put a little bit more emphasis on their mid-round fighting and being more woven together and just coming strong with a little bit more of a polished look.
See, even before we got into Stage 2, they took down a Sleepers and a third-party tour in a pretty strong fashion, which made sure I wasn't sleeping on this team. And then furthermore, we get into week 1 of Challengers, and we get to see Jack. And he does not disappoint from there. His
No, I mean, he's kind of been the talk of the team since stage 1 Swiss. I think he's a phenomenal initiator. I feel like his util usage always has a purpose, and you can tell even when he's in weird situations like where he's more isolated, he knows exactly how to get the most out of his utility and set himself up for success. And one thing that I really like from him is that he doesn't hesitate or sit on his utility, which is, I feel like, a common thing for especially players that don't really fit the initiator role. Like, you can tell just by that factor that, you know, he is made to play initiator. He is so good. A lot better.
And when you're looking at this YFP that was looking to make this run, and you're saying that it's not any just one individual, the fact that he can get these kills and be able to set up the teammates for success, it's really easy to see why YFP has been able to make this run so far. So I'm excited to see a little bit more of that heading on into today. But of course, another team that has a lot of conversations surrounding them. We have to talk about Division 1 because, again, heading into Challengers, any stage, it's always how these newcomer teams are going to be faring, what names to be eyeing up. And Gompers, Division 1, you know, it took a little bit. It took a little bit. That's also a really tough schedule to go up against starting things off. But it's not how you start, it's how you finish things off. And then the second half of things looking a lot stronger, especially, again, that win up against NRGA.
Yeah, listen, they got their 3, realistically, so that's all that matters. They're here, and they've actually proven to be very, very strong, right? Last week, they had an incredibly dominant performance against Energy Academy. Honestly, blew everyone's minds. It was insane, right? Like, this is a team to be incredibly cautious of, especially with their insane firepower, which we can thank Calamity and Boomy for being a leading factor into this. They are insane. They're super good at really applying pressure in the extremities, even to the point where retakes become almost impossible. And so now you have to start initiating a plan B or even a plan C, right? So I think they have this level of execution that really a lot of people aren't used to at this stage. And I think they're just willing to do whatever they can to make sure they win, which is impressive.
No, it really is impressive and also fun to watch. I think, you know, for a team that is still pretty early on in their kind of growth state, they have such a solid identity. They're super smart with how they play, like you kind of said. You know, they prioritize playing as a team, whether it's making plays or making things up as they go. They're quite disciplined already, which is a big factor, especially when you are a newer team. And a lot of the times when they go to win rounds, it's not like star players going crazy. It's literally just them bouncing off of each other and going through trades. And it's so nice to see that they have a good foundation to fall back on when, you know, you don't really have players dropping 30s every game.
I mean, for this team, I'm excited to see going into today. Maybe we can get somebody dropping 30. That's all I'm hoping for, okay? And I definitely think that there are some players capable of it on the team. First up, let's talk about Dynamic, because especially too, when we get to see a couple of different ideas coming out from this team, I think Dynamic has been such a fun player to watch here, Emily, and someone quite a possibility.
I mean, fun to watch because whether he's on the Chamber, the Viper, the Killjoy, or even the Jet, like, he's always finding impact for his team. And I think it is fun seeing him play these different roles in these different positions, but also finding success with it. Like, I feel like it doesn't fret it. Like, he doesn't struggle having to swap from different roles and different agents that require those different playstyles map to map. He does it kind of seamlessly. And I also think that these roles honestly fit him really well depending on the map. You know, we see him on the Viper or the Chamber when it comes to Lotus, and he excels at getting those first picks. He excels at opping, and then on other maps we'll see him whip out the Jet and bring out this level of aggression that just fits his team and fits the map. It's fun because he's not necessarily flexing between roles and agents to fit his team, but more so the map, which I feel like is something that we don't normally see. You know, having a player playing Controller, playing Sentinel, playing Duelist, it's just whatever the map calls for. He's so good at filling the roles and leaving the rest of his team to play on their comfort picks.
Yeah, and my personal favorite, I love to see the hop into the Duelist. So we do get to see the double Duelist coming out from the squad. So let's talk about the main Duelist and do a little Philips Norelco head-to-head here before we start diving into the match itself. Because for this one too, I feel like if we're again having the conversation of, okay, who's going to be dropping the 30 bombs? Who can do that out here? I mean, Boomy's been a lot of fun to watch as well. And I mean, Gomps, a lot of eyes here on Vita.
Yeah, Boomy is cool. I think in comparison, I mean, obviously the ACS and the skill set really isn't looking very comparable. I think Vita is definitely a bit more higher power when it comes to being able to secure the kills, but I think Boomy has a special skill of their own. They're really, really, really good at threatening anyone and making them feel like they can't do anything. And I think that also comes with obviously the double duelist composition they like to run as well, just having that secondhand backup in Calamity, or also seeing that in Dynamic. And just applying the pressure enough to the point where Boomy gets on site, they get that first engagement, or they get maybe 2 or 3, and then it's done, right? They've done their job, and the rest of the team can rely on each other for that secondhand engagement, right? So I think it works in the sense where, Vita's good at really just keeping the pace of play and making sure that, they're staying alive and they're getting the damage, but Boomy's really good at making sure the team is set up for success in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at 2 players who, in my opinion, we haven't seen either of their peaks yet. I think we haven't seen them to their full potential, and you also have to take into account that Vita is playing the solo duelist for his team, whereas Boomy is playing the entry duelist, the Waylay, the space maker, right? So when I'm looking at Vita, I think early on, when he came onto the team, he had a little bit of a harder time finding his footing. I think a lot of the matches, he would do his job, but not surpass that. But I think as the team is growing, he's been able to find his footing a little bit more, and the meta shifted more towards that Neon, and he's been finding a lot more success there. And Boomy, we haven't seen his best yet. I think the reason why his stats are a little bit lower is because he's kind of just setting up Calamity. He's being that Waylay, making space, allowing Calamity to follow that up, and then kind of play as a pack with his team. So I think it's 2 really strong players in different aspects that I think will give us a very interesting little head-to-head in game today.
100%. And reminder, this one also is a rematch. We had a lot of games within our Valorant season, so I feel like this is going to be a common occurrence here looking at playoffs. But looking back at the last time these 2 teams faced, this is quite early on within our Swiss stage. And I mean, it was a YFP that came into stage 2 with an absolute vengeance, going up against Division 1 that, I mean, was still, Emily, fairly fresh to it all, right? So yeah. It's been a while, so I'm definitely not expecting it to pan out the same way heading into today.
Oh, no, for sure. And when I'm thinking back to like how these maps actually went, when I'm thinking back to Lotus, it felt like D1, they always had the right idea. They always grouped up. They were really good at kind of playing together and trying to shut down YFP. But at the same time, I think when you have players like Jack, when you have players like Stallion, and even Vita as well, just being able to get away with insane multi-kills without any punishment, it's really hard to come back into that. And I think YFP, they have such strong firepower on that team that even when they're down man advantages, even when D1 is up in a 5v4 or a 5v3, even there were a couple times across both of these maps that YFP were just able to bounce back into it, and D1 had a hard time kind of shutting it down.
Yeah, and they've even said, right, Dynamic has said, like, there's been a lot of pressure ever since the beginning, losing the, games off the rip when it's their first-hand performance, YFP being the second loss that they had throughout the series, and that in itself is hard, right? Like, you have to bypass that sort of mental in regards to, like, are we actually okay to be, or do we deserve to be here? And that in itself is very difficult to overcome, and I think they did that, right? Like, they stated after their game against NBG, finally they had won a game. They said they were in their head consistently going throughout the entirety of the early stages of this. And of course, this is a newer team, right? So I think they have finally found that newfound confidence, and the game against YFP, it wasn't their best. And I truly do believe this is where we do get to see the full length of what, D1 can do.
I mean, I hope so, because especially too, the tail end of the Swiss stage for D1 to get qualified for playoffs, it's been a team that's only been ramping up, and I'm excited to see how they're able to continue off of that, going up against a YFP that has been sitting, lurking in the shadows, waiting to play again here for playoffs. So let's start talking about the series ahead and head into our map picks and bans for what we can see. And to be starting it off, it is going to be going over to Lotus. So this is where we got to see them face off last time. D1 feeling confident to go here. But going on later on into the series, Emily, we get to see a little switch up with Pearl next.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at Lotus, I'm glad that they feel confident enough to pick back into this after losing 13-6. That means they put in the work. That means they're here to play and fix the mistakes that they were having. And honestly, like I said, they had the right ideas. I think Gompers kind of hit the nail on the head with that one, where she kind of brought up the confidence levels. Because at times it did feel like they weren't super confident in taking fights, especially when they're up man advantage. Like, yes, play for the trade, take those fights, try and shut down YFP before they have a chance to kind of create gaps. And I think that's something that I want to see carry on from Lotus to the rest of the maps, especially on Pearl. I think D1 are going to have a strong read on how to play the map. I just want to see them being willing to take fights, especially against a team like YFP that is willing to do that, willing to have that aggression, willing to make those team fights, and they just have to be ready to fight back into it.
Yeah, and I would say, honestly, I don't think Boomy was in their prime, like during the game against YFP. I think they have shown that they are absolutely the person to look out for when it comes to the executions on site, and they will always get to. And they actually didn't get a single first kill the last time they had played against YFP. They were struggling pretty heavily. Of course, they managed to get a couple kills, but it wasn't necessarily working in regards to what the Waylay can truly do on this map. So I am quite excited. I think Lotus, especially with D1 now finding that confidence, finding you know, just being able to feel like they belong, especially here in the playoff stage. So, and we also do have Split, which is a third map we actually didn't even get to see against YFP. And I think under the circumstance we do get to that third map, it's going to be quite interesting.
It really, really will be, because when we look back at YFP and all the matches that they won, we've only got to see Split the once in stage 2, and it wasn't overtime, but it wasn't overtime loss. So to be fair, on the side of Division 1, it's not like there's... So really, Split is just a completely blank book for me, and what we can really, really expect if we get to that point in the series. But will we is going to be the question. Heading into the predictions, my predictions, I look at the team that did so good here in the regular Swiss stage, and almost everybody is with me on this sentiment. Gompers,
yeah,
you're the odd one out.
Yeah, I believe, guys. Like, listen, I completely overlook any previous gameplay when I'm thinking of the team. I think of the improvement that I've seen. I think of the potential that I see. And even though, yes, YFP had won, 2-0 against this team, I really don't think it was a warranted win where D1 could have been pushed down to be the underdog in the sense where nobody else believed in them. What the heck? Like, I love this team. I think this team is so good. They're so incredibly smart. They portrayed, honestly, like a level of gameplay that I hadn't seen in so long. And I was so excited watching their game last week that I really do feel like this team is going to pull through with some incredible performance today.
You know, I kind of want to give you the benefit of the doubt here and maybe provide some hope for the D1 fans, because if you think about it, we touched on it a little bit. YFP haven't been tested to their fullest extent. That means that because they've had such an easy-ish run to make it here into playoffs, a lot of their possible flaws and weaknesses haven't been highlighted. So if D1 are able to come in stronger than they did last time and kind of start finding those out, it could work in their favor.
I want to dash away all of your guys' hopes and dreams. Have you guys considered Jack?
Yes, I have.
And?
Listen,
that's
if
a
one
tough
person
argument.
could carry a team to success, I'd be Radiant by now. You know what I'm saying? Like,
because of your duo, right?
That's crazy.
Just saying, guys. Like,
Hey, I'm excited to see how this one's going to be panning out, but I definitely think YFP, looking back at how it was before, I don't know. But again, we're going to be seeing that rematch on a familiar map. We'll be starting off, Emily, from my glance, everything's looking the same. You had said Division 1 had some great ideas before. How can you see that come to life here to try and take this win?
The big thing that I'm looking for is we're kind of getting like an instant rematch and replay from what we saw Lotus. You know, they're starting on the same sides. I'm hoping that, you know, the defense was good. I just want them to have more confidence when it comes into going for these retakes and these fights. I think they would find a lot more success there, but I'm looking at the attack half because they are running this double duelist comp with the Neon and Waylay, and YFP are picking a perfect counter that being the Vise, and I need to see them baiting that out more. I felt like in the few rounds that we got to see them play against YFP's defense, we didn't really see a whole lot of that, and that gave them so much space to kind of work with on the side of YFP. So I just need to make sure that they're taking that into account, especially when they get to that half, hopefully a little bit closer a half to get them a little bit more time to work with and figure that stuff out. But listen, nothing's changed comps-wise. They have footage on how they played. They literally played against them the exact same thing like we've talked about. So hopefully D1 is a little bit more prepared for that.
yeah, this is also a team of good vibes for Division 1, right? Like coming into this, they knew each other, they're friends, and they playing into the same sort of roster as before. Obviously, they're not feeling threatened in this very circumstance. The same map, the same roster of which they had lost before. So I will say, I think this is going to get pretty interesting from Division 1, and we're going to see a completely different team than we saw last time.
Love to see the smiles, love to see the laugh, but it's time to get serious, guys, because it is layoff time. It's time for the rematch on Lotus. It's time to see if it's going to be YFP to continue on their winning ways or Division 1 to take the victory here, do what they couldn't last time. Let's get to it and find out and send it over to your casters, Zobi and Shift, to take you through.
Yeah, I think the desk is relatively smart, but they forget one very important thing, talking about the hero building of Division 1. We've seen it a number of times in playoffs where a team goes 4-0 in Swiss and they just forget how to play Valorant on day 1 of playoffs. Could be a thing. Could be a thing. Desk, you're smart, but you forget the easy plot armor. You just don't win all 4, and you're usually good in your first round.
Yeah, it's been like, what, 3 weeks since they played an official, even more than M80, who we saw what happened when they were trying to knock the dust off, almost went to OTs, but there's a bit difference, it feels like, in this rematch in particular, and that it's the same on both sides, right? There's no crazy composition shifts like what we were seeing out of an ADG, right? It's the same, boiling down the same, and what you've learned at, again, the execution level. And I think that's difficult for Division 1 when they do rely so much on a player like Dynamic, versus YFP feel like the perfect package. You have the craziest of support players, Stallion and Jack, who I think is like the top of the top right now for this stage in every category. Vita, who's like the best opener right now, and then led by Darkest, probably one of the more experienced players, I'd argue, in this server with their time in VCL and Collegiate. It's again the perfect package that I do think a chaotic squad like D1 could interrupt and counter, but we'll have to see it here and now.
Well, opening attack towards A. Going to be held for just a moment, looking for that little bit of deep scaling utility for info over towards ropes. That works out. Darkest for 1. Foreign playing on the outside of the site, though. Hello. Is this thing on? Are we calming? Easy flank for 3 for Foreign. And now it's just down to a 3v2, and Foreign's just going to do it all himself. Yeah, pop off, young man. Let him know about it.
And that was one of the players, I think Sierra's highlighted. They don't have concerns. They don't have worries coming into the series. The vibes were good on those intro player cams. And Foreign, whew. That is a crazy opener here. Just, I agree. It felt like the comms, they kind of got ahead of themselves, trying to steamroll into spawn there for that pistol round, and completely weren't checking their backs behind them. So, yeah.
That was sick. I know, that's just something you don't expect YFP to do. Like, he's behind us. Like, that is lost in the sauce, as they say. Dynamic, good first blood with a headhunter. Follow-up shots from Vita, decent. Stallion following, as this is just YFP saying, no, we're not gonna just fall to an ace. We're gonna step up and make you play our game. Calamity looking to jump on the way in, but a little bit too much distance between him and Vita. So the spike will back off for a moment. Foreign gets it to a 2v3. And no immediate plan yet. Still looking to find that next kill.
Ooh, I was actually going to praise them for not doubling down, fighting forward, but they've done just that now. Vita picked off. Now you're worse off than when you began. You need to get the spike plant minimum when you forced up these stingers. So going to take a step back.
Planted.
I really wish they had taken the timing, because now it feels like they don't have any sort of closing strat, especially with this C's.
Yeah, Darkest will take some damage off of that Prowler coming through, and Ziff is, of course, known. Foreign on for the defuse. Darkest steps in, finds it before it gets to halfway. That could be critical. Now Mikey has to play this outright, and Darkest just dances in the dark cover. Little two-step tango for him, and YFP respond to the forced by Stingers.
And the forced by Stingers and how they play out that round definitely speaks to a team that says, we were undefeated coming into playoffs. We are trying to remain that way. And it's funny to see that dichotomy of like forcing up when we were talking about ADG and how it didn't work in this sort of fashion for them time and time again. But that again, I think them leaning into Vita and the way he's able to provide space there. And you talked about how there weren't as many good columns on the pistol there. It felt very synchronized there. And honestly, I think D1 showed them too much respect as well. Worried about losing those weapons on their buy-up, but they're not worried about taking fights early this time around, are they, Shift?
No, not at all. You force the utility outright, you get up close and personal, and then you just, take a check, dash away. Dynamic, counter flash, stays away from being affected, a chance at the gunfight, but cannot connect. So there will be a full 5v5, but YFP are going to try to re-clear ruins first before they do much of anything, and I like the call considering that you've got the weapons to do so.
Okay, Prowler confirms Calamity. No challenge. Just more trying to solidify that they didn't rotate early. That you'll be running into a stack here. Eyes are still drawn to Dynamic. Could still get the opener on this deeper angle.
His teleport comes back up, so yeah, you can set that up to keep playing a bit of an advanced angle. But no noise. Keeps Calamity in position, although his aim. Shots are coming through, even exchange to start. Follow-up is...
Horn's alone though, even if he gets these openers, even if he was going to be a disadvantage on this retake for the side of Division 1. 2v3, sheriffs in hand. Dark is just buying time off the Trailblazers so that they can't reveal they're coming from halls. And Guiding Light, they're not even giving them a chance to get back into this.
Player standing.
Shot comes through on a Calamity, leaving Boomy by themselves, and no exit there at all. YFP follow up pretty convincingly. I mean, yeah, it gets a little bit messy for a moment on that battle towards A, but you back off, you reset, and you execute correctly later in the round. And after the anti-eco, we get into round 4, where this will feel like a bonus for YFP, and the flip side, first full purchase for D1 coming up.
And I would argue that D1 are lucky that there weren't any standout players on the YFP side, because then there's no ults really to interfere with them converting this round as cleanly as possible, unless Vita outpaces the A-main fight. Last time D1 hit the lid on it. Let's see if they can again.
Well, okay, this time. Will be a connection on the Calamity. Dash forward, and just Boomy. I think seeing both players not quite picking a target, and Boomy in the corner will still find one, so not the worst news ever for the 3v4, but Mikey is down to 10 HP. Dynamic is still trying to rotate from B to hold down small, and the problem is YFP know they've got numbers and guns, and so you're going to sit here, wait, and see if you can catch contact, and then burst onto site freely, and yeah, now they know Foreign's playing stairs. That should be all they need to know.
Yeah, nice Thorns. They don't get the timing out of them pushing into this revolving door, but side anchors are here. They're ready. Sees Prowl. Mikey, though, with 10 HP, needs to also rely upon Foreign.
Well, Mikey's done a nice job. Yeah, that's great. Dynamic will fall, though, so the pinch stays safe. Foreign up top gives you another 2v2. And a Prowler to work with the 40 seconds. Oh, boy. Foreign, I think the Prowler actually soaked up some of that damage. Tries to teleport up top and safely will be able to do so, but the spike is collected. Ziff and Jack trying to work this one together.
30 seconds left.
Still at full health, full shields. Shot lands for Zip, but Mike responds to the 1v1. All it takes is a bullet, but Jack gets the post point at B.
This point, have your classic gal get the right click ready, right? Lean into the RNG. Jack, though, feels like the HPs are flipped if you're going for a backstab in this moment, but just trying to play as far away as possible. Maybe even play for a little corner wall bang off the tap here. That would get the job done. Only unfortunate part about this is that Haunt is not likely to come back online.
Unless. No,
Unless.
Surely not. Surely
It'll
not.
be too late by the time it does. The round will have been decided.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. There's the tap. Jack is going to go quickly. Mike gets it to half. Is going to try to stick it a little bit further, but has to try to take the battle, knowing that Jack is right around the corner. And the battle of the first names goes to the world of YFP here in round 4.
Really nice pivot there. Again, showing moderate amounts of respect towards Division 1, playing it safe there. And I think Ziv did a good job, I think, trying and getting that first. And it would be nice to get a little 2v1 action, but that's where we kind of set up, and they did succeed between Mikey and Foreign, I think, on this A-side anchor. As much as they could when one player's at 10 HP and the next follows them early suit. So I'm going to be looking towards, I think, those late rotations and how risky they are around Blue Room, around reclaiming that A space. And that was my eyes on Dynamic in that regard, right? Foreign's 9-3. We want Dynamic to be like that.
Yeah. Well, Calamity, a couple of spam shots with the Sheriff through the smoke. I believe a couple of them land, but somehow Vita over the top finds one, looking for a Calamity who's trying to find the space in the Venn diagram of that relabel. Still staying alive to tell the tale, but it's still 4v5. YFP with a huge advantage.
Vita's entered A side with a sniper rifle twice, and they come out unscathed, right? 5v3, eco or not. complication from Foreign here. Paranoia should connect. Wait a minute.
Whoa!
Aww.
Boomy
times
still
two.
alive, but can't go from shotgun to rifle successfully. Dynamic Headhunter doing its job twice over, but problem is, yeah, there's just too much to deal with. So YFP up 4-1 after just dropping the pistol, and now you start to look to D1 to say, all right, you got to give us something here, otherwise it's timeout time.
And that's where it goes back to the veto. We didn't even break this down, I feel like, pre-map, but to me, it was just like YFP absolutely winning this veto, right? Like, it's similar to how ADG was like, okay, we lost in this map, we feel better on this map, let's pick into this map, but like, YFP was dominant, and it's like, it wasn't a mixed map either, like the previous pick was. It's like YFP have not lost this map to any team, right?
Yeah,
and then they go into a map they have shown nothing on that you have losses on for Division 1. It's not going to be pretty if they lose in this fashion, and that's why they're trying to turn the octane up and fade you till connects, but the shots aren't following. So another opener goes the way of YFP.
Yeah, and that first blood conversion percent. But I think just, you know, kind of going back to the point about the map selections here while the execute towards C is going to be pretty free. It's one of those situations that if you're D1, you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place because your wins in this last little bit of a surge you've put together have been either by this map here at Lotus or by Bind. And so neither, I think, against YFP feel great in the head-to-head matchup as we get an exchange of eliminations as the spike is planted at C. Finger guns out, though, for Vita. And Dynamic has taken some damage through the dark cover spam, but is able to still connect on Vita, who tried to channel him outright. So now you've got a realistic chance to create cover here, especially with the ultimate coming out of Boomy. But just as the divergent paths come through, it's YFP to shut it down, and they're up now 5-1.
And that round hurts because the opener from Dynamic was great. Forward survives just long enough as well for rotations to come through, but then there was a desync and hesitation with that Convergent Paths investment alongside Dynamic trying to prod through past that C's after surviving, again, against a shotgun, mind you, while half decayed. So again, individual impressiveness, but then falling short at the team retake level. And I think that's why this timeout is coming through. I would argue the previous losses weren't as messy at the team level because a lot of them were just, okay, eco fights, like head-on fights lost outside of A main, which is characteristic to Lotus. That C retake was anything. But so this round's gonna be big, right? Lots of ults to work with. Big Tour de Force Dynamic is likely to invest with the full shield investment. So I think they've been getting the eco rounds close enough. If you look back to, I think it was a 2v2-1 round, and you might think about investing that Nightfall as a tipping point. This is a team that I know is not afraid to use ults on ecos.
Yeah, no, not at all. I think especially due to the nature of their general aggression that especially we've seen in the last couple of weeks. But the situation has to bode for an easy call to commit to those ultimates going against things like Seekers, for instance, for YFP. You got Thorns on the way for Ziff, who hasn't had a chance to do much yet because Darkest is doing it all. So I hear you, and I'm not, you know, if you look for bounce back ability, yeah, having a Thrifty here would go an immensely long way, but you also can't spill the beans early here and just forfeit out this half.
Well, I might not get the choice to, I'd say, again, if we decided it in the early round, heavy A main fight, but with the dismiss out, everyone survives the fray this time. They're trying to funnel the players back towards the Tour de Force, but you'd think YFP would be expecting that.
Dynamic, ooh, secondary challenge, bold. But
works out.
Fortune favors the bold, they say. And the Tour de Force will stay up and active over towards Waterfall, although the site has been taken and more so. Vita taking all of the space over towards main.
Vita lives to tell the tale. I mean, low HP Boomy should have fallen. It's actually Dynamic. Try and re-solidify this round. Seal Guard and try and stem the bleeding, and it has so far. Stallion left in the 1v1. Finger on the other side.
Oh gosh, okay. I know, chat, we're dealing with the same issues you guys are.
It's like surprise. It's like the video that tests your analysis, like it freezes and it's like, what happens next?
Yeah, what happens next?
And you have to predict it. And we might right sometimes, you know.
I'll play into that next time we get it. All right, chat. Ones in the chat if you think this happened. But here's a look back at the replay, at least, of it and kind of how this round unfolds.
Vita survived. Look, he got a kill later, like, up against the enemy Neon. So I would say the Hulk's take was successful. And D1 are going to have to now expect them to be breathing down their necks on the retake because of how hefty they are A-side leaning. And it's the same round, repeated round time and time again.
This is disrespect right here. I mean, Vita just jumps right through, doesn't care about the waylay whatsoever. Boomy has to stick on this position, and Jack just takes away the angle. Oh, nice follow-up shot, though. Immediate response over to Mikey, and that will be the round. And, well, hate to call it early, but it feels like this half is pretty much well out of the sails of D1.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Like, okay, nothing's out of the sails yet because it's 1-7. We just saw a 1-6 comeback, right, from M80. But it's more the fact that they're not making changes. It doesn't feel like they're trying to adjust, right? It's been A fight, A fight, A fight. I feel like Icebox is back in the pool right now, right?
Yeah,
and that's where this round finally is coming to a head. Overdrive, B main presence. They understand they're fighting so heavily for A main, so they want to get behind them early on. So I'm curious what YFP's route distribution is going to look like.
Well, this time, no defensive aggression over towards A main, and that's YFP saying, all right, bet, thank you very much. We'll just take tree and make our play through this smoke eventually onto A. That one will block off the stairs. Here comes the approach.
D1, much like the pistol, waiting for the fight into ropes and a drop. Will YFP bite? Oh.
Here's the problem. Yep, Ziff is hearing all of this in the play. Yep, that's the problem. Dynamic also red. A couple of tags do land. Bob up though from foreign through steps works out okay. But you got to hit a shot somewhere somehow, and Jack has read the teleport. Yeah, that's a little bit too simple for YFP. To be fair, it is essentially a save round here for D1, but YFP is going to get their 8th here.
Nice shot there, but it's just Dynamics padding the scoreboard more than anything. Very difficult to win out that 1v3. And that's where I liked the connect onto Ziff there between foreign and Dynamic, but then I think time was still in their favor where they could have waited for Dynamic to scale and then accelerate into the site together with that hero rifle as the tip of the spear. Instead, they peeled off, right? Boomy and foreign go for the entry while Dynamic's still trying to get that weapon and regroup, get that rendezvous set up. And that's where they need that vocalness in the server to be like, hey guys, pause. Let's go in a second once I'm there. And that just didn't happen. They are very, very pedal to the metal, no stop. Change though again, this time. Dynamic. Foot of the fight again. Issue being disconnected. He can get out unscathed, unlike the duelists. I like the space Calamity has taken as well. Omen with the B-side lurk will be a question mark to fill in later, but there's no Vice Wall this time. They're behind them. They can go V-main now. Wait, Calamity makes to breaks this round, and Stallion!
No chance Stallion checks that. Unreal.
No, there was no wall. They know the Vice fell early, I guess.
Yep. It's one of those situations that just works out. Foreign gets 2, surprisingly so. Jack responds with one of their own, though. Still some utility from Jack to play with. His Dynamic is able to eventually trade out that position, and Vita will fall. So D1 on the board here through 10 for their 2nd. And weapons, well, they should get a little bit of a bonus here. Should be at least in serviceable arsenal position.
I'm a firm believer that Lotus is attack centered enough that 8-4 is like very, very winnable. Like, if we can get these last 2 rounds for Division 1, like, we might have a game on our hands, especially when you're running a double duelist. But we have to wait for them to get online first. I think 4 and 9, 1 and 10. It's difficult throwing yourself into engagements that aren't coming out successful. And honestly, for Calamity, I can't even blame him. Like, why is Stallion reclearing you there? Like, you're walking up, gun not at the ready. Like, you can't even blame him for that one. But
yeah, facts.
Look at this. No change from YFP. Why? It hasn't been. It's been fine, right? It was more just a lucky hinder, you feel like, if you're YFP, that won them that B-side retake.
A touch. But is there enough to get this half back now? Vita just once again not to be vested on those 1-for-1 angles.
Starting to see why they have the highest first kill per round.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, the percentages, the math, the stats, all those things. Sometimes they come true and they look brilliant. Other times we get baited as casters, but
yeah, we said perfect team on paper and looking like they're delivering on it.
I'll say, especially this head-to-head.
Okay, wait. I really wish Boomy had the convergent paths here, but I still wouldn't be opposed to like a little revolving door play if they cleared out B main themselves right now, but a little crunch between the judges.
I mean, it could work out here, especially if the Prowler gets denied. Dark Cover comes into play defensively. Same can be said about the one over towards Waterfall, and they're just going to trigger the door to see if they can keep the defense guessing at multiple things at once. Prowler out. But a nice little step up. Calamity double checks that dark cover, and so they know there's no one home. It's just down to, can you win this 1v1 if you're Mikey? Oh, this is less than ideal
30
for
seconds
Mikey.
left.
Like, YFP had 3 choices there. Complete the rotate to B, double back to C. 2 had judges that choking to pick the 1 site deserted because of how far forward Ziff was. Now you have the Vice wall upstairs, but we can't really close the distance effectively. There's no way to retake this, I'd say, unless Calamity gets one here.
No. Too many free tradable angles.
Mm-hmm.
So,
One enemy remaining.
The problem, too, is, like, you kind of needed to save some of these rifles if you're T1. Like, we're just kind of stuck in a no man's land in a 3v5. And now we're in the last round of the half. And honestly, yeah, you're still dealing with broken purchase. I want to say the last time we saw full purchase for D1 was like round 8.
Yeah. I kind of want to see a 9-3 just so we can see if Gomper's prediction curse is stronger than the 9-3 curse or not. You know? Or like if like it's additive or not.
Hard doubt.
Hard doubt. Mm. I'm still a believer in the Lotus attack side, I guess. So we'll see. I think 9-3, I think there's a world if they win pistol, but they've got to win this round to even make that possible, and Dynamics have denied the opener.
That'll work. Step into the fast lane, catch one. Dynamic pushed all the way back into Waterfall, but has help on the rotation over. Seekers going to allow, wow, I was going to say, interestingly enough, Ziff is kind of following behind one, tracking the Seeker through mid, so he's out of the play, but the offensive members on the site are clearing up a ton of space. Here comes the retake effort. D1 going to find the first 2. Ziff back in towards main, but is the last one standing. Has to get the 1v2. Nightfall through. In some trouble off this decay. Trying to just win this angle back RD1, but Ziff keeps dancing with it. And they may get an opportunity to line things up, but Dynamic is able to push forward. Find 4 in the round, and it will be a 9-3 half.
There's the Dynamic multi-kill we've been waiting for, impact-wise, for most of the half. Gets that 9-3 through. And I do think that it was effectively them punishing, again, YFP trying to push up into their own territory. That double X waterfall, for example. So we sprung the curse. Now we perform the experiment and draw the conclusion. 15-9 for Dynamic. 4-12-11. Honestly, it's just Boomy and Calamity having a really off day. Like, this is not their normal, guys. Like, even if Dynamic and Foreign have been kind of the poster children of Division 1, it's difficult.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we kind of saw a little bit of this in the opening half of the M80 Azure Dragon game too, where it's just like you're not getting value out of the duelist. That often is your win condition.
Yeah.
But honestly, it's not. You can't just point to Calamity. It's flat out defensively for D1, not getting success on the front A ruins contest is just, it just restricts what you can do with the Waylay and the D on this map.
And they didn't change it, like,
yeah,
early
exactly
enough either. Well, it doesn't matter. We're into the fray. And one thing that does work for Division 1, they got the first half pistol. They're trying to here again fake out, dismantle the traps that have been set by YFP. So it's a great start so far, and they've completely discombobulated YFP so that they have 4 stacked on B.
Paranoia out for Stallion. Foreign trying to still work through this angle, but Stallion's able to kick down 2 before dropping. Vita trying to challenge the angle through Waterfall. A couple of tags are into Mike. And Boomy was not in a position to help that counter. And now you're trapped. Spike is down. Dynamic is way outside of B. Boomy doesn't win the 1v1 versus Darkest. And it looks like YFP will get to double digits here in the pistol.
Oh. That round hurts because the opening was super strong for Division 1. Again, we mentioned they drew all those players off of C, but then Stallion Anchor gets 2. Right, Dynamic had made the correct call to try and summon them back towards the A side, towards B, because of all the space he had taken, and he was going to be able to cut off the C, rotates back towards B, but misses the timing because of Darkest proactivity. Leader in the server, leader on the scoreboard, 14-5 right now for his team. And we said 9-3. To me, I don't believe in a 9-3 until the pistols won, and then I become a believer. So the fact that YFP have already taken that, and we're about to see an aggro fight in Pillar, not feeling very hopeful, Shift.
No. Got to be in forest territory for sure if you want to play win condition. Vita, so much help. Boomy retracts back. A couple of marshmallow shots from Vita, and that will be enough for D1 to punish. So we will get into an early 4v3 here for D1. But there are still rifle. No, say not really. I mean, you got Stallion on the Bulldog. I thought there was another rifle behind that play, but no, it's just SMGs, so could be possible.
Yeah, especially with how cramped A can be, as long as they set themselves up smart around those positions. Boomy, she's scaling forward. I don't like that. You missed the window.
Spike planted.
Oh man, and Mike, I believe, yep, was seen. Ping is out to confirm that. Freebie for foreign.
Last player standing.
Dynamic lands, and it's just down to Ziff with the Guardian. Will fall over towards drop. Mike, Dynamic, still playing crossfire setups around the A site. And that will work. Okay, D1 respond nicely after the pistol drop. Now it's just down to building up the momentum.
Oh, a little anti-eco win. Very, very nice to see. Not like they didn't lose too many players in that B main confrontation is the big crux of it. And it really was just foreign in that slight little trigger discipline moment that keeps things under wraps. Keeps numbers steadily in their favor. So 4-10. At what point do we become believers? I mean, look at the buy here from Division 1 again. I'm gonna say 7-10 I become a believer, even when the comeback's not done.
Cover going out.
This is bold. Stallion gonna step up. Just denies the Prowler, backs away. E1, this is the correct play tempo-wise, by the way. Just don't lose this round out to something you just don't expect. Take your time. Cross your T's, dot your I's. Take your advantage and run with it. You have to have a clean round here.
Yeah, you definitely want to keep the majority of these weapons. At least the Vandal and the Guardian, I would say at a minimum. Did invest slightly into it. Does the full bonus. They want to keep, again, 9-3 momentum swinging. Boomy going for a little fake off of the refract here. Not quite sold. If anything, it solidifies that they need to rotate back. Darkest makes contact. Guiding Light for retreat. And it feels like it's just going to be, I was going to say a 5v5 retake, but I'm questioning if they'll get the side at all.
And a smoke to block things out, right? So you can get another angle here if you're Darkest. Paranoia will shrug them off, though. Smoke. Going to be pushed through by Dynamic. So big crossing energy coming through for YFP, but Dynamic is able to connect onto 2. Vita only for 1. Jack backs out of the door. Messi doesn't able to block the shots out of Boomy. Ziff still finding a couple attacks, but foreign from behind will finish things off, and D1 get to 5.
All right. That round, I mean, the rotations were strong from YFP, but it felt like Division 1 ended it by preying on that tendency for YFP to just close things out early. They get ahead of themselves like they just did in fighting out Revolving towards Rubble. They did in reclearing B. Like, I was looking at the minimap and I see 4 on A and I'm like, a normal team would probably leave and rotate through B, but I love that they left these players like Dynamic here to clean it up. Because again, right now, when you're down this far, even if you can't make the comeback on this map, you need to get confidence in your head. You're like, we can beat these players, we can win these rounds, we can win these head-to-head fights. So any of these players accomplishing that is a huge win.
Go, go, go.
Well, the stack up for D1 will give us the intention of where this play is going to end at. Vice Ball will be triggered, but D1 are pretty committed here, and you have to think that Boomy's going to think in ults here. He's got to be thinking ult to try to get off. But Calamity is going to go first, able to find the opener. Couple attacks from Vita up top at ropes through the dark cover. Can't quite find the kill on the Calamity. The second opportunity does come through, though. Spike planted. When does Boomy want to hit this ult? Because you have to figure it's coming through on this round. There it is.
There it is.
Run around the corner. Vita, wow, playing their life nicely, but the coverage from Foreign is good, leaving it just jacked down over towards the drop. Boomy right there to follow, and it's on to Stallion for a 1v3.
Yep. Perfect timing on that ultimate as soon as the contest was coming, and it proceeds that select members of YFP are just getting ahead of it. They feel like they can solo anchor the sites, and it just weakens more so the information gathering they then have in the late round, or the ult select seers that they would have to tip the scales. So, hey, I said 7-10 of a believer. We are 1 round away from that, and 1 full buy versus an eco away from that. I know Gompers is definitely all smiles right now so far, but we've seen too many fake comeback shift, so we'll wait and see.
Yep. And I just based on how these first 4 rounds have gone, again, YFP have, I think, tried to just keep the gas down and just not like disrespect D1, but trying to get away with more than maybe they usually would. And obviously that hasn't necessarily worked. So now you're in this kind of half-buy situation. You can afford to be here if you're YFP. D1 are going to get free entry to C. And honestly, YFP, I was going to say, they kind of need to make a decision here. And I think the only read that they can have is to try to break down the back of the site first. They don't have a way to challenge through B main. So Seekers will come first. Here we go.
Yeah, they were playing too many lives to keep space of the site, so they're going to play the retake.
Ooh, nice shot initially, but D1 post-plant setup is just too strong with these weapons. And a clean, swift round for D1 has them back within 3 in the blink of an eye.
I mean, they understood that was going to be Nico. They play a little bit deeper to the side. They let one player destroy the impact the Seekers would have on getting that backside re-entry that you mentioned. So, Vita just not having the same effectiveness in making space on these retakes as they were in early rounds, it felt like. And, well, this feels intentional. I said 7-10, I become hopeful. The Division 1 can complete the comeback, and YFP immediately rips the timeout when they get to that point as well. And it is because, at this point, then it would be, okay, you lose this, 9-10, running it back. You'd probably have already invested the ultimates like the Nightfall. It is turning into, okay, the fire's dying out. We need to add fuel to it without snuffing it out.
Alrighty.
4 in a row. 4 in a row.
4 in a row. Exactly. I just, kind of going back to YFP on this map, talking about their immense success. A lot of it has come from the defensive side. And some of that is, I think, farmed by the fact that they went 10-2 halves to start versus Energy Academy. They also beat up on D1 6-1 to finish off this map after a tight first. But so far, I would say D1 has had the upper hand of just kind of running things in. Even though, again, Calamity's 3-16. You don't often see that. But just throwing the pressure right into the face of YFP and kind of disrespecting Ziff in a lot of ways, like not carrying the devices on the table, has largely worked because of how they've been able to, A, manifest the economic advantage, but B, just use numbers. Like, it doesn't matter if we can't use utility if we're getting it taken away or stripped by the Vice. We could still just use weapons and just have more guns on site than YFP, and that's working out for them.
Yeah, again, the first half was just characterized by them not making an adjustment soon enough. Because when they started adjusting, when we got those last few closing rounds that gave us the 9-3, here they've had the right idea from the get-go. They understand the YFP tendencies to try and slip through these timings, slip through these cracks ahead of a cohesive retake. And that's what we've seen A-side time and time again. And I thought they were going to fix it on the last eco round, right? That's why the Vice just gave up the site anyways and played that 5v5 retake. And I'm still, I think, of the volition that I need to see that in particular. Still, I want to see a good 5v5 retake out of YFPX. Just because it does feel like Division 1 are... Again, I think they're also waiting for some of these fights to come in. And YFP now cannot go for those creative trap plays.
Well, hopefully we'll come off this tech pause in a moment and kind of break down what we're seeing right now and what we're hoping to see to move forward.
Well, let's look at the ults. All right, we got the Nightfall from Jack.
Yep.
I feel like that's again a retake ultimates, and so I don't know how it would feel if it's the current setup where it's like as if, okay, utils here, they really played more for information off of that, but if they have Jack being a solo anchor here, I'm not the most confident in it. Doesn't feel intentional planning around the ultimates like what we've seen earlier today, like from M80. But yeah. There's also Jack, and I feel like even though the stats speak for Jack, I haven't seen Jack in action. So for all I know, Jack's like in tree, rips the ult in front of him, and stays alive and gets all of them.
I wouldn't put it past YFP to be like that, but I think that there is something to be told about all the like assumptions of the timeout. What conversations YFP are considering defensively. I think having this ultimate probably gives you the more respect given answer of like, let's just play a little bit further off site. Like, let's not lose in first blood early. We can play 5v5 on retake, or at least something closer to that, because yeah, D1 has just been bull rushing us. So maybe, but stall tactic wise, obviously on this map, if you get the perfect read, it does completely stop you. Just based on the reveal, the decay, the silence, everything that comes with good stuff.
Well, we'll work on getting an answer for this tech pause, but I will say as well, after the 9-3, Dynamic stepped up. Foreign obviously was the one that opened the entire show with an ace. Also, can we talk about Boomy? He's like doubled his kill in the last few rounds as well.
Yeah, that happens when you put Waylay on offense.
I guess.
Especially after the A pressure defensively wasn't working.
Yeah, defense definitely, like, you have to play more reactive, and that reactiveness of the Waylay just got really, really nerfed. So if there's forward planning, yep, Boomy will in fact thrive. Outside of that, yeah, Vita, it is interesting to see Vita as like a support duelist through and through, and it is these support players on their side trying to find that impact. But again, it also feels like now the individualness is being their downfall, right? I've seen too many times like players just slip back into site or stay anchored on the site and get steamrolled by Division 1. And that's also a flip side to what we've seen previously, where again, like two strong anchors from Division 1 were playing off of each other and actually succeeding to a certain degree, right? I think it was, who was it, Foreign and Mikey playing together? That was fun to watch.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm trying to find the next thing for us to fish off of here with this tech pause, but
Now we're doing good on the podcasting.
yeah. Oh, we're seeing a D1 player had disconnected.
All
PC
right,
crashed.
well,
Figured out. You know,
if there's one thing that can stop the momentum of 9-3 comeback, it is in fact a PC crash, unfortunately.
A mental crash out on a PC crash.
Or it's a calamity like Arrow 404 and he's like rebooted the system and now he's gonna be like kickstarted, right? Overdrive mode. And it suddenly is gonna like
Oh yeah, sorry guys.
Kills.
I only have 3 eliminations because I had a PC update running in the background. Yeah,
100%. 100%. But all right, well, we'll do the little game show that we had earlier where we're like, okay, what happens next? Okay, where is Division 1, obviously leaning A side, going to go?
I think they are going to go probably A. I mean, with the tour de force ready to go.
Okay.
Trying to avoid Nightfall hitting you in a major way, like just don't be on B, don't be on C.
Okay.
Probably A.
I'm feeling like I agree with you. I think Tour de Force, for some reason, I feel like I want to see them sit on it because it is Light Shield's kind of littering the YFP side a bit, and there is this Outlaw. If not, then I need to see him like mound side. But I think I'm more curious as in what's the response from YFP going to be. Because I feel like, I don't know why, I feel like they're going to invest in Nightfall ahead of the Vice Util. I don't know why that's what I'm feeling, but even just like Jack playing so close to the jiggle instead of waiting for the wall. And also, I feel like you do a little Nightfall like Neon flank combo since Neon and Sky are both on B right now.
Yeah, I'm going to predict that Jack is anticipating an A hit, is going to play early info gathering just off contact by kind of doing a little back and forth with Ziv through steps. Yeah, and then, you know, get off site through ropes, wait for retake, hit the Nightfall, double flank through mid, long lurk from Stallion, or he could also teleport behind. Profit.
That would be the ideal, honestly. And that's where the thing is, YFP just have been like, it's like it's been a wound to their pride if they're forced to give up a site. Is the best way to describe it, honestly. The only humble person in that regard has been Ziff, right, when they give up Seaside, so. That is the ideal. That is also what I would like to see. Maybe I would say the only person that I'd be okay with trying to play for a kill would be Ziff swinging off like to reclear the sheer wall getting tripped like we've seen, right?
Sure.
Reclear that close angle. But otherwise, yeah, please play this round safe, right? You just took your time out, independent of the tech pause, right? So you just got to keep that strategy in mind, keep it intact, keep it rolling. And again, this is Division 1's map pick, and Pearl up next, right?
Yeah.
There's a certain gamble to picking that, I think, just because what you have in theory could be different from application on Pearl that you don't have a rep on, but well, let's get through Lotus first.
Indeed. And to do that, we need all of our players to connect. One's still waiting, so we will kill the podcast for now, and we'll be back as soon as we get all 10 players ready to go. Be right back.
It's not going to die for a match.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
right, we're back, and everyone else is back as well. So we're going to jump onto the mix. Round 18, 10-7 reset here. YFP up and dealing with full purchase with the Nightfall that we hammered. Dynamic on the other side. This is down to what do you want to do between both these two scopes.
Oh my god, they switched the Vice C.
Comes out, and here we go.
Switch the Vice C with the wall on A. So they are playing very heavy A side retake. So they take space deep B, deep C.
Oh, you got to hit that. Oh, man. That's one that Dynamic's going to be kicking himself for. And then Boomy gets caught. Just timing off Jack playing from the sound cues is enough for YFP to follow up for 2 more eliminations. And this round is over. Wow. All of that time for that result. Not what I expected.
Yeah, I mean, YFP played it perfectly as we would hope they would. Play off the Vice Util, play for some safe kills, play for the retake off a Nightfall that they didn't end up even needing. And that's where we needed, I think, more so Division 1 to not steer right into the A side, but fight one of those pillars of outward expression, either B main or C side together, instead of just relying on Dynamic and that tour de force to get the job done solo. So, for all that break mentioned it, that's one way to kill a comeback, and YFP have answered instead. Now double down on the ultimates with Vita's overdrive coming online as well. And YFP, it looks like they want to take that overdrive into a possible B main fight.
Yeah. Could just be a double push down here and just get aggressive right off the get-go. Yeah, you're going to get some Pillars presence here early from Darkest, who could just flash the corner with this double setup being put together with Vita nearby. Similar challenge off the one-way smoke here at C. Replaced. That's a lot of time off the clock here that D1 are, again, just not playing off of any other information anywhere else. So now you're going to force the battle, and YFP have the perfect setup for it.
That same setup as the last round, and then different outcome, a different challenge that only end with the same results. Dynamic trying to save the operator. Finds the first, but it's going to be hunting dogs out.
Yeah, very likely the case. Plus, you get marked. 1, 2, 3. Swing it. Hit it. Throw a little extra. Yep, this is a little bit more like it for YFP off of the long reset timer.
Yeah, Cementel's been on the same setup again. 2C, 2B, fade retake ult for A with the Vice Util to support. It's again the switch up that I think they made in the defensive start. Like there was another play in their book when they realized they were again playing too invested, we'll call it, on the A side. This time though, actually are gonna have to fade peel off. Maybe we'll like drop some util, make the fast rotate back just as a red herring. Because now we've seen Division 1, okay, they fell into the trap, they went in towards the deserted A. And they've also fought head on into C. They're good to go. Ooh, Steel Garden.
Straight disrespect right now for YFP. Straight disrespect. Garden comes down like you call. Zip trying to hang, but shotgun out for Boomy. He's able to connect. Overdrive for, well, both Neons come out. Darkest able to hold his position. YFP reestablishing some control behind the site by way of the Nightfall. And so we'll go to the 4v2. Born and Mike could have to be playing from the defensive sides. At least they've got the read, though, that all of the defense is in front of them. And by in front, I technically mean behind, so should be an opportunity to hold.
Oh, it'll be a hard hold. High-low maybe could save them.
Well, Mike's got some damage in for one. Glad opportunity, no. Doesn't hit any of the shots, leaving forward by himself, and that's just too many numbers to deal with. So a couple of sloppy rounds in there for YFP, just kind of losing control of what D1 was throwing their direction. But once they essentially say, all right, you want to play fast? We'll play fast. And that worked out about flawlessly for YFP coming off the tech reset. That was, I think, more along the lines of what we expected. And I'm sure that's very confidence boosting for YFP in particular.
Yep, I mean, coaching staff steps in, recommends a defensive change, and it hits a home run to steal away Division 1's map pick, where I do want to comment on that as well. They pick into it. They get one more round than last time, so hey, we talked about it. Improvement is the name of the game when you're up against repeat opponents in the first round of playoffs, where there's still some safety net of the lower bracket, but Pearl up next, right? It feels an intentional pick from YFP, just because they haven't shown it off the entire stage, but sometimes it's a team's undoing as well when theory does not translate into practice.
Yeah. It's tough, man. I mean, YFP is one of those squads that, based on what we saw on the Swiss stage, were looking like they were coming out with more firepower and more preparation than pretty much anybody else out there. Sometimes they can come out, you know, any team can come out slow after coming through 4 straight games, having to wait for 3 weeks. But no signs of slowing down right now for YFP in this head-to-head matchup. That's D1's pick gone. And now we go into map 2. We'll go to the break, have the desk break things down. We'll be back. Don't go far.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Heading into the first map of this series, we got to see a little rematch happening over on Lotus, a known quantity for both of these teams. It was a hard start for YFP, 9-3 at the half, and once they got the bearings in the second, it was all but inevitable for them to take the win, 13-7 in the end to be taking the first map in this series. I mean, Dogs, you had a lot of faith going into it. There was a nice little pistol ace to, you know, get the hopes going, but after that, YFP kind of better number on that game.
I'm gonna be honest, that was rough. that was rough. That was not great from D1. And I'm not gonna say that, you know, this is gonna be an everyday thing, but when you have you know, Calamity just not really showcasing, you know, just what they're capable of on their duelist, and only having 3 kills and 1 first blood, and in reality it's difficult to really proceed with that. You could see that they were trying to regather their confidence as you know, the attacking side had went on. They tried really implementing a stronger strategy where, okay, you know what, I'm just going to run in with the Guardian. We're going to see where that takes me. And even though it didn't make sense, honestly, I really felt like half that game was Calamity trying to just regain their composure, and like the mental was completely drained. There was no sense in, you know, some of the util we were seeing from Boomy dashing in onto C-side trying to create a fake, but it was so lackluster that it was almost laughable. Like, you could tell it was a fake, and it just felt like there was no solidarity in anything that they were doing, to the point where it almost felt like at some point they were just trying to regather the mental, regather some of these kills, and make sure, okay, you know what, we're at least getting our picks, and we can just go for the next one. I truly think it might not be over just yet. Listen, I picked D1. I have to stick with it. I can't switch. But it was not what I was expecting.
Guys, I just want to say Gompers felt real confident after that pistol ace round. Real confident. And that went out the window fast. Yeah, like that confidence just disappeared after they got eco'd. But no, for real, D1, they tried. They put up a fight. I know it's kind of hard to tell when you look at the scoreline, but you saw them trying to push out ideas. We saw them trying to fight up towards that A site, getting punished, or sorry, towards that A main and rubble area, getting punished. We saw them play a little back. They were getting some trades out, but it just wasn't enough with how YFP were kind of fighting and taking space on site, really ensuring that they have the kills that they need before falling into a bomb plant or a post plant and things like that. And you got to highlight players like Dynamic for keeping these rounds possible, for making the game even just that much closer to kind of bring up some sort of confidence like Gompers was talking about to go into the next map. Because this one, it was their first map pick, or it was their map pick. It was a rematch from what we saw last time, and they only got one more round than how they did previously. So not big improvement, but it's something. It's definitely something. So there's some hope.
I'm just gonna blame Gompers here straight up, because there is no way that you can talk that much trash in the green room and not get humbled. This one all comes down to Gompers. D1 6th man here. Gompers, come on, dude.
I genuinely had faith, like, and it wasn't just that, oh, you know, they played against easier teams and whatnot. It was just the fact that I saw, like, they had a plan. They had intention the last time I saw them play, and it literally felt like it just was not there today. And it's unfortunate because it really does happen sometimes. It just sucks that it has to be today against YFP. You know, like this is a pretty strong team, so it would have been great to see D1 really step up to the plate. But I'm not giving up just yet, right? We have a second map, and I do feel like things can change. This is a map we haven't seen before out of this team playing against YFP. There could be some differences that we see. I just think YFP was a bit too familiar with the composition that we had seen.
I think, to be fair as well, going into today's match, again, YFP was the undefeated team coming into playoffs, going up against a D1 with a very different journey, also with their Challengers debut here as a team, right? So from the get-go, we had teed this up as a match that was going to be difficult, even if it was their own map pick. And even if a couple of these ideas coming out from D1 didn't really come to light, we did get to see a couple of them in the server, Emily, and some of these good ideas. I mean, Dynamic was someone we highlighted beforehand, and this chamber was nuts. Maybe YFP as a team was good enough to be able to slow down this D1 team, but we did get to see those moments of brilliance coming up from the squad, which I think was really nice.
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, D1, like I said, they had a bunch of ideas. They were trying different things. It just felt like individuals were getting shut down. And I feel like YFP did a great job at doing that, using their utility that they had, using Vita to kind of create space alongside the support util coming in from Jack, and then all of the follow-up utility coming in from the Omen blind, from the Sky blind, really punishing any sort of aggression that D1 tried to throw at them with the double duelist comp that you're kind of expecting them to do in the first place, right? Waylay didn't get a chance to get too much space, so Calamity couldn't really follow it up too well and just kind of got punished because there was no other utility besides the Waylay trying to be a little bit of a bait whenever they tried taking great aggression or space elsewhere.
Yeah, I will say too, like with a composition like this one that D1 was running, it's great that Dynamic was able to find, you know, some sort of security on the defensive round, which is something that they really did need. I feel like that's why it wasn't, yes, it was pretty hard on the defense for them, but I don't think it was absolutely terrible because Dynamic was able to secure so much. I will say it's difficult when you don't really have that mainstay sentinel like they had with Ziff, as to where Ziff was able to play with their util and be a little bit more grounding on the sites and not have to play retake so much, not get taken out so much, because you have to fight if you're D1 in those moments. So if you're not feeling it, there is nothing that you can really have a cushion on. And I feel like that's really where the demise was, as to where they were really, really relying on the fact that their aim was better. And unfortunately, it didn't click just now, but it's really common for teams to say, you know what, let's just go next. We're not having a good day. And I think genuinely, I feel like this might have been one of those moments.
Yeah, I mean, outside of just mechanics as well, you're running the double duelist comp, you're running the Waylay, the Neon, and you have a solo chamber. You don't have a double controller. You don't have a stronger sentinel like you were kind of saying. We should be taking that A main lobby pretty freely. We should be fighting for that space and getting ready for them to kind of refight into us, or at least taking some sort of map presence so that, you know, YFP doesn't just have the whole map to work with, so that they can start putting pressure elsewhere and start kind of running these little bit of fakes, and just really using it as their own playground. Like, that should have been on that defensive half, that first half, they should have had a stronger presence that just wasn't there. And they backed off so easily. It's like they lost the fight once towards a Rebel, and then they just completely start playing back. You want to see them kind of try and find solutions rather than completely adjusting their game plan.
I mean, looking at that map too, YFP is a strong team. We've been knowing this, we've been saying this, and we got to see that on display. And going into the second map, I'm expecting a bit more of the same, though with this being Pearl as opposed to Haven, which is what we saw the last time these two played, we get to see the deviation here. And Emily, with this deviation, we're getting to see a map from YFP that we haven't gotten to see in Challengers yet.
No, we haven't, but I'm expecting to see something great considering that they picked it, but also I think they just feel confident in how they're able to kind of work certain parts of, or sorry, not working certain, blah, blah, blah. I bet they feel confident with how they can take space, especially on a map like Pearl. They're starting off on the attack. You know, A main and mid is going to be a big priority for them. And after just watching how D1 played defensive side on Lotus, they did struggle. They were so willing to get things up, even though that they were running that double duelist comp, and they have footage of how D1 like to play Pearl. Again, they love running that double duelist comp that we've been seeing alongside the Phoenix, and I'm sure if they keep to that, they're going to be trying to fight for those orbs and kind of gain up ults on that Phoenix. And I feel like YFP is going to come in with some sort of plan to deny that, to kind of just push back D1 from whatever their game plan is. And if they continue with the confidence level that they had on the side of D1 on Lotus, it's going to be fairly easy for YFP to do so.
I'm curious to see how this one plays out, because we've gotten to see Division 1 here before, and it definitely wasn't the worst showing. But getting into this, Gomper's thoughts.
Yeah, this is dangerous. You have Darkest on the KO, being able to really shut down a lot of what Boomy could potentially offer on the take onto site, because it's not like you can really dash and refract and whatnot and get yourself out of situations safely. Like, you have to commit if you're playing Phoenix. And it really is the incentive of Division 1 to commit to everything. Hence why they have the chamber. They don't have that cushion that you can rely on, having such a solidified sentinel like Killjoy. So if they do not regather their confidence in this very moment, it's going to be absolutely impossible for them to get past KO with the null command, with the utility that will completely shut them down, at the same time getting past Killjoy util. So I really do feel like this is the time to see Calamity and Dynamic and Boomy work together like they typically do.
I am excited to see the Phoenix coming out for Division 1, especially too when we had highlighted Boomy before on the way, like setting up teammates. Now I'm looking for Boomy to get those kills and be the Phoenix. I think this should be exciting, but it is still Division 1 down a map. It's time to see going into the Pearl if this will be enough to take down YFP, or if it's going to be YFP 2-0 to be moving along in the next stage of our playoffs. Let's find out. Head to Pearl with your casters. Back over to Zobi and Chip.
Do or die time. Well, no, not really. Do or try again time. For one of these two squads, it feels like, you kind of set the tone of what your playoff run's going to look like. For YFP, you get through this cleanly after not showing us any of this map. It automatically adds a new element into your kind of arsenal in terms of like how you as a squad make your run. Whereas for Division 1, come out, you surprise YFP, you get to a map 3 situation, and on a map like Split, it feels like anything can happen. So it's definitely one of those, kind of crunch time moments, a small hinge to large door type situation for both these two teams.
It's very forward looking for sure, right? New comps for both sides in that regard. They've wrapped them in third-party tournaments. Now they're on the big stage in VCL Stage 2 playoffs. We're going to have to see it, and see it quickly. Division 1 starting out on that defense. Quick little mid-clear in the making, but YFP have skirted around the edges, trying to end a B off of the Stallion lurk up, since he hasn't made contact, only hearing the chamber trip lying beyond.
Recalling my bot.
Well, D1 has gotten full mid.
Yeah. Should be full 5v5 retake, I'm calling it now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those, but like, do you really, all 5 of you, want to go back through mid-cut? Like, it's just hard to play off of the long angle off pistols, so you're going to play the 5-man retake through the B connector. And Vita has got a frenzy, which could pack a major punch, but no, just runs right into the firing squad. So now here comes the retake attempt off of that. Nice shots initially from Jack, turns over to try to find Calamity, not going to build 2, but Darkest, through the smoke, thanks with a lot of, I'm sure, team pressure, able to find that elimination. Spike getting toggled. Foreign trying to follow up off that angle. Not going to work immediately, but Mikey is able to get there. But the clock could be their biggest adversary. The vacuum pulls him off. Now Stallion has a challenge, able to find the first. Has to go a little bit quickly and is able to clutch things up for the 1v2. YFP takes the pistol.
And Stallion on this Asher is scary. We're going to see this time and time again, being that stability and otherwise chaotic moments. I mean, you saw this shock when Vita has 3 players staring him down Link, and YFP really weren't structured for it, but immediately they dip, they get Stallion off site, they play out the win condition, and they kind of start where they left off. Now, second pistol for them in the series, and I also, it just hurts because the player that falls was the Astra there as well, so couldn't get that smoke back up. That could have made all the difference for a team playing so heavily on B long on the YFP side. But you got B easy enough last time. They're going to challenge Dynamic head on again, looks like.
Yep. Teleport back will keep him safe. There's already a couple of defensive rotators on the way as well. So if YFP are going to hit this site, it needs to be pretty quickly. Dynamic does get suppressed, cannot teleport away for a moment. Orange still holding towards that back screen's position, but Mikey in the process will be the first one to drop. Stallion turns that into a second. Dark is covering after the flash comes out, and D1's defensive efforts will be cut short. Outside of Calamity being able to find one, but down to 50 health and needing a 1v4 ace plus a defuse. Good luck, have fun.
Hey, just to claim in the hot seat, it would have been one way to answer back for sure, but YFP, keep it clean, juggled weapons to make sure they lose the least possible, and that Bulldog is recovered. So 2-0 now. I will say Pearl's one of the scarier maps in my mind. I feel like you can get really, really creative on the eco rounds for attack side. Again, just the exploit of Connector as a whole. And with it being so heavily towards these Bulldogs, and now the addition of Ziff and that Vandal, I'm scared shift that we could have a little snowballing after this tech pause.
Yeah, and I think some of that, you know, the snowballing comes by way of like, you and the whole map feels different because now it's like, okay, well, now Dynamic has to figure out a different defensive part of the map. Like, it's just when your initial game plan starts to go awry, it just feels like you're starting way behind where you would like to. Mm-hmm. And that gives opportunity for the offense to be essentially, again, dynamic and pretty much do whatever they want.
Well, I feel like it's too early to really say anything right now. Like, the pistol for D1 was honestly great. It just came down to that silly little Astra playing for the Gravwell, right? Which is going to be why everyone hates Pearl, right? It's for moments like that. Second round, I don't know. I feel like that was just YFP cleaning up what was the fault in the first round that put them in that uncomfortable kind of 1v1 position. But love to see the mini map right now because I'm expecting like a little like art chart from YFP or something of that regard. I think that'd be a way to spice up the eco for sure.
Yeah, it would be. We're getting some purchases, so it looks like our tech pause will be a little bit more limited this time around. And the weapon choices will be where a lot of our conversation will flow into in round number 3. Full rifles with the Guardian in the mix for Mike. On the opposite side, though, the 3 Bulldogs, the Vandal, and the Judge out of Vita would still lead you to believe it's still going to be a high-tempo hit when they decide to actually hit, just with that being the weapons of choice. And we're going to get an early battle here over towards A. Vita going quickly, that's the line in the sand. We've gotten A main. Let's not do anything too crazy. High gear check. And that is enough pressure for D1 to have to keep members on the backside of A. You cannot give away too much space.
And it's fairly straightforward as well for a bonus.
Oh,
and
no.
It still finds an opening kill success. Dynamic. Headlining name caught out early and feels like they're showing YFP too much respect. They've given up full A side. Trying to reinforce art. They're actually going to be ending up with the head-on fight, reading into the fact that their chamber is down, that they're going to reoccupy the space, and this curveball Calamity combo has got to hit a home run.
Has to. Absolutely has to. Problem is, with all this time and silence across the map, yeah, I was going to say, you also got to be wary about what's coming around the other side of mid if there is anything at all. Null command going to be spent. Not that I think it was really all that needed, but insurance policy to make sure that we're just fighting with utility advantages in play. Mikey over towards the pit. And I just can't deal with all the utility. Orin stepping up to get one. Can't stop the plant though. Now it's just down to timing on the cross. An impressive secondary shot, but YFP clean up the round nicely, 3-0 up.
I liked it. They start fast, they slow it down, they start setting the seeds of doubt. The Division 1 unfortunately ended up watering right there with that shock of surprise on the Artside fight. And after that fact, it was just team trades all the way into the 3-0. Jack now picking up the Odin feels like an omen for what may be to come. Also, one out from the Nightfall would explain the sight set towards A main once again, but Division 1 this time aren't going to give it up freely.
At least that's the idea. But with Sheriffs, you have to hit shots. Nightfall reveals some of this. Vita's able to find the first two. That will pretty much be the round. You expect that there will just be a moment to reset, get your utility in line, and then create some doubt, try to move the defense around the map a little bit, and then just take your weapon advantage, your numbers advantage into a clean fourth.
Yeah, Vita's like, ooh, a shiny Sheriff, thanks. And they're gone. Little takeout meal. In the meantime, I'm surprised Stallion didn't go for a little bit deeper of a B scaling if the goal was to just get that orb, get those kills, and then peel back. But I think that shows, again, good respect toward Dynamic, who if you're having the aggressive duelist A side, you expect the Chamber to be holding down B long. And that's one way to hand over a hero rifle on Canada YFP 5 versus the Division 1 Eco. But now that they've lost those opening numbers, and it is an Eco Division 1 decide to stay grouped, give up B, play that retake, and fortunately that's going to make this an even harder situation. And honestly, they can give Spike to Vita and even get the overdrive online next round if they wanted to.
Sure.
Or Vita go kill works too, I guess.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity. Defense will be here to meet this, at least kind of. Smoke will block out the angle. Here comes the first challenge. Foreign beat by the judge. And do you expect the follow-up? Well, it looks like you do. Mike's able to connect. Anything else? No. YFP will drop one in the process, but Vita, as mentioned, will earn the overdrive. Nightfall also at the ready. We're on the opposite side. Yeah, there's a couple of ults that are close for D1. They will have full purchase here. So there's some necessity surrounding D1 finding success in this round.
All I can say is if that Asher Smoke hadn't faded, I think we would have had a Vita ace, to say the least. But yeah, it does feel like we haven't seen anything Division 1 try to stop them head on. So with the ult set, just kind of exacerbates that fact. And so I think Dynamic with the Operator has come out. That's where we are still going to leverage this double duelist to fight for a main control. So I'm worried they've kind of left Art pretty heavily open.
I think you kind of have to, though, with the Nightfall in play. You just don't want to be stuck on site.
There it is.
That's why. So Nightfall comes through, does connect towards the backside of the site. Overdrive for Vita, trying to take that space that's claimed by the ult, able to connect onto one cleanly. And the rest of the defense over towards Flowers actually going to be able to take down one in response, but a big 1v1 over towards the backside of the play. We'll now have D1 desperate off of the Boomy ultimate. Trying to do is run it back, but doesn't really get much off that initial effort. Dark is still holding the angle, and Boomy, well, there's really no reason to go for this. You just kind of have to hopefully back away, but there won't be a chance to do that either. So this is your Alamo. Not much to be found with it. 5-0 up our YFP, and I'm telling you, they look great on this map right now.
Yeah, again, they hit it for a reason. It's maybe their secret weapon that they're starting to show a little bit of now that it is playoffs time. And there was some concerns about, okay, how does Theory translate, but it is a perfect historic reenactment right now. And I don't know, I feel like it comes off of how oppressive the util is, even down to that last Phoenix ult, right? Mikey wanted to swing off trade-off of it getting destroyed, and the C's there from Jack is just too good. And so, YFP, the set players are looking good. I want to see what happens if they actually get contested and, like, deconstructed. I want to see, like, some semblance of Division 1 pushing them, and just not happening yet.
Not yet. And it's just tough, I think, too, to, like, figure out responses defensively when you're in this chronic cycle of buy, save, buy, save, buy, save. Like, it's hard to build an identity, and that's the power, like we talked about a couple of rounds ago, of YFP gaining this leader's advantage early and conditioning D1 defensively to have to stack a site. So, good info read here from Ziff on the lurk. Also going to hear this. Vita's still holding inside a smoke as the first line of post-plant defense, but it will be the connection over through mid that works out perfectly for YFP. And wow, Vita just wanted the world right there. Steps up. Mike and Dynamic shut down the play, but there's nowhere else to go. Jack will finish us off and get through the first quarter of action. 6-0 up to YFP.
I feel like we've seen this somewhere, haven't we? A very, very one-sided start, and then a little bit of a comeback, and we'll say 4 out of 5 ultimates with the double duelist comp. It would be a nice way to make the comeback happen, but I do want to give Ziff their flowers this map a little bit. I feel like their timing on this Killjoy has been perfection. We saw it in the previous round, that backstep to mid-door. They also were kind of the cherry on top on that Art Nightfall take the previous round, because a typical answer to that is to take a main space, and the KJ just kind of was a nice crunch alongside Jack. So it definitely completes this full systematic look we're seeing in YFP's first repetition on this map. In the meantime, looks like YFP is getting a bit bolder, right? I mentioned how Stallion was respecting Dynamic, wasn't going for these early timings. This time, he has. And he's made it past, actually, the crosshair. You might be able to see them scoped in like this.
Yeah, Dynamic is about to get completely bamboozled by this. If the challenge comes through, Footsteps almost triggers it, but Vita instead is going to set them up for use some utility. Dynamic gives up the angle off the flash and gets caught retreating. You just would never have expected Stallion to be that close that quick. So once more, the B site vulnerable from D1's defense, and they're going to have to play a 4v5 retake with these ults.
Some of these ults are really, really good for, and that's why YFP's playing so close to Link. They're ready to reflood off of that contact, and that's also why they tapped to try and bait it out in the first place.
Well, this pause has D1 really cautious about a long lurking flank. There's none here.
The foreign's gonna be like, they haven't rotated, guys. Like, stay there. And that's why I'm surprised the Phoenix and Fade are still in spawn.
30 seconds left.
I think they're looking to see if anyone had tried to lurk ball over towards A. Calamity's in trouble. Yeah. Really good finesse from Vita. Boomy up top with need to do something heroic. It's not a good start. Hot hands are out. Vita off the regen underneath. Nightfall's going to come through. The first elimination is already connected onto, and the follow-up is also there. Yeah, that's not good. That was, I won't say a must-win round for D1, but you really needed to show us something with weapons and 3 ults, and they didn't show us much.
I saw the vision there, right? You already know from how Vita took contact there into Elba that they were playing super in your face to deny some of these ultimates. So you were really, really hoping that they made a mistake and that Nightfall would definitely all of them so forward to get behind and start farming these players. But just doesn't work out, right? Again, Ziff's too thorough. And then they even regrouped so that Jack could take that contact as well as the Nightfall forced them off site. So, yeah, looking very, very ironclad. So Division 1 is going to have to take a second to mull things over. Gonna be coming in to have a little chat with the squad. They use all the ults at least, so, you know, Overdrive and a Bucky. Right here, Rifle for Dynamic could spell some success. This is where, like, you know, you're like ADG, you're ahead and you're doing these weird buys, right? Here, it's like, okay, you kind of have to be going for these at this point, because if you lose too many more rounds, you're not going to be able to make a comeback at all.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with that assessment. I think just knowing that Mike and Boomy can both purchase, you still have a Cosmic Divide as well as the Overdrive. I think you kind of have to purchase in this round. But if you do, you drop it, you're stuck on nothing, and you're down 08, make it 09. And then you're trying to salvage a couple of rounds at the very end. Okay, so strategic purchase here. What you can afford to still afford next round is the call, which is also fair. It's just one of those situations that you can't drop a member early here if you're D1. Like, you have to have all 5 standing and fighting.
Well, they're definitely standing and fighting. Look at it, main. 3's not enough, let's try 4. And YFP are waiting for it.
That'll work, okay. Especially if you can get Darkus out of position. That's a couple of great weapons that come through. Overdrive is out, but the suppression is through. And wow, Darkus, that's a great little pop flash moment from him. But nonetheless, a decent exchange for D1. Although they don't really get Mike into a far enough forward position to salvage another rifle. So YFP will guard those and come back for the spike. And they'll play this out 2v3.
I like that they are clearing. I like that they deny those weapons. I like that they gave up the space as well. Division 1. They go for that flank later on if they want to get the guns to scoop up for the retake. They also know that they are going to have timing here as well to run cross art side.
this is the hard part for YFP. Good shoulder. Wow. Really good timing on the challenge, but snapback allows D1 to stay healthy. Challenge beyond the Prowler. Shots don't land. We have to hit those, especially after the Prowler comes through. The smoke obviously keeps Dynamic away from the play. Turret denied, so is the Nano Swarm, but the plant is out. Dynamic would have to finesse the 1v2. Low health pool, so it is doable. But a hell of a crossfire setup is on the way. Dynamic catches the first one cleanly. Stallion not able to get the trigger pulled, and Dynamic will clutch up the 1v2 to get D1 on the board.
Oh, and if there's a player you can trust in moments like that, it is Dynamic. YFPX just a bit too on the cusp there. In HP, a bit too pedal to the metal as well in those engagements, despite the cross they had set up. Isolated in that regard. They didn't have util as well. It felt like to stall out the post, so it's defendable in that reason why they were swinging into Dynamic. But if I remember right, Dynamic also didn't have a gun, right? So low HP, I believe it would have been... I don't know, somebody from their team handed off the gun to Dynamic as well, the Vandal early, when they were contesting out of art early on. I want to say it was the Faye that did, but
One enemy remaining.
that whole exchange as well, that shuffling allows them to clutch it out.
Yep.
On the board. 7-5 wouldn't be bad, but that's hefty ask. Not front the bill for not though.
7-5 would be a miracle.
Miracle, yeah.
after how the first 7 rounds went?
I believe.
I mean, hey. Here's the pop flash, the curveball out. Vita able to get the space back, though, just thanks to the speed of the Neon. So YFP will not find the same aggressive success over towards A main.
No, YFP good default. Get some util out, get some info denied by breaking that trademark, but I think Division 1 have realized that YFP aren't investing as much as they should be to actually claim that A main space that they were just giving up or just losing the head-on fights against, and that's why they're occupying it a little bit deeper, a little bit further. And I like that they left the Phoenix there and had the pivot to pick up the trademark position and connector, but at the end of the day, it's going to be heavy pressure. It feels like on Dynamic to get one and out, and hopefully that's enough bait for Calamity to find success.
Overstaying. Vita clears the space, and the Nightfall actually does land on the Calamity. I think he was trying to sidestep it, so Vita will follow up with a shorty. Trades are good, though. D1 hanging defensively. 3v2 in favor of D1's defense.
30 seconds left.
And
Jack, look at the KJ.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jack has just got to grab the spike and get out of here, and that's a lot of help from Ziff to make the pivot point happen to re-wrap this back to A.
He just wants one, and then he's gone. Regroups there, ideally with the fade. And that's where I praise Division 1 for not gun-ho rotating knives out to the A side. 10 seconds left, though.
10 seconds left.
It's close, but wait a minute. Not a butt. He might not even... he didn't make it.
Oh. Yeah, I think there was just I'm not 100% sure because we swap over to Ziff's perspective, but it definitely felt based on Ziff trying to push back out that, yeah, there may have been a moment in there where it's like, wait, we don't actually have the time to plant this. We have to play for the kills, and it's just not there. So small miscalculation, but heroic play here for D1 around the defense of B. Mostly, I think, just everyone getting the ones that they needed to. That's something that we have not seen yet from D1's defense, and that is a recipe for success.
Yeah, it was nice. It's like Calamity has Dynamics back, and Foreign has Calamities back, and it was just a whole chain reaction system that allowed each of them to find their impact there. And I mean, it's costly too. Nightfall invested there for YFP. Huge, huge way to keep racking up these rounds. Dynamic, though. Ooh. No space. No shots. No TP either.
Is able to just barely get it through, so everyone stays alive, but YFP get what they came for. A main control. Foreign still playing right on the other side of this Asher Star, and the lockdown will be committed to here for YFP. Been slow working for Ziff to try to get this thing earned, but Cosmic Divide will follow up behind this, and D1 are going to have to play retake off of Cosmic Divide of their own, and it's all going to have to be through this A-link position. Good curveball coming through, catches Vita off guard, plus Jack, who was trying to play the trade. So now all of a sudden, YFP haven't even gotten to spike down, and they're in a 3v5.
Yeah, they expected that many players in Arts, and that is a huge turnaround. Run it back, gonna get things started.
Last player standing.
That's enough space for Boomy to create an opportunity for the rest of his defense in. So good stuff for D1 here in the last couple of rounds. YFP gonna be sweating just a touch. I mean, mostly off the fact that they're getting what they want in the first break-off, whether that be over through the front doors at B or more particularly at A-Link, but it's just not turning into post-plant success now all of a sudden.
Yeah, I wish there was somebody like after the KJ ults, or you even could have had one of your initiator, yeah, one of your initiators maybe, like, to backstab that radius of the Killjoy lockdown outside of art, but because there was no punish, no nothing, Vita just solo dives in there without much help, and again, that's where they just refight immediately after it drops, no hesitation, no time delay. And YFPX, I think, again, they just don't feel as 5 steps ahead as they need to be or have been in the past, so yeah, that's where this first timeout comes out. We mentioned 7-5 would be a miracle. It's looking like a realistic goal at this point, and it's Foreign and Dynamic leading the charge for this team.
That was the same story that we had in map number 1 too. Dynamic was head and shoulders above the rest of the team in terms of kill participation, and I think just more importantly, like to that point, is Dynamic has not switched up how he's played defense yet, and the fact that you're able to kind of get your playbook back within your hands is great. I mean, yeah, there's been a little bit more support from Calamity, who's rotated over a little bit quicker, or at times been in the site with them, so it's not so much pressure on Dynamic to get one and stay alive, or even just stay alive in the face of YFP's rundown through B-Long. But the fact that that's working for you now creates so much more freedom across the rest of the map for D1, and that's great news for them defensively.
And I feel like Dynamic's doing a good job as well, starting to get those openers online too. Right, we saw it on B. Definitely put his life down to get it there over towards the A space, and I'm a little worried that following that timeout, I don't know how I feel about splitting up the duelists though. And especially.
Bring them down. A little bit of a curveball being thrown in. Quick shot lands. YFP still going to force the issue down through mid. This contact would be everything, and Darkest has been seen, so the defense will be aware of this. Dynamic stunned, Flash can't quite get out. Headhunter trying to follow up on this, the dual command will be pulled. That's a great call, but the problem is Calamity inside the site is locking everything down. Double challenge from Mike. That will work out for numbers, and D1 convincingly getting 4 in a row as we head to the last round of the half.
Head on read, it feels like that they were going to start mid that round for YFP, since they have, again, you mentioned, started really hefty B-Long, really hefty A main. That felt like the logical shift in momentum. I also like how they challenged the breaking of the trademark this time. That Nova Pulse comes through, right? They pivot through connector and refight into that space. Everything along the step of the way was them breathing down YFPX's neck, and Calamity as well, because of all the chaos and Link, went uncleared, undetected in that backside box area on B. And that's how they just rack up all the kills simultaneously, so they're gonna keep that setup here, very mid-centric.
Why not? I mean, Calamity's starting to get active, but Dynamic starting to hit shots is everything right now for D1. But Smoke will block this entryway. Has Dynamic looking and is able to find just a small bit of information on the Stallion. Good first blood again by Dynamic. And YFP have very little to no map control at all to play out the rest of this 4v5 with a minute on the clock.
Yeah, the early mid presence from Division 1 destroys the Killjoy turret. You have to re-clear this space thoroughly with utility. They're expecting some sort of retaliation from the Astra Star, so they wait that out as well. They've definitely found a direction in this round, it feels like. Leave the KJ Lurk A side, you guys poke and prod B, and go from there in the late round.
Well, utility advantage through mid gives YFP some forward ground that has to be at least respected by D1. You can see that's currently being held by Mike. A main control if you call out for D1 is good, especially considering that you still have a Cosmic Divide for retake purposes.
Oh, it's a fake. Oh, nice one at that. My issue is that it feels like Division 1 have everything covered, right?
This comes down to can Dynamic hit the shot again. Good timing on the curveball. But Vita gets one, sliding on over. Dynamic looking to just pull a quick scope off. 8 seconds until the round comes to an end, but Spike gets planted. Dynamic backing away, staying alive, and is able to hit the shot. Huge connection from Dynamic. Jack still trying to hang. Ziff providing some support towards backside screens. Have to win that if you're Jack not able to. 1v3 now for Ziff. The shots just through the Radiant boxes are going to hit, and a miracle has come through. After a 7-0 start, it's 5 in a row for D1 to exit the half at manageable numbers.
Wow, wow, wow. I mean, I'm not gonna say I was waffling when I said I believed in the 7-5, but the fact that it actually happens, it's like Division 1, yeah. They flip a switch. It just felt like they had them really read. It felt like they They stopped making mistakes. It kind of goes back to what we saw over on Lotus, you know, how they were continually fighting for A main and then losing that A main fight round after round. They started by fighting for A main, were losing that fight, and then they shifted to other solutions a lot earlier, right? The solutions didn't work out early, but then as they kept exploring more and more options, they got to this solution faster, so they could get themselves out of this hole, unlike what happened for that 9-3 half over on Lotus. So very, very nice to see. Side swap, and the double duelist is on its stronger half.
You need to see, I think, Boomy get activated here for D1 to get us to a third map. I just don't see a world where Boomy has this kind of a statistical performance and D1 win. Yes, you've been bailed out by what Dynamic's been able to give you, what Calamity's been able to put together on the Neon, but you need this Phoenix to start paying out. Calamity gives you the first, this pistol round over through mid, which is huge because the defense is completely separated, and honestly, they kind of have to play for a retake or to try to find something aggressive to take away space and catch someone off guard, but instead Ziff taking a ton of damage is already in trouble. And interestingly enough, D1's not going to follow up off that damage, just going to keep playing through mid.
I saw some promise if Ziff sacrificed their life to kind of conceal Vita's positioning towards long, but Stealing clear. Fade peeled off. It is all down to Stallion for the time being.
Yeah, Stallion can really only do so much in this position. Stuns come through, too much to shoot at. Calamity gets another. So post plant 5v3. D1 could be back to within a round.
I'll find you.
What just happened?
They're moonwalking, Shift. They're moonwalking.
What is happening? Hello,
They're moonwalking
YFP?
into engagements.
How? What? Where? Why? And when? Now a 2v2 all of a sudden.
Last player standing.
Dynamic. Says otherwise. Ziff.
Nice shot.
Oh, they peek early.
And the turret connects for a moment before and hits the headshot at D1. Michael Jackson their way to a one-round affair.
I'm more impressed that Foreign right now she expects to just play down the util, challenges the turret, doesn't break the turret, and gets the kill on top of that onto the Killjoy after getting a nice shot to shut down Dynamic, you know, the headhunter, one known for leveraging this pistol. All in all, hey, pistol round goes to Division 1 this time. So, and that's how you win a 7-5 half, how you get us tied back 7-7 squared away. And Pearl defense, not really one where you would go forcing the stingers, if I'm honest. YFP does. I think that's just them, honestly, would align to what the players in the server think, but I don't think it's the smart move.
And right on cue.
Moonwalking is illegal if you didn't know. In
I don't
Valorant.
know what.
Yeah.
I have no idea
It's too
what just happened.
powerful, you know?
Surely that I'm hoping that was on our side, but
Oh, it was. Don't worry. It was 100%.
okay, because that was a very strange. Like everyone felt like they were lagging out, then all of a sudden YFP, who looked like they were in a bad spot, just won all the gunfights. It's just so weird.
Yeah, Division 1 still wins the fight anyways. Or
Yeah,
wins the
for real.
round, we should say. And I wouldn't be too concerned in a pistol if it's that clean. Right, you're gonna get the money, the force up regardless. The only thing you would make a difference would be, okay, maybe like whoever got the kills can then front a rifle, like we're seeing Calamity and the Phantom do. But quick tech pause this time around. No Stinger Force. All is alive and well under the sea in Pearl. And let's see where YFP end up, right? They were the ones trying to sort things out and spawn. As we see the early Division 1 A side lean. Ooh, be a long fight. Play the A flank retake. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, you put a firing squad down here to see if you can catch anyone at B. Take the weapon, even if it costs you a number of lives, and then play retake. But no action at B long. And the thing about this for D1, you have to anticipate the potential of a full stack. So if you don't see any contact at A main, you don't see any utility through mid, you would figure that there's probably something through B long. It just comes down to, do they expect this much and this close? Here we go. Mike, yeah, able to get the Spectre out. Perfect timing. He's going to clean those whenever everyone up. Very, very well done.
All right, Darkest, at least you're on B where they are starting to head. On denied. You're gonna get a wall bait even to get the opener. It feels like playing around Pillar. It's a dicey game. Little one and done to get squared away, tied up 7-7. The walkdown was great. I even cut noise at the appropriate time to get that surprise element, and it did just feel like, okay, Spectre does Spectre things in close range. Good transfers, mow him down. Your grass is looking clean. And you're set up for your 3rd round bonus.
Set up nicely for it. Although, not much purchased in... Okay, I was going to say, you got pistol upgrade territory here. So 2 rifles, Marshal, Sheriff, Spectre being held by Mike. Flip side, a couple of full armor ARs here for YFP. So they've got some staying power to be sure. And they have, obviously, the opportunity to kind of spread the map and take some positions away. That weapon advantage. Stallion going to try to give a small poke over towards A main, but not much off of that. And interesting little setup here. A lot of trust in Vita's position, who's already in some trouble, but still somehow finds one through all of that extra damage that's been piled on early, and it's a 5v4.
I feel like they're going to end Art A split, and that's where, look at the space YFP. They're going to flip into main. Can Calamity hold on?
Whoa,
what a
weird
prowler.
timing there. Calamity forced out, still able to go 1 for 1. Not the worst case scenario, especially with Dynamic on this long pinch. Darkest not going to expect this, trying to get the weapon out, but Dynamic's able to find the first 2. Stallion has to watch multiple things at once. Wants to isolate on the Dynamic and is able to. Now it's down to trying to get back over to the site, but as he peeks for and responds, and it's going to be a 2v1 for Zip.
I was nervous there for a second. If Dynamic doesn't get that 2-piece, like Division 1 spread themselves too thin, they overcook, but that pulls it all into one pretty picture. That now just needs a signature. Ziff 1v2. Asher Stars are out, and you have your bodyguard of Boomy. It feels unlosable to a certain degree, but double util up. Ziff. Half denied.
Yep. Hold. Back at it. Nova Pulse won't hit. Doesn't make much of a difference. D1 will have
Flashes.
to again. Yeah, just wait for the next toggle. Easy. Problem solved. D1 up 8-7. 8 in a row. And that's off of a bonus right there. So YFP are going to be hurting financially in this next round.
So we know where all their prep time went into debuting this map, I guess. It was their attack count. We can argue that, but then there's 5 rounds say otherwise, and now make it 8 in a row after the side swap as well. Bonus converts off of the chaos of mid-connector being exploited. Primarily by Dynamic, right? That's why they had so much util left in the late round, was he just walked up, right? Challenge Vita head on. Challenge the entire team head on. Now they're trying to fake that A pressure, draw those rotates over to weaken B side. I'm glad that it hasn't really fallen for it just yet. Oh, they are starting to fall for it. Ooh, IFP. Can't have jelly legs. Can't be over-rotating.
Well, I think that some of this is just, we're going to trust that this alarm bot will give us the reveal that we need. We also have delay tactics surrounding Darkest's position. Flash comes through, but he overstays on the angle. Calamity punishes. That's the only real major weapon that could have possibly brought some major kill potential into the mix. But D1, thanks to this timing from Dynamics push through A long, are just going to rewrap this. If Stallion wins this battle, maybe there's a chance to reclaim if you're YFP, but D1 are just doing everything right at the moment.
I just, it feels like it comes back to Ziff, because they are playing very, like, hard Anchor Sentinel versus a Chamber, a KJ are more on Pearl, meant to be that split information. Again, maintain control over multiple avenues, mid-space, art space, simultaneously. And it's Dynamic, exploiting that. And again, be in positions like this that define rounds.
Yeah, really, I mean, it's such a different look from what we saw from D1 in map number 1. They're getting it done from both sides of the spike. Again, 5 rounds in a row when they were on the offense, or pardon me, on the defense. And so far, it's been perfection on the attack. So,
Early to call, but notice they were down, they were throwing, or they weren't down, they were losing a 9-3 comeback, and they take a timeout, and suddenly all is well. One defensive switch up. Do you think that comes in here? I mean, Ziff tries the 1v3, but it's the future we're looking towards at this point, Shift, right?
Yeah,
like, YFP need a change. Can the coach solve it?
yeah, they need this round here. I mean, you're down 10-7 if you lose this with ultimates piled for D1. That might just be the game. So you kind of have to have this. An early operator seen in the purchase for YFP, so that might be where the change comes from here, Zoe.
Yeah, I really wish we hadn't had the YFP timeout at 5-7 now, or 3-7 before the 5-7. Because I would have taken one right now and then towards like the OT or not kind of moment if you're YFP. But now they feel pressure to like hope that the defensive change comes from YFP, and it really hasn't. The only change up, Neon scaling deep down B. Astra has deep A as well, so they're just giving up mid space again.
Yeah, and the run it back is going to clear that space pretty quickly, so easy follow-up here for the attackers to use that space.
Ooh.
Countering Nightfalls through Art. Doesn't really amount to too much on either side, just kind of everyone holding their current positions, and YFP will realize that Stallion kind of needs to come back to stay safe here. And so Nova Pulse will be spent, and YFP will retain defensive positions on the map, but they do get Vita back in towards site with the minute on the clock for D1 to make a decision offensively.
I think Calamity's trying to fake B while they're ending A, right? They're reclearing, contacting, saving Util while still making sure Stallion did in fact go for that retreat. And with this very off position for main contact, all right, now fixed. I was quite worried they weren't expecting this. Ooh.
A shot. Yeah, Jack just has to look for information. You don't have the flash from Darkest nearby. Stallion in the corner, dealt with by the shorty. And wow, you get a lot of suppression there if you're Darkest, but Foreign's going to reposition for this post plant, staying safe from any immediate angles. Vita working on a quick retake, Ziff working with them, and they're able to at least combine 2 for 1. 2v3 situation. Dynamic, though, just not missing with a scope in hand, and D1 are up 10-7, and YFP are hurting financially again.
Oh, that round hurts again. You think you've made a switch up that works. Neon taking space, Asher taking space, but again, it's this mid contact that's at the crux of it. They just aren't managing it effectively. And that's where it was actually kind of Division 1 that made that change from fighting main to fighting mid. That solved, right, their own defensive half, and it's kind of the advice they I want to give to their opponent right now, right? The main controls aren't being leveraged by Division 1. It's the mid space, and this round feels like it's finally gonna be the exception to that rule.
A touch, but that's also because of the weapons that are involved, which is just not much right now for YFP, but that's gonna help out. You recover a scope for Vita, who still has the overdrive, so can play on both speeds.
Lockdown retake, in effect. They collected the weapon off a dynamic. I kind of want to see it invested on the eco.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to have it here. You've got a very strong win condition. But can you actually challenge top tower here? Vita in position, but Calamity still forcing forward. Jack responds. Perfect off a wall. What a grab well that was. Didn't even see it initially being placed, but it completely isolates D1, who I think you were right. We're trying to play a counter position in case there were to be a lockdown in play, but easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Big thrifty round for YFP.
Huge one. And they've invested some ults on ecos before. This was really, really nice. Stingers into some upgrades, and they use those upgrades in Jack and Ziff's hands to, again, protect that lockdown as if their life. They're 2-0. Their reputation depends on it now. 2 rounds separating. They've shut down some of the big picture Division 1 ultimates. First round of the half as well on top of it. So not out of the water just yet, but some money mounting, some ults mounting. Fake comebacks in the back of my head, and I don't want to see it happen again.
Now, the thing about it is, can you call it a fake comeback when the team that was down 7-0 ends up going up? So it's like it's a real comeback, but then YFP are the team that have to make a comeback?
No, because you're doing the map.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Whoa, Vita, that's bold, and what a follow-up slide from Calamity. The action at A main continues to ensue. Nice hold, as Darkest can make sure that there is some sort of a defensive line established at A.
It's funny, right? Division 1 have been staring clear of mid the last 2 rounds because they thought that's what YFP was going to change. Now that they're fighting into the mains, right, they've ended up running into YFP 2 rounds in a row. And now they're realizing, hey, mid is open. Use mid, pivot to B. Ziff now has a choice to make. Challenge off the util or let them in.
You have to let them in.
Ooh. Why are you guys just hanging out there?
A couple of decent tags. Turret will make sure that Ziff can still hold this position at tower. Firewall will block vision for a moment. Plant is in. This is a huge moment in this map. 3v4 for YFP, but utility and ultimate still available for D1's post-plant hold. Dynamic, first one up. Takes care of the turret, but has to snap away from the angle. That allows Ziff to find an opportunity to clear up from tower. And now you're going to know that all of this is over towards the backside of the site. Ziff to find the first deep. That is massive. but he still, again, have the ability for Boomy to reach Chaldis with the run it back, and it works out for one. Darkest trying to hold. Stallion trying to follow up. Lots of damage to Tally, but they cannot find the kills. And Stallion will have to back off to save.
11-8, YFP starting to fall to the wayside. And I mean, that Raytech was pretty cohesive, but they also just kind of doubled down on the main fights, and Division 1 was happy to give it up and rotate through mid space once again. So, I don't know, I kind of want to do that as like a one-round write-off, because it is, again, Division 1 making changes that YFP were able to capitalize off of, but that's the final straw here. The second time out. Realizing it is going to be, if you lose this one, the game's over, so it is the last possible opportunity with losses that the coach could chat with the squad, with them having full rifles. I hope they don't go for another main fight. It feels too predictable, though, for the coach to also call a mid fight. So I'm like, what do you do? The B main fight has looked pretty decent when Vita's done it. Again, it's not much contest. It's pretty deserted. Gave them a lot of answers as well to stack A to reflood in. That was a pretty promising look.
Yeah. I think on the other side, like, there's been a lot of stuff in the minutia here that D1 are successfully, kind of using as catalysts for success. But I got to give credit where credit is due. Boomy has turned this half around individually as well as for the squad. 10-13 from what he was like 3-11. So he's been on a heater this half. And I think some of that is just, again, like D1 understanding that they have strength in the duelist presence. So if we're going to continue to play out this battle at A main, okay, cool. We'll just use more of our duelist utility that doesn't really find value on site besides things like fast lane to break it down. So it's worked out nicely for D1 to get that early control and stop YFP from getting away with too much.
Oh, mid-fight incoming from YFP. It might be a little delayed, though. Waiting for the A main aggression. Stallion. So surprised that he's the one stealing in main. Like, the player that cannot get out, the only smokes that you have. It's such a dangerous game that they're playing, and they've yet to be punished for it, right? Breaks the early Prowler, gets out unscathed, and now they have more questions than answers. 0 point not connecting.
Yeah, I think YFP are trying to force them into this position at Art. I mean, that, or if you can bait them into the trap set up over towards B-Link, maybe there's a chance to get a kill there, but YFP trying to play a little bit, pardon me, that is insane stuff. Good reveal, though, behind us, playing YFP and just spam away at the information gain. A momentary exit for Mike, but Ziff is behind the play, and he's going to be needed here. Spike down. Dynamic stuck in the corner. No idea where to look, and YFP very thankful to get that Fade utility to connect to get them back to within 2.
It gets a little nerve-wracking there when we have both Mikey and Dynamic shut down the 2 side anchors that forced that uncomfortable pivot and hesitation, but Ziff then capitalizes finally, and just like that, they stay afloat. 2 rounds to go. And I do think that even though they didn't fight into the mid-space, there was still that change after the timeout where they addressed mid-space, right? Look, the Killjoy, the KO. They are starting because Darkest has lineups to still mock that he's playing A-side. And it's a really strong look that's maintaining more control, it feels like.
Yeah, I think just the commitment of the Alarm Bot Nano Swarm just gives you that ability, right? I think there's also just something to be told about the fact that, again, Stallion's also playing off the Cosmic Divide, so you can play retake at B a little bit easier with that in mind. But that little switch up towards the B side of mid has worked out nicely. Alarm Bot going to chase down 1. Dynamic going to allow it to chase as Prowlers get exchanged over towards the main focus, which is at A. Offensive Cosmic Divide is through, but interestingly enough, there's position at Pit is defendable. I think especially considering the fact that you can get some utility through. Hot Hands will flush back YFP from that position, but the spike is not planted here, and the Cosmic Divide is going to fall in a moment.
Yeah, they tried to backfill into Art, but then there was no one to fight into, so now they're just confused, right? They don't want to play this post with a 5v5. They want to pivot instead, or at least fake it to draw some numbers over. This Killjoy might have just convinced their team of the wrong idea.
Well, the timing for Ziff is going to be everything, and he's able to catch Calamity with no weapon out. Oh, no.
They don't double
so
back
now you have
yet?
to commit on to A. You have to. Do you anticipate that this position at Pit has been reclaimed? And yes, you do. Dynamic just spams it outright. So now it's down to how do you reclaim this 4v4 YFP in some trouble here. Cosmic Divide? Not yet. Stallion is out of the picture. Pardon me. I was looking at the wrong side of the scoreboard. And now it's just down to can you win your gunfights as the overdrive allows an opportunity for Vita to take away space quickly, and YFP are back to a 10-11 affair.
And again, when there's numbers advantage for YFP, the retakes have been successful. The issue is that Division 1 was waiting for them to go for these aggro main fights. They got numbers, and then they added onto a site. So you were always playing down on these retakes, and then they could lean into any util that was left. I know you mentioned the duelists, especially leading that charge, and here, again, just keep that mid space. Even though the rotation was completely wrong here, right? The Killjoy realized their mistake, they had to rotate back. It's that reflood in that's so effective. Because they don't have to worry about who's behind them. Ziff has them contained, right? Even a dynamic held down in art. So 1 round separating these two. Now, and money sour to Stingers on the Division 1 side.
Yep. And you got to keep in mind that's not just the economy and the weapon department that's changed hands. The ultimates have become very key now all of a sudden for YFP. To be fair, when we get closer towards the end of regulation, things like Tour de Force should be earned by that point. Not that it's necessarily game-changing, especially if you're saving here to get an op potentially in the next round. Stallion going to take away some of the Fade utility up close at A. And D1 will have to try to clear this the old-fashioned way, largely just off of Neon sprints.
Oh, Jack's got to get out of there. I think they're giving this space. They don't want the close fights against these Stingers.
Nice. It's a good first, though, from Calamity. Forces Stallion to kind of have to hold this position through the firewall. No sound cues yet. Looking for a reveal. Boomy holding onto a curveball. There's a little bit of spam over. Vita's able to connect. Boomy back to full health. Curveball out. Does not affect Stallion, who can still hold this corner. But look at the rotation back. A small little advanced move for Foreign. Has the spike out and trying to rotate. Problem is, the alarm bot still may trigger from this position.
They're getting followed. I appreciate how liquid Division 1 is. They found the timing past the alarm bot as well. This is why they've peeled off, why the Astras they main, the KOS stop. And play for the early sound cue and then make the final call. Lockdown here, though. With 20 seconds left, they pop that now?
Yeah, I just don't. I think you're also looking, if you're YFP, like, if we don't have to spend it, let's not.
Don't do it.
Yeah, I think it's just down to the contact overall.
10 seconds left.
He's just going to stay up top. And they are going to commit the lockdown to retake. Nightfall to counter some of the initial attempt to break this up. And honestly, if you're D1, you've set the spike in a really good spot. The Cosmic Divide will make sure that YFP can get up to it quickly. But here's all the counter utility from the post plant. Just down to can you challenge through this? Vita, Ziff, it's a mess around the site. They're able to find 2. Boomy trying to keep their life, but it's a absolute cloud fest. Hard to see what was happening, but YFP come away with all the eliminations they need, and we're tied at 11.
It was like a game of chicken, like who would stay on the other side of the Cosmic Divide longer, it felt like. And Boomy was doing a good job playing it through it and back for safety, almost as a shield. After that Haunt made contact and guaranteed that the Neon had crossed over. But I can't help but feel like both teams over-invested, right? I feel like the lockdown was good. I wish they didn't use the Cosmic Divide, but then again, that feels like what won them that round more than anything. But losing the Nightfall and not getting the round now feels like YFP have a serious chance with their own Nightfall to be the first to map to series point even.
Yeah, and keep in mind here, even though it's expensive in terms of ultimate usage, you still have a Nightfall here, and if you win this round and get to map point, look at the economy for D1. It's starting to get shattered again, so it definitely feels like D1 have to win this round right here. Let's see how it goes. Quick action right onto A, and that's just a new look. Stallion has not played this far back this early and will get caught by D1's aggression. Only 1 in response for Jack. Darkest, fragment out, able to stop the plant for a moment. Can you follow and find kill? Zip gives away their position, but Foreign completely whiffs. Boomy's curveball works out for the trade. Mike on the site, able to get a little bit of assistance for Boomy, and Dynamic will find the final punch. 12-11 D1. At worst, we'll see overtime. At best, we'll see a third map.
This is going on long enough, I think.
And that pace change was ice cold, right? They went from being liquid, right? They would take A space, they would completely give it up, go art, con to B. And obviously that just caught YFP off guard, that they were confident in the initial call. And I think they finally learned, okay, how Ziff's been operating in the art re-clear as well. So that was a box checked, and that util just not as scary and backside for YFP's side. So all in all, not gonna change anything though. They just think that was okay. We were caught out by the aggro A fight we need to not be, and this time they're going right up the gut mid.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if the aggression works, the aggression works. Boomy's gonna use the run it back to clear out a lot of that space, keep the defense planted away from A, but as he falls, Stallion stands tall on A. Huge first pick for YFP. And I just don't know how you re-crack the code here if you're D1, not having Calamity in the picture. You're gonna have to really use some of this mic utility off the fade to gain the space, and they're using it to re-clear mid. So maybe a split decision moment here for D1. They're low on utility to get into sight. They just need to win the gunfights.
Oh, they know Ziff is calling that
no.
spike.
Worst possible scenario for D1.
Boomy, why are you going back? Get Spike and get out! What are you doing?
Oh no. It's wild to see how fast the round can fall apart when Calamity is not part of the picture, eh? 12-12, we're going extras.
I need to pick up my jaw real quick. Shift, just give me a moment.
All right.
Like, the fact that Ziv gives them respect to collect the spike. Boomy could have gone back to site. They would have had Trio there scaling in towards backside. He maybe throw a curveball or something into the fight. Nope. They made the same mistake twice. And I was worried that we were going to see, like, YFP peek into dynamic in the off, and that would be how they picked up the pieces that Calamity left them, right? Because we've seen that too many times out of YFP, but no. Overtime. Rinse, repeat, we go again. And back to the YFP side that was pretty dominant the 7 rounds in a row.
Until it wasn't, right?
Until it wasn't, yeah. And let's think about like what changed and why it wasn't dominant though. We didn't see it look like this from Division 1. They were about to fight into mid and into B long.
Yeah, glass cannon set up as well with the operator out for dynamic. Calamity going to spam away over towards B long, but actually takes some damage in return.
Ooh, that's
Flash
a
to come through. Yeah, absolutely. Why not? You know you've got the Neon +1, so take your weapon advantage, use your utility advantage, and already YFP already established a threat on site, but we're not out of the woods yet here. Calamity trying to find the opening first blood. Lots of damage coming through with the connect onto 1, but running on ammunition will just value their life instead. Screen still in control, and oh my goodness, they just forget to isolate, but the follow-up eliminations are there, and YFP are in a 3v2.
KJ gets the plan, that would be the lockdown. Can they hand it off? Darkest in an uncomfortable spot. Decides to go for it. Somehow, this is still YFP coded though. It was a 2v3, now a 1v3.
But Boomy gets the first, gets the second as we swap POVs. It falls. So it's just down to can Boomy clutch up the 1v3. It was a slow defensive half for him. But if he could find a way in the overtime, it would be huge. And boom is right. 12-12, no longer D1 take the advantage in the first overtime.
And he looked like he was shaking with energy, with celebration there at that clutch as well. Yeah, it's again moments like that do flip the script for a team. Would send us to that map 3 of Split, which is honestly a questionable one for both of these teams. Only losses to report this stage, but yeah, both duelists just having immense presence in this round, completing that full house effect. Oof, oof, oof. Yeah. I just wanted to listen to it, you know?
Same. I mean, we swapped POVs. It looked like there was a perfect setup for YFP to stop Boomy from getting out of screens, but they don't hold the right angles, and now YFP have to try to force it to a second overtime. Curveball out. Boomy putting pressure at mid, but there is a lot of Killjoy utility here. But Stallion in trouble on the other side of the map, trying to get his utility off, able to find one and fight for their life a little bit longer as Jack watches their back. Oh, mercy. That could have gone very disastrously for YFP, but we're not done yet. D1 still trying to force the issue. Nice follow-up from Vita, who eventually tallies the transfer, and it's a very calm, collected round 26, and we reset to the second OT.
Wow, I mean, you know how I was like, I'm surprised Stelly hasn't been punished on the main outpost, right? Like, Astra's not an agent that can get away, and they actually try to punish it, still don't. And I'm like, okay, well, they're coming in through art. This crunch should be perfect, and Jack finally stands up to them. They finally run interference on this, like, trademark day split, it feels like, at this point from Division 1, and that's what sends us into a secondary overtime. And no B-long fight this time for Division 1. It is very mid-centric, very reflood A style if they fight for that main space. So early eye says we would get a B-style retake, but that's going to be if they get past Dynamic.
Yeah, very true. Dynamic going to hold the forward angle. And the Fade utility is likely enough for YFP to be cautious about how they chow this. Jack trying to show some force. Stallion running it down, and yeah, you just can't watch both of those things at the same time. Foreign will still hold this position though at B, so the defense is going to commit to at least holding Calamity on the other side of the map at A.
It's risky, but it could pay off brilliantly as well, right? You'd either have no smokes to the retake, or you could get like a multi-kill that solidifies the round. This though is crazy. I was going to say, if they fought out of that smoke, they would have been caught off with 2 players staring them down B-long. They've bought enough time though with the pause from YFP. 3 players now here. This would be nightmare to fight back into. They call the pivot.
Stallion just needs to keep the interest of D1 alive.
That's what the Fade, I think, is coming back.
Yeah.
You haunt?
Placing some stars. Calamity trying to finesse. But suppress, stun, nowhere to go. Nano Swarm also landing. And the defense now has to re-wrap back over towards A, but it's a double fake. We're showing force. Vita's going to try to force the play forward and show that we are still here. It's going to be a free plant on the B side of the map. Vita just needs to keep their life and keep the muse that this is still a hit. But yeah, I think Boomy's now going to realize, wait a second, there's no one else behind this play. So yes, you're going to get the spike down, but it's going to be delayed. And D1 will have a chance to try to fight back for tower control.
No, and Zip's going to have a brilliant flank in the making from the get-go. Phoenix can see head on a swivel. Boomy, they're worried about the possibility, but even if they play from links, I don't think that would be expected from Division 1 either after the initial clear.
Well, D1 has given themselves enough time to really make a go of this.
Did they? Look at the delay until.
A lot of it's already been spent, though, here for the post plant. You just have Ziff with the Nano Swarm now. There's the utility about to fade. Good hot hands on a Boomy. Thorn falls, though. Ziff still holding the close angle on that pinch through mid, and YFP clean up the retake effort, and now they're the advantage here in the second OT.
Yeah, I mean, I wish they didn't double up the fragment and the C's, but that Dova pulse perfectly timed to keep that crossfire between Ziff and backside halls alive. And honestly, that was just like took all of YFP's brain power, right, to get that double fake through, it feels like. So, it feels like we're not going to get as clean of a round like that in overtime if YFP don't finish it out right here, right now. Division 1 leaning for the heavy A side fight. Let Dynamic cook after they draw players ideally away from B or mid. But now YFP, the new defense has looked really nice.
Yeah, I will say. And that little Prowler feel out, again, allows the decision for Stallion to play stars at the choke point instead of trying to feed them early at this A main battle. Knife to confirm information. So the defense will stay planted, and actually they're going to call Vita over for a moment, but yeah, no actual execute here, so everything's staying stable for YFP.
And you have the turret for long, right, to see if anybody's toying with the idea of scaling down B long, so it gives a little bit of fluidity to the defense, but Astra Stars come out. Jack. I'm gonna say, you're at the minute mark. It's about time for a re-clear. Prowler goes out. I don't think it connected.
No, I don't think so either. It doesn't really see too much besides that no one's at the front door at A. But it's a high-low stack over towards Art. You've got Ziff playing off his own utility at mid, and then just a long-range battle between Vita and Dynamic goes the way of YFP. So now it's gut check time here for D1. Calamity was trying to keep the defense weakened and softened up to figure it's going to be an A hit. But as Calamity drops, now it has to be on Boomy and Foreign to get something going at this B site.
It's like the parody version of the play that YFP did in the previous round, no? Like they have less players, it's not as clean as the 4v5, I believe it would have been, but got 3 alive, you have your fade off.
And you have a run it back.
Oh, that's the big difference maker here. You can see it. Boomy crosses, get off position, needs to be in a safe spot.
All it takes is an orb and a plant. So Boomy, honestly, Foreign needs to get one, use the run it back for a distraction, and then find more, but Foreign will already drop. And the smoke is just clearing too much space. Boomy doesn't even have an angle, so now you're reset back over towards pillars. Mike gives you one, but gets traded. Boomy last one standing, and here's the rundown. YFP will finish things off at double overtime. They sweat, they stressed, but they will still 2-0 D1 on their way to the second round of the upper bracket.
Yeah, got enough experience to make up for the lack of pro reps in the Swiss stage, to say the absolute least. But after all the battle, all the strife, it is still a 2-0 victory for YFP to continue their advancement in that upper bracket. Versus on the flip side, Division 1 falls down to the lowers. Again, I think it was a good showing from both of our, we'll call it, comeback underdog teams here today. But no dice, no upsets, I'm sorry to say, to Gompers.
Yeah. Wow. I have to say, though, like, based on... Well, let's play both sides of the card here. I think, first and foremost, YFP strong in the map that we expect them to be strong on.
Yeah.
Flip side, a new element's been added to the mix. And I get it, like, it gets to double overtime, but I still look back at the 7-0 start that they were to put together and say, whoa, they got some cooking going on here. Yes, some mistakes happen. Yes, D1 still showing some formidability, which is great news for them on the flip side, heading down to the lower bracket. But YFP, no slow start, really, on either of the two maps. Just comes down to locking in to finish both of them off.
Absolutely. It seems like YFP know what to work on. It's that defensive side, right? 9-3 makes a good go at it from Division 1's comeback perspective in there as well. Once a side swap, struggling, battling to get it back towards overtime and closing things out. I'm curious to see if they'll fix those issues moving forward, but for now, it didn't burn them enough where they really had to go to a map 3 or lose a map.
Agreed. And I will say, just kind of final little touch, a little sprinkle on top of this last bit, like D1 wasn't making mistakes until that very ending. And then when you see YFP kind of capitalizing. So the things that we saw during the Swiss stage eventually coming true, everyone's ready to go. Day 1 of the playoff bracket has come to a conclusion, but we have our guest to give us the full breakdown plus the post-game interview. So don't go far. We'll be right back.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Well, certainly a heck of a try coming out from D1 with an insane string of rounds heading into map 2 of the series. But YFP, they take it to an overtime and able to close it out there, 15-13 to take the series 2-0 and be moving along within the upper bracket of our playoffs. I mean, going into that, Gombers, we got to see a little bit of a switch up and they just looked good for a minute, but YFP resilient just enough to get there in the end.
Yeah, 10 rounds in a row, we got to see them secure. The pistol round was looking good, right? Once they had switched sides over to the attacking side, it felt like things were really starting to come along, right? Calamity was absolutely killing it. It felt like they were finally finding themselves. And despite the pressure, obviously, which it is a high pressure, high stakes game, right? Like you've made it this far after, I believe, coming from here, right? So it is a very, very difficult circumstance to kind of come into this and play against YFP and then also have so many people watching while also favoring a team that has been favored for quite a while now, going 4-0. So I think they handled the pressure as well as they could have, right? They took everything in stride and they actually, 10 rounds in a row is pretty impressive in my opinion. So I do feel like You know, they're just getting the experience in. So I do give them huge kudos. So the YFP just a bit stronger in regards to, I really like their positioning in this game. I think at times it really did get a little scattered, but overall there was so many follow-ups that felt like it would have been inevitable no matter what happened. D1 were always going to lose a fight because of the way they position themselves, and I think YFP really handled themselves well in that regard.
Yeah, and I think it's a tough loss considering how hard they worked to get this game to that point, especially after coming back from that first map. But it felt like they were kind of finding their identity here in this second map. You know, they were down, what, 0-7 to win 5 rounds in a row, starting off by just... The first round that they won was an eco round, right? Yeah. We see them just kind of forward pushing a main, and they started to build up their confidence, and you see that going round by round. No matter what they were doing it together as a team and started to win a lot of those fights that we weren't seeing in the first map. That was just not there. We saw them trying to, but they just weren't hitting their shots. They weren't coming out on top or in man advantages when it came to those team fights that they were trying so hard to get. But this map, it was a different story. We saw them, you know, shooting back. We saw them hitting shots. It was actually really sick to see. We got to, like, I guess, highlight a lot of these individual mechanics. And unfortunately, it wasn't enough to close it out. YFP ended up making a comeback, especially in those OT rounds, starting to find more success on that attacking half, especially, which they couldn't do towards the end of that first half. But great props to D1 for coming back. Props to D1 for showing what they're made of. And congrats for YFP for closing out their first match of the playoffs.
Yeah, honestly, huge as well. I will say too, like, I mean, first of all, both these teams have such a good mental when it comes to losing and winning. It never feels like a loss. It's just a learning process. And I will say for D1 moving forward, I am excited. I know the first map wasn't the best, but coming into the second one, it really did feel like the D1 that I saw last week. And I genuinely believe that this is a team that's going to continue moving forward in the lower bracket. And I think this is just another learning process, right? You're newer. YFP has had the opportunity, and obviously 15-13 continuing their streak of being the winners with a 5-0 series streak right now.
That's the thing. You're talking about teams learning through losses, and that's impressive. But YFP haven't been losing. They've been learning on the fly. And to be able to continue that win streak, I think is so impressive for the team. Even if this one did become really, really close. And taking a look over at the individual player performances as well. I mean, this YFP has been a really cool one to be able to see really come together, because again, some players that we've gotten to see in Challengers for a while with some faces that, Emily, are a little bit more fresher to the Challenger scene, but being able to see it all come together in tandem has been so nice.
Yeah, I kind of pointed out when we were first talking about these teams how, like, there were some standout players for me, that being Ziff and Vita, being able to kind of just pop off. But I feel like this map specifically, this second one, we got to see every player, what they're made of. Even if they started off not the hottest, they really came to life to kind of close it out here. And I think it's just a glimpse into what YFP can actually do when everyone is popping off. The fact that they were able to come back after losing so much momentum, and everyone kind of having their highlighted rounds that really secured the game for them. It was really impressive.
Yeah, and Vita was genuinely killing it. Listen, like, I know everyone here on this roster was top frag, doing absolutely amazing on YFP, but there were so many moments where my jaw dropped. Like, it felt illegal, some of the shots that Vita was able to land, and that truly was just off of profound confidence and the fact that they're so mechanically aware of everything. As a Neon player, being able to be so aggressive while also just executing on everything that they have the intention of doing. I feel like that in itself is difficult, to be able to run with a kill while also being incredibly aggressive and sliding down like left and right through smokes and just being the guide for this team to continue to get those picks and have that player advantage. So YFP, I mean, really in that regard, I do feel like Vita really opened it up for this team.
There's a reason that he's Vita the Deleto, okay? I mean, popping off in the server today, and it's just really, really nice to see from the team. And of course, want to get a little bit more insight now. We have none other than IGL Darkest on the line for Phillips Norelco, the interview. Let's go get to hear some words. Big congratulations. What a win. You guys were undefeated going through Swiss stage. We get to playoffs. Same story yet again. How does it feel to be able to get this win under your belt today?
It was a little rocky on the second map, obviously, but it feels great, honestly. It feels good to be playing after a 4-week break.
been a second. It's definitely been a second. I want to talk about that second map in the series because we've gotten to see you play up against Division 1 before, and it was a different second map in the series. We got to see Haven last time where you did take the win. We see it switched up in today's series, a map that we hadn't seen from you guys in Stage 2 Challengers, and it became really, really close. I would love to hear why you switched up if you didn't mind. And then secondly, how to be able to close out what was an exceptionally close map 2.
I think map 2, we started off really hot and it felt really well. I think 7 on attack is fantastic. But obviously we couldn't stick to our game plan early on and it kind of showed. And then the whole Pearl pick, I mean, everyone has banned Pearl against us. We haven't actually been able to pick Pearl. So we went ahead and tried it. Obviously a little rocky, we haven't played in forever. Still closed it out, still felt great.
Hey, at least if it's going to be rocky, at least you can still close it out and get that out of the way early, right? Now, you've had that 4-week break. You're back here in playoffs, though. You take the win. How are you feeling going on forward? Did you get to work a lot in that off time? How are you feeling now going up against M80 next?
Well, I made sure everyone was practicing every day. We never stopped. Every single day we could scrim, we scrimmed. And I'm excited to play M80. I think we'll easily win out. I'm really confident in my entire team.
I love the confidence there. Last but not least, I mean, being able to see this YFP team come together has been really cool. Obviously, we didn't get to see the most of everyone in Stage 2 because you guys won too fast. But I'd love to hear the insight, how it's been being able to work with everybody, especially too, you had tweeted out about like, there's talent in this tier 2. I know because I get to work with them. So talk to me about this team of yours.
I consider 3 of my players rookies, and I think they're fantastic players. I think they're all very quick learners. And it was very easy to even out our roster by picking up Ziv. So outside of that, like everything kind of fell into place as soon as we got into Stage 2, and or Split 2, and it's felt great. It just felt great.
I'm so glad to hear. I mean, you deserve an early night after that 2-0, so I'll let you have it. But Darkus, thank you so much for chatting. Congrats again.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks to you as well. Back over to the desk for us. They'll keep on winning. You know, Pearl becomes close, but now we know a couple things to iron out going on forward. And I'm excited here, Emily, for this YFP squad, especially too. That confidence, like, yeah, you know, we're gonna beat M80 easily. Like, whoo, that's some confidence. I love to hear it.
No, I'm excited to see them just kind of go up against more teams of higher caliber that are known to kind of be harder opponents in the Challengers League this year. I think it'll be very interesting. And I mean, look, they're able to come back from a game that honestly should not have gone their way. So if they can do that and have that same mentality going into teams that, you know, have proven themselves already, have shown what they're made of, I think it's going to be some insane matches coming up for us.
We're going to have so many insane matchups, too. Pulling up the bracket, I mean, we've already gotten to see, even if they were, you know, 2-0s across the board, the scores were exceptionally close. We've had a full day of Valorant over here. I don't know if we could have survived any map 3s. We have bedtimes, all right? But we get to see even more awesome matchups tomorrow. Goms, ADG, Core, Fly Quest going up against SRB. I don't even know which one I'm more excited for. This is awesome.
I'm just excited that I get to be there, to be honest. I think this is going to be super exciting. Honestly, EG versus Core, it for me is one that I'm super excited to watch. I think that one's going to be the absolute banger, definitely a third mapper. But yeah, we got some really tough competition, and obviously now we're starting to get a feel for who's going to have to battle it out in the lower bracket. And it is unfortunate, of course. I mean, a lot of these teams really did deserve their placement here in the upper bracket, but that's life, right? This is Challengers. So I think, though, a lot of teams do handle the stakes a lot better when they're in the lower bracket. So I am excited to see who's going to be able to make it out alive and go past that grand final stage.
And this is just the beginning of the playoffs as well. That's just day number 1. We have so much great Valorant in store for you. And those matches tomorrow. Again, I'm so excited. I feel like it's Christmas Eve, guys, and we're going to wake up tomorrow and there's going to be some great Valorant. That, unfortunately, is it for us today, though. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll see you back here tomorrow for some more Valorant Challengers playoffs. You're not going to want to miss it. Until then, best of luck in your own ranked matches. Watch out for Gompers. She's a demon. We'll see you all tomorrow.
7-5 up.
Yeah, very different situation, I would agree. Viper's still alive, for example. That decay is going to set in. Util stripped away.
Hyperstep for the retake still could be available for Sacred, trying to work towards pyramids. Great bit of an issue, and Bonnie will make sure that there are no antics here. It can find two, and that's a little bit more like it. Off the truck from M80, and yeah, Bonnie realizes, okay, final round here to have.
Sorry, now Nismo has that no command, and they are going to invest everything they can to get this round through.
There's the no command. Orbital strike to follow. One miss out one. But wow, for recoil, what is that for Bonnie? Insane transfer, but Chaotic is behind the play, unnoticed, but only finds one. Sacred, last one left, can't get around the corner through main, and we're
low HP Boomy should have fallen. It's actually dynamic. Try and solidify this round. Steel Garden try and stem the bleeding, and it has so far. Stallion left in the 1v1. Finger on the other side.
Oh gosh, okay. I know, champ, we're dealing with the same issues you guys are.
Dynamic. I kind of want to see invested on the eco.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to have it here. You've got a very strong win condition. But can you actually challenge top tower here? Vita in position, but Calamity still forcing forward. Jack responds. Perfect off of what? What a grab well that was. Didn't even see it initially being placed, but it completely isolates D1, who I think was 7-5 up.